albino. I'm not albino. I don't think I am. Maybe I am. I don't think I am, though.
This has G-Bag bet payoff written all over it. Shave off your eyebrows and Sharpie them back on.
Shave them off?
And their hair, Zach, that would take like 4 days and his hair would be back. So that would be a fine one for him.
All right, the NFL has, according to Warren Sharp, pushed the panic button. They have a ref in their rotation. Road teams win at the number 1 highest rate with this referee.
Oh.
He penalizes home teams in ways no other ref does, and he's calling the road game for the Kansas City Chiefs. Here's more information.
No.
Home teams have won only 40.8% of the games.
Did you have a hiccup or burp or something?
Yeah,
I thought you were about to go to audio, and I was like, we have audio on this?
No, I just cleared my throat. Let me clear my throat. Home teams have only won 40.8% of the games in the last 3 years.
Missy Elliott.
Sean Smith as their referee.
He's my catcher in Little League.
That is the lowest win rate for any referee in the NFL. Lowest win rate for any. Yeah, there you go. Across the NFL, home teams have won 55.4% of games during that span. With him, the rate is 40.8, as I said. The point spread takes into account which team is better, right?
Yeah.
Across the NFL in the last 3 seasons, home teams have covered 49.4% of spreads.
Oh, no.
That means that even if home teams are only winning 40.8% of games under Smith, that they should still be covering around 50%, right? It's not even close. Under Smith, home teams are 17, 29, and 3 against the spread.
Oh, no.
A rocking 37% in the last 3 years. That is the second lowest mark among 19 referees.
This is most unwelcome.
Even if you expand beyond the last 3 seasons with Smith to when he began as a referee in 2018, road teams have the NFL's best win percentage when he's out there. He ranks number 1.
The fix is in.
Out of 24 referees in road team win percentage
Look,
since 2018.
If you were going to fix it, I get why they're going to fix it for the Chiefs. Your biggest star and your biggest fan advancing to the Super Bowl.
Who's the biggest star?
Patrick Mahomes.
And who's the biggest fan?
Taylor Swift.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me because I'm wearing a Chiefs hat.
Speaking of Taylor Swift.
Oh, no.
I still, if you go back and watch that Cowboys game against the Packers, and I know they didn't do it, there's way too much money that's made by players now than like in the early 1900s in the White Sox. You would think possibly the Cowboys are fixing this game. Like, you're like, they can't be this bad from what I've seen in 17 games. Now, I know they didn't, but I'm just saying if you really had no clue, you'd be like, are the Cowboys intentionally losing this game?
That's what it felt. It definitely felt that. Just because everything that I saw in the regular season, aside from the Bills game leads me to believe that it could possibly have been just like, that's just the kind of same thing. But I'm right there with you. Speaking of Taylor Swift, though, Kevin, the biggest fan in all of football, as she's always been.
She was Pachecoing 10 when he scored 10.
The best known fan, right?
She's cleaned up the suites, right? Afterwards, she's helping pick up cups and throw them away.
Is that true?
Oh, you haven't seen that yet?
Look, I hate to say this. I don't want to be like those idiot reporters who's like, I hate Taylor Swift getting shown so much. Grow up. I just don't care. And so, like, I don't let it affect me one way or another.
So
who's Taylor Swift's rival?
Sunday night, Katy Perry. But maybe they buried that hatchet. It could probably still be all her ex-boyfriends.
Is she married? Is Katy Perry married? I don't know her life.
I don't know. She had a baby.
It would be great if...
You have to be married for that.
Oh, yeah. If, like...
She was married to Orlando
Kittle
Bloom or something at one point, maybe.
I have no clue of Kittle's personal life. What if Kittle started dating Katy Perry and at the Super Bowl it was Taylor Swift and Katy Perry?
I don't know if that's going to be the thing because I know Kittle's wife is like,
I'm sorry.
Very interesting.
But him dating Katy Perry, that could be a dark horse.
The Bosa guy, Nikki.
I think the fullback Juice, his fiance or wife made Taylor Swift's most recent coat, so I think that's out. I think that's her. Let me continue.
You know a lot of Taylor Swift information.
Well, yeah.
This lasted all year, all season. Like maybe they are made for each other. Maybe he is retiring and going to raise Swift babies.
I don't know, Mike, but you also strike me. I'm sorry, Corey. You also strike me as like an old-timey person in terms of if you've courted a lady for 3 months, like that's who you're going to marry.
mean, that's what Tony Romo says
in a
every
weird way,
time.
I'll say this, especially when you become an adult, and I guess I would say that's 21 years or older.
Okay.
I'm not saying everybody is exactly the same at 21. I would only want to date somebody if I thought they were marry material.
I could see that.
So if I went out on a couple dates and like I can't see myself being with this person long term, I would end it.
I think
Where
I'd like that.
A lot of people are like, let me get some of that, and then after that I will move on. And I'm not like that, but I do think a lot of people see dating more of like, I'm hooking up and I'll hook up until I find the next hookup.
Mike's doing great today. Thank you, man.
I'm talking for other people.
Uh-huh.
I'm the married man here.
Do you think that Alex is going to
We're
play it
all
that way?
married.
Mostly happily married most of the time.
What is? Never mind. This is the
I
scene
don't know
lock.
if he's talking about his happiness as much as other people's happiness.
Right.
This weird moment happened on Sunday whenever they played. It was a Sunday. Adrian comes in and sits down. And they had a Saturday game too. I just couldn't remember which one.
No, I
it
was
was.
just answering your
She
question.
comes in and sits down and she goes, "Oh, Andy's mad." And I went, "What do you mean?" And she was like, "My coach is mad." She has taken on.
Oh my!
She is a
goodness.
Chiefs fan because of
Adrien?
Taylor Swift. Yes. She's like, "Oh, there's my boy did it." And I was like, "What do you mean your boy?" And she said, "Well, Travis is all of ours. She's all of the Swifties."
Hey,
I really
was
like
like,
if
oh,
she'd
no,
been like
God.
Valdez Scantling came up with a big catch.
I'm going to tell you right now, if I called up my wife and said, do you know what Taylor Swift is somewhat popular for in sports? She would have no clue what I was talking about, has no clue she's dating Travis Kelce or a Chief or any of that.
Well, I will tell you, every time we watch Chiefs games, I'll go, "Oh, there she is," and Adrian will look up and she's like, "Oh, she looks just so cute today," and she's so excited that's gotten her more
you
interested
only
in football.
see her face. It's freezing cold at all the games she goes to. She's so cute. She's wearing a big hoodie. You can see her face.
Uh-huh.
And I guess you can see the form of her legs because she's wearing jeans or something.
Or a skirt.
No, she's
With
not.
leggings.
It's freezing cold. She's not wearing a skirt.
How much time do you think she spends in the cold, though, Mike?
Probably as much as the Lions did when they traveled.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Has that gotten Lucy into the Chiefs then, or football?
We discuss it, but she actually, Lucy will be like, "Oh, there's Travis," and so like she's a big Travis Kelce fan. So because Lucy loves listening and singing Taylor Swift music too. That being said, at the Bills game, there was Jairus Rainey. Taylor was walking by her, and she said she's a sweetie pie, very down to earth. I just wanted to see her. And she stopped and she asked me if I worked at the stadium, and I said yes. And she gave me $100 tip.
Oh,
and then said, "Do you want to take a picture?" And I said yes. And she said that she was just sweet to everybody that she saw that was working at the stadium. I don't know, man. I think
she's a nice
person. I
person.
root for people like that.
Obviously, I have no clue of who Taylor Swift really is, but she seems like a very nice person.
Yeah, from all the stories that we're hearing out of these stadiums, it seems like she's kind. She tips a lot to all the staff. She's making sure, because she made a ton of money. She's also a very wealthy real estate investor at the same time.
Do you think this was really bad of me? Now, not that this is Taylor Swift, but I remember going to a Phoenix Suns, I believe Dallas Maverick game with Mark Elfenbein when he worked here. And at that game, we got to go down into the bowels of the stadium, and there was going to be a press conference with David Stern. And we were lined up on the wall. And David Stern came by, and he was shaking everybody's hand, and he shook Roy White's hand, and he shook Mark Elfenbein's hand, and then he had his hand out to shake my hand, and I shook my head no.
I think Kevin did the same thing to Dean Blandino.
That is true. Did he stop?
Did he ask you why? He just kept going?
He just kind of looked up at me, kept his same smile, and went on to the next person.
Yeah, he was like, that guy didn't like me.
I'm not shaking his hand.
Because he rigged the 2006 NBA Finals.
You think he rigged it?
He does.
I do. Yes, I do believe David Stern got the proper refs that he knew he could control and change the narrative. He hated Mark Cuban, and he needed at that time. The NBA was struggling a little bit with a face. The Lakers had gone away. The trade didn't work out where they traded Shaq, and so now the Lakers were out of the playoffs or getting hammered by Phoenix in 4 games in the first round, and Carmelo wasn't doing enough in Denver. LeBron was kind of coming up, but it wasn't happening quickly in Cleveland. And then you had this Dwayne Wade guy. And then you had Mark Cuban, who I think hated.
Yeah.
At the time. He might have always hated him. I don't know. So he's like, I'm not letting this Dairy Queen Mark Cuban guy win this. And his ego will go through the roof. Fix this. And so he fixed it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin. We got to go.
Do it during the break. I'll listen.
We'll have to. Thanks, Mike.
In honor of Doc Rivers hiring, who is the player or coach that they're not bad, but you just think is the definition of meh or who cares? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Detweiler at the belt and to the plate. Beltré swings and cranks one to deep left field. That is on its way, and that ball is history. Adrien with his 10th career grand slam. He turns this game around. It's 5-2 Texas, and Globe Life Park is on its feet.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we got to talk to Adrien Beltre, now elected to the Hall of Fame about an hour ago. My question is going to be about something totally different, is in honor of Doc Rivers hiring.
What?
Who is the player or coach that isn't bad, but you think is the definition of meh? All right? We're going to get to that in about 30 seconds. But before we get to that, I know this game happened on Sunday, and I don't care because I'm going to go to cut number 11. This is the Tyler Bass missed field goal for the Buffalo Bills. But this is the call from NFL Korea. Listen for the moment that both of the announcers in unison see what's happening.
모든 문들을 닫았어요. 그렇기 때문에 조시 앨런 선수가 오른쪽으로 나오면서 시간을 벌어봤지만 오픈된 리시버를 찾을 수 없었습니다. 44야드 거리입니다. 타일러 베스. 오른쪽으로 벗어났어요.
That moment where in unison they react the exact same way.
That is awesome.
Is my favorite. So there's NFL Korea, unlike Tyler Bass, getting work done. By the way, update to that. Supposedly, remember that charity I told you was like, oh, they got like $7,000 in donations. Now the number is between $50,000 and $100,000.
Wow. And it started at just $22, all of $22.
$22 per person. All right. So Doc Rivers is the epitome to me now of you don't take actually winning seriously.
What do you mean?
All right.
And explain that, because a lot of people might not understand what you mean about Doc Rivers, because he's a championship coach.
He is. He won a championship with the Celtics. He was named to the 15 greatest coaches of all time in the NBA. Since he left the Celtics, he's 47-47 in the playoffs. He's 6-9 in playoff series, never having been past the conference finals, despite the fact that 6 of his teams had at least 51 wins. Let's take it a step further. Doc Rivers is responsible for 23% of the 3-1 losses that have ever happened. So of all the teams that have ever been up 3-1, only to lose those series, 23% of the time, Doc Rivers coached that team. In Game 7s, he is 16-33 when they have 3 wins. All right, so you're at 3 wins. You need to win one more game. He's 16-33 in those situations. So to me, if you hire Doc Rivers, you are no longer serious about winning a championship. But he is a good coach. Some people would say he's a great coach, and I
Players
get that.
seem to love him.
Absolutely,
right? Like,
because they know the blame's going to go to him and not them when they don't make it to the finals. To me, he strikes me as the epitome of somebody who's not bad at their job, but I just don't think they're good at their job anymore. He used to be, but now not anymore. So is there somebody, yes, from the 817, Jeff Fisher.
Oh, dang, that was on my list.
I mean, you could still say Jeff Fisher.
I don't think does he have, I guess he did go to a Super Bowl in Tennessee.
On Eddie George and Steve McNair's shoulders.
Well, that's who he was coaching.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate saying this, but right now Dak comes to mind that he's going to make the playoffs and then get hammered in it.
I really hate that you said that because and I was going to say, you can't pick Dak. If you have to pick somebody else, let me know. But there are many people that are texting in with that answer.
From the 214, he's the NBA McCarthy, then, is what you're saying about Doc Rivers?
Okay, or from the 469. Sean Payton is man to me. He's the NFL equivalent to Doc Rivers. And this could be about a player. It could be about a coach, whatever.
I think one player that Doc Rivers did coach, who at this point I need to watch more of, I'm going to tell you, I haven't watched Clippers in 20 games, and I know they're playing great, is I feel like James Harden went to that category. He had his
Russell
time.
Westbrook then, too? There was a time when he was top notch.
Yeah, I mean, they both won MVPs right around the same time. Did they both average triple doubles? I know Russell Westbrook did.
I think eventually Harden did as well.
Okay, so I do think of James Harden at this point in his career. Now, he might win the championship this year. Now, he'd be the third player on the team.
Right.
But, like, it was James Harden is going to lead Houston. James Harden is going to lead, I don't know if he's going to lead Brooklyn. That might have been more Durant. But then he's going to help Embiid, and it didn't happen. So I feel like at this point, James Harden is just another guy. Like, he's a good player. He's an above average player in the league, but I've taken him out of the category of he's a special player or a changed, he can change a franchise player. I could be wrong. I don't know how much he has to do with the Clippers turnaround.
I have Derek Carr on my list.
Ooh, yeah.
Derek Carr is like, if you're aiming for the middle, Derek Carr. That's and I argued for a long time that he was the Mendoza line or the that line of demarcation where it just kind of became, hey, that's it. That's where everything is right there. It's Derek Carr.
You want me to give you a baseball player who has superstar status and he's won?
Bryce Harper. Oh,
that's a good one.
He hasn't won.
Yeah, you're right. He's only been in the World Series. This guy did win, and I sometimes forget this. Is if it doesn't go well in New York, if the Yankees don't make the playoffs and look like a big threat, is Juan Soto, they gave up a lot for him to take San Diego over the top. And now New York gave up a lot to have New York get back into the playoffs and look like a true, and he puts up good numbers. He's good. And he won a World Series at 20 years old and was a very big part of that. I'm just wondering at this point, is he one of these guys that we're going to look back on and go, hey, really good player of his era, and maybe he gets enough numbers to make the Hall of Fame because he started at 19 years old. It's not fair to Juan Soto to put him in a Doc Rivers class or a Dak Prescott class, but I'm just starting to wonder, is Juan Soto a franchise-changing player in baseball?
What about, this one is interesting from the 972, Marty Schottenheimer. Man, that's somebody who could get to the playoffs and then disappoint.
Yeah.
Like that last year when they were still the San Diego Chargers, they went 14-2 and straight away got bounced.
Yeah.
If you don't count the bye as a win.
And that's tough because, he had a lot of respect from everybody that played for him, but that was that one thing that you could rely on was Marty Ball didn't do it in the playoffs. So there was going to be a failure somewhere there.
And so by no means do I think he's bad. He just strikes me as, whatever.
Alex Smith.
Okay, I could see that.
And you argued for years now, obviously his injury since then and everything he's overcome.
I think
remarkable person.
I was proven correct about that. Is because people talked about Alex Smith like he was the worst quarterback in the league. I was like, I just want you to acknowledge that he's fine. Not you, but
he's
people
fine.
in general. That's all I was looking for. And that's the same thing with Lamar Jackson is I don't need anybody to be like, he's the best. Just tell me you think he's the fifth best in the league.
What if Mahomes isn't really that good? It's just that because Alex Smith was so meh. It looks that much better for
I
Mahomes.
prefer he is that good because Alex Smith taught him everything. And actually, if you ask Patrick Mahomes, he'll give Alex Smith a lot of credit for teaching him stuff. But Alex Smith is a very fair answer. He's fine from the 2-1-4.
Man.
Former Rangers pitcher Will Smith. And he keeps winning, but you look at him pitch and you're like, huh.
Marv Levy's name's getting thrown out here. Marvin Lewis. Right? Isn't that the one where you're like, man, everybody loves that dude as a coach. They play for him. They played hard for him. But they just never overcame anything whenever it became playoff time.
And a lot of this is probably based on perception, right? Because from the 682 said, to a degree, Mike Tomlin. I view Mike Tomlin as he got to this level and overcame all these things. Other people might be like, well, what has he done for the last how many ever years? They might view it the same way people view McCarthy or Sean Payton or whoever.
It's Kyle Shanahan.
I hate saying this because I do like him. Is in baseball is kind of Buck Showalter manager? Is he kind of Doc Rivers?
That just came in from the 817.
I think you nailed it right there.
Was him being on Seinfeld, does that help at all?
Maybe. Doc's a pretty popular person too. He came to Bird Junior High when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah, in Duncanville. Yeah.
Well, that's awesome, man.
I didn't meet him, but he talked to the crowd.
Did
Crowd of kids.
you were in the crowd?
I was in the crowd.
Wow.
I was like a 7th or 8th grader.
Did you have
One
a
of them.
card with you?
Did I what?
Did you have a card with you?
No, he's on the Clippers at the time.
And you didn't take a card and be like,
No.
Oh man, some of these.
I really was hoping it was Spud Webb or Dominique Wilkins because he was on the Hawks at
You're
the
just
same
really
time.
disappointed.
Now, he had gone to the Clippers by then, but I was like, dang it, I'd rather have Spud or Dominique right now.
I can see elementary school Mike standing up,
Boo.
walking over to his teacher going, I got to go to the restroom. I'd rather be in there right now.
Dell Hansen came to our school too, and he was not nice.
You know what I don't understand.
He called out a kid for talking while he was talking. Hey, it's 7th and 8th graders. Guess what? They're not going to be the best audience.
That's how you command a room of 7th
but
and 8th graders.
he yelled at these two kids, and unfortunately, it was one of my friends, and his dad was the basketball coach, and he got in trouble.
From the 817, Tony Dungy, he had the best quarterback ever and barely did squat. Justin Herbert from the 214. I'm going to read this the way it is.
Yeah, Justin Herbert's very meh.
Kurt with a C and a T Cousins. So it didn't say Kirk. It says C-U-R-T Cousins. But I understand what they're saying.
That's how mediocre he is. You don't know how to spell his name.
Well, that's what Mike would say, right? You know what? Get better and I'll learn your name.
Yes.
Jamal Mashburn.
Well, I mean, he never was even an all-star. I mean, the tough.
So you don't think he's good enough to be on the list?
Because Doc Rivers did win a championship with the Celtics, and then everybody wanted him from that point on. He was very valued. Jamal Mashburn was for 2 years with the Mavericks. He was really good, and then it just didn't pan out, and then he went to multiple teams and was a nice role player.
From the 682, Buddy Ryan, post Bears. From the 817, Tony Romo. You know, I'm surprised more people didn't say Romo because I know you said Dak. It feels like, I'm not saying they're the same player. It feels like very similar situations of talent, expectations.
What if he does win in Milwaukee? What if they beat Boston, who looks like they're the best team in the East, but they beat Boston, they beat whoever, Denver, Minnesota, something like that? Would all of a sudden us saying, like, Doc Rivers goes into the category of, well, I guess it was just Chris Paul that screwed him over.
I will definitely feel foolish. It's just crazy that since he left Boston, 15 playoff series, 6-9. Like I said, 16-33 when his team has 3 wins in a playoff series. So like when you got the chance to finish, his teams are the absolute worst ever at it. But if they were to win in Milwaukee, I do think that would shut down all of it. Nobody would care about, oh, you lost 3-1 leads. He'd be like, I won 2 titles.
Did y'all say Dave Roberts? Somebody from the 214 says that's dude always has stacked teams and leaves us disappointed.
I hate that because he's my buddy.
He's a good dude.
But you get it, right?
Yeah, I think this year, if the Dodgers don't win the World Series, they probably will get another manager.
Wow. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellows from the G-Bag Nation. Do it next right here on The Fan.
You like that?
many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, we will find out what Chiafalo was saying. But also, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Fair to Midland, Higgy. How about you?
Oh, why that? Usually you're great or excellent.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's the gray sky. Maybe it's a crescent moon. Not quite sure.
I thought maybe you had like a tournament in Midland coming up.
No, that would make me actually pretty enthusiastic. Had a great time out there.
Okay, I want to talk about that for those in the room who choose to participate. I know you all love your kids and want to see them play sports, but how soul-crushing can youth sports also be? Whether it's the time, the distance, whatever.
You know, I think it can get bad. I think that's why I coach, actually, is just so I can be actively doing something that entire time.
Okay.
But in this situation, it's basketball. We also do it for volleyball, cheerleading, and track. And the only time it gets bad is when there's time off between games, where you're basically sitting in a car in a parking lot for 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
That can get a little bit soul-crushing.
Mike, same for you.
It can be tough, especially when you have the baseball tournament and you get the Sunday 8 a.m. game at like 10 p.m. at night. The bracket comes out and you're like, yep, you're the 8 a.m. game. And if you win, you play again at 2 p.m. And you're like,
you hope your team loses then, kind of?
Yeah.
In a way, yes.
I'm not spending all day here, man. Come on. Good
But
job,
you're just
kids.
like,
You tried your hardest.
because there's a 8 a.m., a 10 a.m., and a noon, and that's bracket. That now knocks it down to now there'll be a 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. game, and then the winner would play at 6 p.m. for the championship, and you're just like, son of a gun,
There goes the day.
Please get the noon game. Please get the noon game. Because then if you win, you just play again.
I can't believe that we're still getting texts about this as it happened about 3.5 hours ago. But do you guys have any thoughts about cows that you would like to share? And do you think there's cows in the state of Hawaii?
Oh, for sure. We did a story on that last week, didn't we, with Zuck's cows?
Nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, those meats.
Zuckerberger.
Giving them beer and cashews.
Yeah.
Really?
Macadamia nuts.
Macadamia nuts.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he wants them to be
tomato.
Macadamia nuts are awesome.
Delicious.
They are good.
Now,
Cashew's better, though. That's the best nut.
I understand, but I think macadamia nut is better for you.
What about the pistachio? I think it might be underrated.
I'm just impressed at how mature you guys are being.
Hey, Broadus, this really brings
I tried to jump in there.
A good nut.
Broadus.
The next guy.
Yeah.
We are talking about the Cream City,
Oh my God.
and that's Milwaukee.
Bit nutty, isn't it?
And so I was like,
I told
there
him
has
it's
to be
because of the
cows
Brits.
there. It's the Cream City, but I feel like they might be importing the milk to make cream because I don't feel like cows do very well in that weather. I feel like cows are down here.
Oh no, cows they do well.
massage
See,
them.
yours was
Feel
based
right
on
home.
nothing.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of I remember like those places like up in Wisconsin when we would drive by those dairy farms and stuff at like 5 a.m. Those cows that they're
They're outside?
Well, they go outside occasionally, but they're in like heated areas and stuff like that. They
have a good life.
They take care. Not as good as racehorses. Racehorses, if you're the stud racehorse, you get taken care of better than anybody.
Do cows
Until the end.
cows in Wisconsin get treated better than cows in Texas?
I think cows in Wisconsin are happier than cows in Texas right now
Because they don't have to deal with the heat?
I think the heat is a problem. Yeah.
Would cows die if they just tried to live in Wisconsin
Yes, they
on their
freeze.
own?
They
Is that
freeze.
question directed at me? I don't know.
You're
the smartest
they've
one.
They've had problems with the cows, like cattle freezing up there. Yes.
Oh no.
Those hooven animals, though, horses and cows, they're skilled at maintaining their heat.
Yeah.
We lose ours through the top of our head. They can kind of
dear.
turn that off and just circulate the heat, which makes them more resilient to it.
They're like
obviously
three
not
stomachs or
bulletproof.
I
But
wish I could do that.
yeah, they can stand out there 30 degrees all day like it's nothing.
Okay.
Like it's 75 degrees of them.
I guess the next logical place to go is
Can I circle back on something you asked earlier?
yes.
No.
Nothing worse than knowing you're going to drive 8 hours to get beat.
Yeah.
I did that for 4 years.
see. Yeah.
I did that for 4 straight
You were
years.
living the private school traveling
Yep,
life.
I did. I was in Houston and Austin and all these places, and knowing Oklahoma City, knowing damn good and well that when we showed up, we were not going to win. that right there is, and to watch your kid go through that, and then play a sport where you get beat up because of it. That's the most difficult thing you could ever deal with.
I thought about quitting. I coached at ESD, which is part of that SBC. Is my name?
Yeah.
And that's Green Hill. And somehow
St.
in your
Mark, yeah.
district, they call it conference, is Tulsa and Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And I'm like, this, like when you're when you're in Duncanville, like, hey, guess what? You're playing Cedar Hill, DeSoto, and Grand Prairie. You're like, good. Those are 15 to 20 minute
Makes
drives.
sense.
Like, hey, let's drive 5 hours to go to Tulsa.
I remember many a day of getting in the car on a Friday afternoon and then driving and then getting home at 2 a.m. and the result was the same every time I did it.
Yeah.
That's the difficult thing. But yeah, cows in Wisconsin, I think, are pretty happy.
And I do think the pecan deserves a mention just in terms of the best nuts.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's state nut.
But I feel like a pecan by itself isn't that great.
Chocolate cover that bad boy.
Right, for sure.
And now it's
throw it on a pie.
But it takes it from
But
a decent nut
cashew-
to a 10 out of 10.
Pecan, no.
Pistachio and ice cream is
by
really
itself,
good.
yeah.
Almond.
The almond.
Almond solid by
There's a
itself.
softness to the pecan.
Pine nuts. Yeah.
And then
Yes,
you can
you're
cream
doing a
all
great
of them and
job.
make peanut butter.
That's right. Yeah. You have to start. You have to put it in the blender.
National
Really-
Peanut Butter Day, actually.
Look at
Is
that.
it?
So talk
Look at
about
that.
nuts, boys.
God help us all.
Go.
Mm-hmm.
We did it.
You put them in a Vitamix and it creams it into butter.
Yep. That's a
No,
fact.
I think they're doing manual creaming.
Is a Vitamix
I don't
like
think
a
you
like
no
blender?
way. No
Using
way.
like a
It's
like
not
a
like you're
hammer?
making a mojito.
Yeah, no, these guys, the best of the best creamers, they're doing it. They don't want to plug in. They don't want battery operated.
They want
No
to do
way.
it by hand.
No,
well, what
it's-
about
it's-
Jif
they're
and
fascinating.
Skippy?
Yeah.
They're creaming it
They
through
take
a
pride
mixer.
in this thing. Yeah, no, this is the real deal. Where they're not processing none
No
of this
way.
stuff.
I really like that.
That's how you get the smooth and not the chunky.
You can
So you're
appreciate
saying,
that
like-
more. Yeah.
Amish people cream peanuts
100%.
into peanut butter.
That's right.
I just say eat the nut.
We're on the air right now. Who is this conversation for?
877
the Cream City, they just got
881
Doc Rivers. We've been doing a whole thing on Doc Rivers and the Cream City and cows and making cream.
You brought it up, dude.
Extremely
The Fisher
educational
Hotel
We
in
were just
Milwaukee's a
finishing the
great place to
conversation.
go if
You're the
need
one
a
that
hotel.
asked, are there cows in Hawaii?
Yeah,
So
what
we were
the
like,
hell?
let's help him out here.
What's wrong with you?
Little did I know that would be nowhere near the
There's
most
also
ridiculous.
pigs on Hawaii.
Pigs.
There's a lot of pork.
They love spam over
Yeah.
there in Hawaii.
You ever had spam?
Oh, God, I love it.
Is it
Solid.
good?
Yes, fried.
It's
Absolutely
salty.
on a sandwich.
Salty?
It's
All
like
right.
ham
Yeah.
with an S.
Kid wants to have some, and I guess we should do it this
Fry it
weekend.
up for him, man. It's not a bad meal.
There you
Yeah,
go.
smoke some spam.
Smoke spam.
Yeah.
From the 469, a peanut is a legume. Thanks for that, Professor.
It's not a
really,
nut.
Really appreciate. Really,
It's called a peanut. It's not in the nut family. Is
guess
a legume
not.
a nut? A lagoon?
It's a bean, isn't it? In the legume, a
Did
bean.
you just say lagoon?
Yeah.
Isn't
Like
it? Come on, Hagee, you're a smart guy.
a swamp.
Don't
or
you know
something?
more than numbers? Every time they ask
I don't know anything
Every
right
time
now, Broadus.
they ask you-
I'm lost on all
Bassett,
of
it's
this.
amazing when Bassett goes, okay, Heggy, 126 and 2008. And Heggy goes, that's 3,409. He just throws out a number.
Yeah,
Just
he's
naturally we're like, should we even check? No.
Human calculator.
Heggy, you're in the wrong business. You should have been an accountant.
He wants to.
Yes, I've
Every
definitely
day.
thought about this.
Every day.
Some days I leave and I'm like, nobody will talk back to me until I give them their stuff back.
Just go
and then we
sit
can
down.
hash it out. And
My
Dak
calculator.
knows that we're not good at math. That's why he doesn't make us count to 90 in the first half
All
of playoff
right.
games.
what do you
Here we go.
what do you fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Heggy. Thanks for asking. We got Baldy at 4.
All right, there we go. I'm
Talking
looking
conference
forward to
championship
that.
weekend with them.
I'm looking forward to that. Any and all Adrien Beltre talk. Everything.
You gonna
got-
have a restroom question of the
Yeah,
week?
there's
for
got to
him,
be
Chief?
a restroom question.
Great
for-
news. I hit delete yesterday, but President Trump wants to meet you. I just
oh
have
my
to contribute.
God, dude!
It says I just got a text from him, I assume. I can hit stop
not.
equal end. Maybe I should just call this number back. Maybe this is President or former President Trump who wants to meet me. He's heard our show. We're number 1. We're huge.
He likes your hat. He doesn't like your.
Amazing
So-
ratings. Best
Do you
ratings
want-
in radio.
Do you want to meet him?
Hey,
Anybody?
Roll on home with the G-Bag Nation. We
have
have
his
the
phone
KNC
number.
masterpiece.
You're now third in the ratings because of that political.
It's
statement you just made.
571, I guess, is the
Look
start of
forward
his
to our
number.
replacement show tomorrow. Hopefully still 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here.
How did he get my number?
On
Take it to 3.
105.
I didn't give my number out.
Man,
Say cattle, Kevin.
whatever.
Cream City. I probably gave up a dong to him.
Thanks to our From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It is time now to talk about the biggest stories that have been developing throughout the last 19 hours since we last broadcasted with you. We're going to rock the house once again 2 to 7. General at your service, Addies. There's Brian Baldinger, former Cowboys scout, NFL executive, Emmy Award winner, and the #1 influencer on Cowboys social media. He's at Brian Baldinger on X. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo, your nosebleed brothers. And you have Carter Freeman, who's coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube, and has one eye on college football. How you guys doing today?
Wonderful, man. Happy hump day to you fellas.
Happy
hump
Absolutely,
day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
All
time
good.
to get our hump on.
We're humping.
Yeah.
Last night, it looked like we were watching the Stars defense fall apart.
Sure
Gave up
did.
2 at the end of the first, and as our show was wrapping up, we were heading home down 2-1.
Yeah.
Bang, 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 and another one in the second period. They went up 5-2, and they hold on to win 5-4. So congrats to the Dallas Stars.
Rope, another double-digit goal game. But, man, you're right. At the end there, got a little nervous. We're holding on to our butts. They go down a man. They get an empty net goal. We're thinking, geez, guys, come on. Don't blow a 5-2 lead here. Thank God.
And they didn't. Thankfully, I'm hoping for some upgrades here to the defensemen. But, yes, Hintz had an assist as well. And Wyatt Johnson had 3 helpers, as they call it there in hockey.
Wyatt?
Sure you know, Brian.
You put in the call there. You were like, I need more from Wyatt Johnson.
I was kind of hopeful. I mean, a young guy that skates very well, handles the puck well at times. But, man, I was thinking that you could probably get a little bit more from him, and they did last night. I think that was a pretty successful road trip.
It was.
For them to get the points that they were able to do. So that's all about, just kind of they just need to get the goaltending healthy again. Get that back in order where they just don't have to completely lean on Otter all the time. But man, it's a fun team to watch offensively. It really is. But defensively, man, they will make you cover your eyes at times.
They weathered the storm without Miro, and hopefully Jim Nill said he should be back either Thursday against the Ducks or Saturday against the Capitals.
Yeah, that's a day tilt.
So that'll be huge to get him back.
So we got good vibes going on with the hockey team. We have Adrien Beltre going into the Hall of Fame with a press conference this afternoon with not only the assembled DFW media, but also a number of former Texas Rangers. Elvis Andrus is in DFW, Michael Young, Cole Hamels, Shin Soo Choo among the players at Adrien Beltre's Hall of Fame press conference at Globe Life Field. He appeared with the KMC Masterpiece in the 12 o'clock hour. It has been another enchanted afternoon in the greatest offseason in Texas Rangers history, and the greatest offseason or one of the greatest offseasons of my life, Brian. My teams usually don't win the championship, so I'm soaking it all in.
Yeah, usually our teams find ways not to they find ways to underachieve when they have the opportunity, but not this Texas Rangers bunch, man. It really did. They went through so much during the year, but to end the season the way they did and to get to the World Series, get the playoffs in the World Series and finish it off, it makes it even more exciting to, when we're about to go out. And that was a short off season. We were talking to Jared Sandler last night. I'm like, yeah, how about the short off season, man? And he goes, now you'll take short off season every time if it means winning championships.
Damn right.
So, I'm looking forward. I think we're all looking forward to getting out to Arizona and kind of reliving all those nice memories and hopefully making some new ones.
I'm thinking the first couple months of the season, it could be a bumpy ride. It might be a glorious ride. I'm not sure. I'm just setting my expectations to baseline for the first couple of months until the reinforcements come around and, you get guys healthy there for the second half of the season, trade deadline. But by the time we get to, September, October, November, I am going to be thinking, we are in the midst of a dynasty. And once you have dynasty established, then you could win the championship at any time. So it's like the most excited I think I've ever been going into a season here with the Rangers, and obviously you can see why being defending champs.
You just don't know what move that Chris Young is going to make that's going to be the one that propels you into that. We all kind of talk about spending the money for DeGrom and all that. I know we had, Dawson, we were doing some shows, and you're like, I don't know about spending money on this for that, and but hell, you go out and you add a couple of guys at the trade deadline, and the next thing you know, it's those are the guys that are kind of propelling you into the playoffs and then through the World Series.
And he's going to go get the biggest names.
He's not going to
Scherzer.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, I mean, just to take stock, last year going into the season, you were depending on guys, and for a lot of the years, you did depend on Ezekiel Duran and Jankowski and guys that we liked. But now it's Evan Carter, and it's about to be Wyatt Langford and maybe Justin Foscue. We're talking about very premium players who are youngsters. Like when the Astros brought up Bregman, and it's like, what the crap? Yeah. And then they got the big first baseman from Cuban. It's like, you got to be kidding me how they're stacking talent on top of a championship team. I think that's what we're about to see with the Rangers.
I'm with you. I think you've got organic growth within your organization. It's a great blend of what they've done going out and attacking free agency with a Seager, a Simeon. You mentioned a DeGrom. Now, obviously, you're not going to have him. You won a World Series without him. But I think your infield and outfield is going to be much better. The question is, can they just get back Montgomery? If they can bring back Monty, then I'm feeling really good about this thing.
That would be great.
Every day this thing gets to where he is not signed, my thought is that he is going to be pitching for the Texas Rangers.
Coming back into the buy range,
yeah,
I think, with Monty. He might have wanted a huge payday, and actually Maddox talked about that with us when we saw him out there at, was it the Rangers Toy Drive?
Yeah, Toy Drive,
Mike Maddox. But teams see the entire resume of him, and he closed the season great. He's had two amazing second halves in his career, but other than that, he's looked like a 3-4 guy.
Yes.
I think the benefit of, being with the Rangers is we got to see him and experience him being a total champion and being totally clutch when the pressure was at the absolute highest. He was at his best. And if you're a contender, that's worth more than regular season wins. We see what regular season greatness gets you with the Cowboys. We want postseason cojones.
No doubt. There's a reason that New York traded him and then St. Louis traded him as well. And I don't think that it is a surprise that both of those second half seasons, once he got traded, were with Mike Maddox as his pitching coach, which he talked to us about. Right. And I think when you get a pitching coach that's able to dial in and get the most out of you, if I'm Jordan Montgomery, I'm taking a little bit less to come back because I know this guy knows how to put me in the best situation to succeed. I think this is the perfect home for him.
And I love screaming from Globe Life Field, "You're so money, Monty. You're so freaking money, bro." Like it feels right. And in the playoffs, it's just like, you're right, dude. He took his game to another level, and we're going to respect and appreciate that. I'm wondering how far would we take this lifetime Hurtado deal that is about to be handed over?
Would you go there every night? Hurtado's decided I made a mistake.
Right. Like, at what point how much?
I would move to Arlington. I tell you what, that'd be my first move. I mean, I love the municipality of Sunnyvale. Great ISD. It's amazing. But if I got that free Hurtado for life deal, I'm moving within a half mile of there.
You got to be within striking distance 24 hours a day. Like, what are the guidelines here? Are there any? Because I'm Monty. I'm a World Series champion. My game rises in the playoffs. So Brandon Hurtado, I'm here at 3 a.m. with my bros. We're here. I'm sorry, but I need to start smelling some smoke.
I think every day that you go, every day you go to the ballpark, you should just walk by that area, their restaurant area, and there should be a sack waiting for you. I
like that.
Sure. I mean, you should go. You should be able to go from the player parking lot up the elevator, walk, and there's a sack just waiting for you right there. Under the warmer.
Couldn't agree more, dude.
You grab it and you go down to the locker room and you sit in your cubicle there or your locker area and you just eat barbecue every day. There should be a sack waiting for you.
Yeah.
That's the kind of arrangement I think I would have.
Maybe it looks a little bit different on days I'm starting as opposed to days, hey, I'm just chilling.
No.
I might need double for a day I'm not starting.
Yeah.
I keep it light on the days I'm starting, but when I'm not starting, you know what time it is.
Well,
it's time for me to start grubbing.
Yeah, maybe you don't go for those badass nachos they have on the days you pitch.
On game day.
Yeah, the game day. Maybe those are the
you just go like traditional brisket sando or something.
Yeah,
I've been daydreaming about those nachos.
Those nachos
are damn good, and the tacos are divine.
Yeah.
3 iconic tough moments define Adrien Beltre's career. We reminisced on them yesterday. I just wanted to reset them. The torn thumb ligament comes back in 4 weeks instead of 8, dominates the second half. He was like a second half AL MVP, puts the Rangers in the playoffs. You chase down the Astros, who had a 10-game lead late in the year. Beltre's doing it with an injured thumb that was just killing him. He had a crushed testy back in 2009 with the Mariners, took a ball to the family jewels, scored the game-winning run a couple hours later, 14th inning. And then the bad back, he played through it. He crushed Toronto. He was legging out a clutch double while limping. Had Kirk Gibson vibes that day.
Did.
So that's kind of, what you're looking at there with Adrien Beltre going into the Hall of Fame and everybody's in town. So we should get a couple 24, 48 hours. And it's just so amazing. First ballot guy right in the middle of this offseason as we're sitting less than a month from spring training and pitchers and catchers getting out there that Beltre gets to really be a big part of this with the timing of it.
Man, those stories, I mean, my gosh, we can't become numb to those things that you just said.
Right?
Like that is some of the most insane feats of accomplishment. Like we talk about feats of strength, Brus, and you freaking thrive on that. Mm-hmm. You're like Money Monty in those moments. You take this isn't regular season Brus. All of a sudden, playoff Brus makes an appearance.
Yeah,
but that's what this is like to the fullest extent. The idea that you could have a grapefruit-sized testicle and even still be at the ballpark. Yeah. Let alone being the one who's knocking in the game-winning run. You are built in a way that no one else could really ever even fathom. You are a superhero.
He was running in the game-winning run.
Yeah.
He was on the base pass.
It's unreal.
I don't need a pinch runner.
No,
I'm good.
I got this. Don't worry.
In fact,
I'll just block it out.
I need a new testicle, but I don't need a pinch runner. I am the man for the job.
I'm going from third to home with elephantitis of the nuts.
My
man.
gosh,
that's unbelievable.
Dude.
Okay, it's actually a decent segue into this next story about women's college basketball. We go to TCU,
yes,
where they have a gal who might have had that same sort of pain tolerance. In their season opener, broke her finger, okay? Yeah. Now, she finished that game. It happened in the opening possession. She finished that game with like 20 and 8, okay? Wow. Out there balling, damn near dropping a double-double on Big 12 heads. So she's gone. A couple other kids are gone. We did the story last week where they were looking for new players at TCU. Well, they got some.
Open tryouts, right?
Yeah, they got back in action last night, actually picked up a dub. 4 walk-ons have been added to the team. Piper Davis, Ella Hamlin, Michaela Moore, and Sarah Sylvester. Sylvester is currently a middle blocker on the TCU women's volleyball team, becomes the first student-athlete there in the Big 12 era to play varsity basketball and volleyball at the same time, according to the university. So got big doings out there with the Horned Frogs, a couple legendary things.
I heard scout them out.
I heard that I saw a tweet where a lot of the football players and stuff showed up. A lot of former football players and coaches and stuff showed up for the ladies last night at TCU. Just to give them some support.
Cheer on the Lady Frogs.
Yeah, there you go.
I love that, man. School spirit's beautiful, but toughness is even more beautiful. I saw this the other day from Super 70 Sports, and this whole Beltré thing reminds me of it.
That was a great follow.
You may know Jack Youngblood.
Yes.
Oh,
Hacksaw.
yes. This is incredible.
Played with a broken leg.
Yes, he did in a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The story could end there.
And play the Pro Bowl the next week.
But that's where the story goes.
Yeah.
He goes and plays in the Pro Bowl with the same broken leg.
Yeah.
After playing in the Super Bowl, he's now going to turn around a week later for the love of the game. Football guy, tough guy, it's just Jack Youngblood. Broken leg in the Super Bowl. Like that right there.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Legend.
You take it to the next level. Now you're just sort of rubbing it in our faces how much tougher you are than the rest of us. It's almost a bleep hole move, but it's also one of the most respected things I've ever seen.
I think we interviewed Youngblood at the New York Super Bowl or maybe San Francisco or Houston.
That can't be a guy that has his wits about him.
A couple games out of helmet.
We had him on Nosebleeds a couple of years ago.
He's doing the radio road tour. You might be able to shake his hand.
He's a good guy, man. He still has it. I mean, he's not like quite what we were getting wheeled over last year. No disrespect to the Hall of Famers.
He was an actor.
He's still
later in his career.
Still has his
he
wits
should be a
about
stunt devil.
Yeah, he was an actor. He was like a
Evil Knievel
TV cop. I forgot what the show was, but he was on. But yeah, he was a TV cop.
Eagles coach Nick Sirianni meeting with the media today. It's just so juicy that it looks like they're going to keep him.
I'm thinking of Fred Dreyer. My bad.
Fred Dreyer.
Fred Dreyer.
Yeah,
Figure it out,
I was thinking that. I was like, wait, is he talking about Fred Dreyer? I didn't want to make you look like a dumbass.
They were teammates. I believe they were teammates with
the Rams.
Yeah.
I think you need to up your ginkgo biloba milligrams.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying to get better.
No, you're good.
I want to do a show like this Hot Stove guy is with like the snow flying in the background as I'm talking to you on TV.
Where is he, man?
Is that his house?
He in Banff?
He is on the back porch of his house talking why Joe Mauer is one of the greatest Twins ever to play.
God, that's just a flex and a half. Is his wife like a hedge fund manager here?
Is he
the GM?
Is that I don't know who that dude is.
I have no idea who this is.
But he's got one of the best backdrops I've ever seen on a TV.
He does kind of have a GM look about him.
And they're up there in Minnesota, the land of many lakes. He has a house with a giant lake in the background. I would imagine that's the GM or somebody with a very high salary.
Yeah.
Yeah. But congratulations to everybody else that made the Hall of Fame along with Adrien Beltre. So Sirianni's sticking around. That's a dub, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
This is the guy you're going to trust with a rebuild, toxic energy, and over frustration, over emotions.
A lot of infighting.
Mavs host the Suns tonight, 7:30 on ABC. Really fun matchup. KD's been doing some awesome things lately, and we'll get a chance here to see how the Mavs do against a Western Conference power contender. How's that thing?
Playing better. How about playing better? Yeah.
Up and coming contender with a couple old guys who might still be able to do it. G-Bag of the day at 2:30. Execs predicting future destinations for the quarterbacks on the market. That's coming up next right here. The G-Bag Nation, home of the Cowboys and your World Series champion Texas Rangers. Yeah, that's right on 105 through the Fan. Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here in about 8 minutes. We have some executive predictions from the world of pro football. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. And here is the woolly bully, Zach, with an H there with some of those predictions.
Yeah, this was fun. I saw ESPN, Jeremy Fowler, senior NFL Nation reporter, put this out, some 2024 predictions of where some of these quarterbacks will end up. Let's do a little buy or sell here. Russell Wilson will end up with the Las Vegas Raiders. What do you think? In division, staying in the AFC West, gets to play Sean Payton and those Broncos twice a year. Still don't know quite, what they want to do offensively there. Do they want to rock with Aiden O'Connell? They've got Antonio Pierce. They just got in a new GM from the Chargers. Maybe Russell Wilson, his new home could be in Las Vegas.
It's definitely a weird one when it stays in the division like that. I don't feel like you see that very often. And I also would think a defensive-minded head coach who's like a culture guy, he probably doesn't look at Russell Wilson and think, you're what I want. I remember when your entire defense was turning on you and half the organization in Seattle didn't want to be around you. So you are not going to be like Pierce seems like culture beast. Like he's going to start trying to do similar things of like Campbell has done, changing just the toughness of a place and the ability to do actual legitimate winning. I don't think you want to start that deal with Russell Wilson. That seems like a divisive situation.
I'm totally
doesn't seem
likely, very possible there. No.
Tell Jeremy Fowler to get better sources.
Okay. Here's his NFC executive. Now, not an AFC guy, but an NFC exec said the Raiders need a vet. They are one of Wilson's original teams he wanted to go to.
Okay.
He'd stay in the AFC West, the West Coast, and Wilson's wife, Sierra, can do a Las Vegas residency if she wanted to and perform.
I think they're making a bigger deal about that than anything.
All right.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure the whole family's happy.
Yeah,
here.
there you go.
He did bounce back and have the kind of year where you would think, okay, maybe he's not an MVP candidate anymore, but he could be a solid veteran quarterback. I think the price tag and trading for him is kind of prohibitive. I think he's got to go through a cycle where this thing ends in Denver, he hits the free agent market, and somebody can offer him the right deal that matches the salary cap for the kind of player that he is at this stage in his career.
All right, here's the other quarterback one we talked about last week because we played the Kirk Cousins sound of, well, if I had the opportunity to play for Coach Bill Belichick, I'm not going to turn it down. So Kirk Cousins and Bill Belichick will be in Atlanta with the Falcons, and they will win the NFC South next year. He writes, Belichick can help a talented yet underachieving team, and Atlanta is that. And then an AFC exec said Cousins would be a great fit there in Atlanta with Bill.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, Cousins off the Achilles, so I don't know how that really affects the play there. That'll be something to monitor. But on the surface, the combination of Bill Belichick, Kirk Cousins, and what they already have talent-wise there in Atlanta should be enough to be the best team in the worst division. I think that's fair.
Can I just buy half of that, though? I think Belichick's going to Atlanta. I mean, throwing Kirk Cousins on top of that, it does seem like the kind of quarterback he would want.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, that's a lot to predict in there.
It is. I mean, they're going with both and to win the division. The other one's Baker will re-sign with the Bucs. We had a scout.
They'll probably win the division. Yeah.
The Bucs?
No, Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they
do
get Bill,
Belichick,
they got some talent. If they can just find stability at quarterback, they got a good shot. I mean, they've got some good weapons on offense, and we talked about the strides that their defense took this year, and Bill always puts together a pretty good defensive unit.
You've got to tell me who the OC is that place.
Yeah, it's
probably Josh McDaniels.
I am no quarterback. I am not going to go to any place I don't know who that OC is going to be. And the one thing that Belichick has proven is he's yet to get that right. So, but let's see. It might be his old guy that is out there and with the Raiders.
That's the only guy he's ever had success with.
Yeah.
And granted, there was Tom Brady, but they had 1 year with Mac Jones as a rookie where they went 9-8. And Mac Jones has not looked anything like that ever since. Yeah. So I mean,
they have done a nice job investing in skill players, though.
They've got the right team to do this with, but they whoever the OC at that place is, that's the one I want to know.
True.
Well, we got news on a DC. Thank you to Medford for sending this over. This writes Ian Rappaport. Stunner. Dolphins defensive coordinator Dick Fangio is out in Miami. Two sides are mutually parting ways. So who knows what the Dolphins do there, but Dick Fangio is going to be a highly sought-after defensive coordinator, I would imagine. Maybe he's planning on pairing up with Jim Harbaugh and with the Chargers, because Fangio and Harbaugh were together in San Francisco all those years ago.
That's true.
That's like an immediate dot, but I'm also thinking if Dan Quinn moves on, that's a name that the Cowboys could potentially be interested in.
His defenses have given you problems.
I wonder if Fangio already knows that Harbaugh is going to take the Chargers job.
That would be
he asked the Dolphins if he could please get out. Maybe he asked to be out of that contract.
That seems the most likely. That seems the most likely.
Yeah.
How about this one? The Cardinals, and these are just predictions now from executives, but one AFC scout said Cardinals are going to make a playoff run next year. Head coach Jonathan Gannon seems legit, and they can kill it in the draft. If they add some vet pieces in free agency, they can surprise some people. Kyler Murray will be better with a full year coming off the ACL tear, and he did look better. I mean, they played much better towards the end of the season. They knocked off Philadelphia. Arizona, I mean, we forget they were, 11-1 at one point a couple of years ago. Kyler was an MVP favorite, and then they kind of fell apart. But maybe Arizona is one of those surprise teams when we look ahead and peek at the 2024 season.
Yeah, I mean, the way the way their season ended, we saw firsthand versus the front runners, just like the capabilities that this team can have. It all comes down to Kyler Murray for me, but they got an OC there, man. Old Drew Petzing is his name.
Petzing.
No one that name means nothing to you, and I can't tell you anything about his background, but I know that he was raising eyebrows across the football world over the season, going, "Hey, whoever is this play designer in Arizona, he knows what he's doing." So we're going to need to start kicking around on what this dude's background is, because we love to talk about the Shanahan tree or the McSex tree, whatever. But Drew Petzing, I don't know where he comes from, but this is a dude who's legit. So
probably why James Conner looked so dang good there in that game.
Yeah.
And so that could end up being great news for a guy like Kyler.
I mean, they lost to Seattle and Chicago in the last 3 weeks of the season.
They did.
They lost 5 of their last 8, and a lot of those were against good teams. I believe in Kyler Murray and James Conner. I think Arizona does still have a lot of talent left over, but they've just lost so many games. And even after Kyler Murray came back, it didn't fix them this year. It just made them slightly more credible and competitive.
I wonder if it's too early, Wooly Bully, to take Brock Bowers at 3.
Ooh, they would have 2 sensational tight ends, because McBride's pretty damn good for them. And if you add Brock Bowers, who's really just an offensive weapon.
Yeah.
He's not even a guy.
I think they go skill there, but I wonder if that type of that tight end, I see what
would you
you're
go Bowers over Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Man,
because I think quarterbacks are going 1-2.
Yeah. See, that's the thing about, I just kind of wonder, I know it's a play for a tight end at 3 would probably be a bad.
But Bowers is a special player.
He is.
He's
special
unique.
players. Yeah.
A couple of Tolos are making a great point here on the truckwreck.com fan text right now, connecting the Dick Fangio dots back to Philadelphia, where he was the assistant. He was the assistant there last year before going to the Dolphins.
That's right.
And there was, there might be, maybe he ends up in the division with the Eagles if it's not with Harbaugh and the Chargers.
Philly probably looking for some stability and veteran experience there with their coaching staff.
Could very well. Frank Reich and him.
Thank you, Wolchuk. It is time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has the G bag of the day. Here's Lucius.
Slip, slide, trying to provide for the streets. All right, man, let me see what I got for you boys. Might be a shorter G bag of the day situation, because they were replacing the computer back here earlier. And I couldn't, record all of my prep like I wanted to. And there's another reason, too. Tolos nominated Brian Baldinger 2-minute rant on Stephen Jones.
There we go.
Very popular. G-bag of the day right there, so he's taking up a lot of the time there, too. But that's good. We'll get to listen to that. Up first right here, it's the high school basketball commentators. These are our winners so far. 15-year-old Roy Kane, that's what his Twitter says. He says he's 15 years old, out of California. This is high school basketball, but he sounds like he's ready for the pros. Oh, wrong button. Damn.
Jet Kennedy guarding down low, and the steal. I can see a big one.
Freeney.
Oh my God! Sit down, little boy. Let the man fly. I don't care about the technical. He is up in the sky, sending it down, big man. Sam Freeney. Boom, 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 boom. That's a body. put him in the sky and let him fly.
Oh, man.
It's honestly gotten better every time
Yes,
we've heard
dude.
it.
The way he says Sam Freeney, like
Sam Freeney. I like that Sam Freeney part. It's so hilarious that he went viral for using gang slang. Oh. It's just gang slang. About murdering people. 100% gang slang about murdering people. Wow. And everybody else says it too. Smoking on that Lions pack. Yeah. That's gang slang. And matter of fact, the person that whose mother who's connected to that slang situation, their son died.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you gotta think about that. You gotta think about that every time you say it.
Damn it.
Smoking on that so-and-so pack. Yeah, well, somebody's son died for you to smoke on that pack and sound cool on the internet.
Not gonna use those phrases
Well,
anymore.
you know, hey, I'm just,
No, you're educating.
Sometimes I'll be, my third eye be wide open sometimes, bro. I can't help it. Somebody's going to get mad at me for saying that. Yeah.
every once in a while it just gets poked.
He gets poked. All right, let's see here. How about drive-through singing? Oh. You guys ever been in a drive-through after hanging out at the clubs or whatnot?
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe a Whataburger drive-through is what I've seen a lot.
The Whataburger drive-through is usually the go-to. That or T-Bell.
Jack in the Box.
Yep, Jack in the Box. Pretty excited. There's like a whole lot of drunk people that probably shouldn't be driving in those drive-through lines. Hopefully, if you've got a designated driver that's actually driving you.
Yes.
Well, here's two guys that they became friends in the drive-through line because they started singing.
Look, I want my burger.
Yeah.
Good Lord, because my stomach just keep growling.
Brilliant.
Found you a friend, maybe a new music partner.
Awesome.
Got some collab and make a YouTube account together.
Very good.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to beat for me.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to beat for you already.
I do like some good burger content.
Yeah. Yeah, you do, man. You were the original. Try to find the best DFW burger. You was the original guy.
Another day, another burger, we called it.
You sure did.
I wonder what that consensus ended up being.
I made a top 5, and I just said all these are fantastic. I couldn't choose.
Wow.
Yeah.
5-way tie for gold.
There we go.
So long ago. But the Grape on Greenville, Wingfields. You had what was the other place? Hop Dottie's.
Ooh, Hop Dottie's is good.
It's a good burger.
You had the one in Deep Ellum, the Angry Dog,
Sean and
something else.
Angry Dog has a good burger because I used to go there for like dogs.
No, it was a place next to the Angry Dog. Now that I think about it, it was a place down there next to it.
What about Rodeo Goat?
I got my truck booted down there again. That one. Rodeo Goat came in after.
Must have been a weekday.
Okay.
Was it a weekday? You were down there?
Yes.
Yeah, you can't mess around, bro. Only on the weekends.
I'm like, I was just being there for 30 minutes. Give me a burger real quick.
Well, man, one of the best burgers I've ever had in my entire life was at the State Fair, Texas.
Whoa.
Juicy Texas Tailgate. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Juicy Texas Tailgate has one of the best burgers I've ever had in my entire life. I showed
Sounds
up
like a great name for a restaurant.
3 times to go get that burger.
Oh, I forgot about Maple and Motor.
Yes,
Spot over there is outstanding.
You did say that. You did say that. And something about grape something.
Yeah, the Grape. The Grape on Greenville. They only do burgers on Sundays.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a special thing.
It's like a fine dining spot, but they do burgers on Sunday.
Yeah. I also went out and figured it out for you folks.
I was thinking about Twisted Root down there. Twisted Root in Deep Ellum.
Yeah.
Kangaroo.
Roger Rabbit. Rabbit.
Yeah. Oh, I'm Elvis. Sorry.
Yeah.
Great root beers, though, like legit root beers.
Yeah, good root beers. All right, here's Brian Broaddus. They call it a rant. I don't know if it's a rant. Is it a rant, Broaddus? Do you want to call it a rant?
You can call it whatever you want, Lucius. Yeah, I'll call it a rant. That's
All
fine.
right.
Yeah, sure.
Here we go. Here's Brian Broaddus.
This is Stephen Jones's team right now. And if Jerry's number one fault is handing it off to somebody that's ultra conservative that way, then go ahead and blame him. But right now, I think the blame's going the wrong direction here myself.
So it needs to be Steven. Steven needs to be in the blame.
I think when you start to talk about when they don't want to change. They
Both are to
don't want Bill Belichick walking in here or Jim Harbaugh walking in here and saying, we need to do this differently personnel-wise. I don't like the way we're doing this personnel-wise. I don't like this. They don't want that. They don't want that. It's easy for them now. Mike's not going to get in their way about personnel. Mike's not going to get in their way and say, oh, well, like I want him to go in there and say, hey, we need to do something different here. He's not. He's not going to do it different. It's totally comfortable for the way that these guys operate now.
It is.
They don't have anybody questioning their personnel moves. They get to draft. They get to sign players, their own players. They don't do things that the guy in Philadelphia does or people who are fighting for their jobs. That's what this football team is.
Yeah.
They've handed it off from a guy who used to do crazy-ass things, and I was part of the crazy-ass things he did.
Heck yeah, you were.
You know what?
You
The
were a bad
crazy-ass
mofo.
I almost said S word there.
Yeah.
The crazy-ass stuff
almost said
will
S,
get you
yeah.
fired. But he handed it off, and that's where we are now. That's where we are with this football team. They don't want to change because it's they could operate in the way that they're comfortable operating. That's the whole.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And it ain't Jerry. Jerry's just stepping back. He's 81 years old, but he still has all the titles and stuff. But he ain't in there rolling up his sleeves doing the nuts and bolts stuff. It's Stephen Jones doing this stuff.
Oh, you said that man's name, cuz.
Yes.
I did.
Oh, you said that man's name, bro.
I did.
Yes.
I like that because it focuses where it should be. And maybe if Steve's feeling the heat a little bit, he'd actually pick up a paper and figure out how to do his job better.
Shut up, Brian.
You're doing your part,
Well,
Brian.
hats off to you. That's a good take and everything on your radio station.
Yeah, I tell you what, I was over there doing the radio.
At the end of the day, you really don't know what's going on over here.
Yeah.
A lot of different ways to skin a cat there, Brian.
Well, obviously, we fired you 20 years
Obviously.
ago.
You don't know what's
obviously
happening
you
here.
did. Yeah,
Much
you did.
better without you, Brian.
No doubt.
Oh, that was wild. Hey!
All right, let's vote. Is it Brus on why we should blame Steve? Is it Friends in the drive-through line, Instant Friends?
Man,
they were singing about their burgers.
That was a good one.
Or is it the champion or high school play-by-play call of Sam Freeney with a monster dunk? Put him in the sky and let him fly.
Hey, Odell hit me up on the text, said it's Twisted Root. I don't know what you said.
Yeah. I came
Did
back
you say-
with Twisted Root.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
Took me a while to get there. but
It was the angry dog at first.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, I get it.
Yes, I messed it. Yep.
Appreciate you, Odell, though, for looking out for you, boy.
Thank you, Odell.
I get it.
The 972 says the Grape is closed, but the chef there now works at the Heights in Lakewood and makes the same burger.
Oh.
So if you're looking for that burger, that's
How
where
far
it
is
is.
Lakewood?
That's
from
the
here?
chef right there.
Not very
Lakewood's
far,
not
right?
very far.
15
No.
minutes or so.
Might have to pick those up for a Friday one day.
Okay, is
Better
it
than a knife?
I'm going to vote for Broadus. How about you, Chief?
I'm gonna go with the champ, but that brought us up was gold.
Lucius?
Shoot, man. Hey, Lucian, I get a birthday shout out. I'm 41. What is your name?
Yeah.
You're 41 years old. I want to give you a birthday shout out. Oh, hey, man. Happy birthday to you. Let's see. I'm going to go with Broadus.
Yeah, I'll go with Broadus.
Brian?
I'm going to go through the drive-through guys.
I knew you would. You did the right thing, but you still win 3-1. And congrats once again to Brian Broadus, your G-Bag of the Day champion. Has not held down that spot since he got drunk at the Rangers parade.
That's true.
You're back, baby.
Yep.
Where are you taking us next?
I'll tell you what, I've got questions always for my guys. We'll do those next.
Okay, it's still wet out there. It's slick, and it's drying out a little bit. Hopefully we could get into some better weather. But if you've been hit recently, an accident, not your fault, and the other guy's trying to blame
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. By the way, that 41-year-old, he's named Chris. And apparently he met us in
happy birthday, Chris.
Yeah, Chris, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah, salute to you, and happy birthday to everybody else whose birthday it is that did not get an opportunity to text in and get a shout out there from LA. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Brus.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Couple of announcements I have here. Love of the Star, new podcast that Bobby and I did last night, kind of getting into the offseason a little bit. That's out right now. If you want to give that a listen after our show, please do. We've got draft shows coming up, too, on DallasCowboys.com on Tuesdays and Thursdays every week. Really looking forward to working with all the guys and gals over there, and especially working with Zach, because I know he works really, really hard on the draft. So we'll get you covered as far as that goes. And then I also want to say to all you folks out there that don't ever think we go after the Joneses, we do. We they don't pay us to say things or tell us what to say. I was over at my job this morning at DallasCowboys.com, and nobody came up and said anything to me about anything I said yesterday. So I do appreciate about the Joneses. They probably don't like everything we say, but when we feel like we need to go after them, we go after them. So.
Is that Brian Broaddus in there?
Yeah.
I remember Jerry said that during the first interview with Brian Broaddus.
Yeah.
Is that Brian Broaddus in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 14 years working with that man. So, but yeah, I appreciate that.
Steve's probably like, don't worry, Dad, I'll kick his ass if it comes to it.
Exactly. Two big guys wrestling around out there in the.
That'd be legendary. You fighting Steve.
Gosh. We're about the same age.
Yeah. And the same size.
Yeah. I'm afraid of his brother-in-law, John Hickman. His brother-in-law is a tough SOB. I saw we were at Wichita Falls one time.
Nobody jump in.
Yeah, but he might. It might be third man in a hockey fight.
I'll take John. I got your back.
No, you won't.
I want to see you go with Steve.
I tell you what, man, I saw
John.
John.
The livest 45 seconds we've ever seen.
Yeah, it'd be two guys awesome. Rolling around just out of breath. Just
I'll take the under
sweating.
On that,
you want to stop yet?
Yeah,
shaking and hugging after the fight. That was a good one.
I tap.
Both go get in a Whataburger and a Miller Lite.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be Steven and I going after it for sure. All right, I always have questions for my guys, and I appreciate their answers they always give. Dawson, I'll start with you on this one.
Let's rock.
Because you're really good at this kind of stuff.
Thank you. Yeah.
Is the pressure of playing or coaching for this team too much for some of these players and coaches? Is the pressure of playing or coaching for this organization too much for some of these guys?
I think it is, but I think competition can be too much for a lot of people in a lot of different situations. But really, it comes down to what happens when you lose that can, become too much. I think when the good times are happening, though, it can become a distraction, and it's too easy for these guys. I think because the national media and us are constantly talking about them as real-life contenders.
Yeah.
You have to be terrified of failure. You have to think failure is around every corner, and you have to work tirelessly to avoid it. And I think that's the trap is, people telling them how great they are constantly.
Yeah, I don't know if it's as much as pressure as it is just like there's a sense of entitlement a little bit. But I'm sure for some players that affects it. And I don't know if Dak has gotten to the point, maybe early on you're a little bit naive to it and you're the rookie quarterback and you're like, I'm kind of, caution to the wind a little bit. The pressure's not really on me. Year in, year out now, that pressure just builds and builds and builds. And the transgressions over the last almost 30 years of not winning a Super Bowl, that feels like it's on you, the player. And for a guy like Dak who's been here now and he has to own 9 years of that I can imagine that builds and builds. You're the rookie. Hey, it's all good. Everything's cool. I got no pressure on me. We're here having fun. 9 years later, the perspective is probably quite a bit different.
Yeah, and I think when Mike McCarthy said during his press conference last week that the last 28 years, he's told the players that's not on them. That means that he's thinking about it and it's weighing on them.
Yeah.
Right. So, the last 4 years is most of it is on that coaching staff and those players. But before that, they didn't really have any control of the failures this organization does, but it keeps being brought up. So they're lumped into that. So I think yes. And then you add in all the distractions that also come with playing for the Dallas Cowboys and in that building, which I'm sure we'll get to Troy Aikman's comments a little bit later. I think is very true.
Yeah, I think that for some of these coaches and I think it's taken Mike McCarthy 4 years to figure out what he's up against here in Dallas when it comes to dealing, with the way that we mentioned with the way the Joneses and the way they handle their media. And we appreciate the media and stuff that they give us, but working here is a different. And I don't know if most players or all players are built for this place or all coaches are built for this place. I think to get over the hump, it's going to have to be, that's going to have to change. You're going to have to figure that out. To be able to get into have some playoff success. All right, question I have for you guys, and this came last night from Bobby and I. We were doing our podcast, and a gentleman named Matt Holleran asked this question to us. We take questions from our fans, and Matt's question was, which of these following hypothetical duos would you pick to bring back in free agency? I'm going to give you a pair of Cowboys that are possible free agents. And you're going to have to tell me which one you would want to bring back. Or, in a way, this is the group I would want to bring back. The other ones get sent away forever.
Okay.
You don't get, these guys are done. You're picking a pair to go forward, and everybody else that I give you is completely done. Chief, you ready for this one?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to give you the names, and everybody can go from here. You got Tyron Smith and Dorrance Armstrong as the first pair.
That's a nice pair.
I'll give you all of them, though.
Give me all the pairs.
Give you all the pairs. Here, Jordan Lewis and Tyler Biadasz.
Okay.
Stephon Gilmore and Dante Fowler. Tony Pollard and Jonathan Hankins. Those are your four groups. Smith, Armstrong, Lewis, Biadasz, Gilmore, Fowler, Pollard, Hankins. You'd only get to pick one of those two, and the rest are no longer part of your organization.
It's either Gilmore, Fowler, or Tyron Smith and Dorrance Armstrong. I'd probably go with Tyron Smith and Dorrance Armstrong.
Reason?
Well, Tyron Smith proved that he is still a legit player, and as long as there's a contingency plan in place for his inevitable injuries, then I think you still have one of the better left tackles in the league. And Dorrance Armstrong is Dorrance Armstrong was, I believe, second in sacks on the team. Young, decent player. Don't think he's going to cost you much.
How about you there, Wooly Bully?
And he plays special teams and stuff.
Who was Pollard paired with?
Pollard was paired with Hankins.
Hankins, that's right. Damn it. Okay, that's tough. Because I do really want Hankins back. I think you need him. But I do think it comes down. I'm not doing Lewis and Biotish. I think that one's an easy one to get rid of because you need to improve over center. Like Tyler Biotish, you got to improve there. To me, it probably is. I think it's Gilmore Fowler. And it's just because of the splash plays we talked about with Fowler. Like, for whatever reason, that guy, when he's on the field, there's something good that's generally happening. And then for Gilmore, is he getting a little slower? Does he maybe just have a year left? But I do want a contingency plan in place that's not just a rookie that I draft, that if Trayvon Diggs is not at full strength in the beginning of the season, I know I've got a veteran corner that I can plug and play and feel good about it. So I'll lean Gilmore and Fowler.
General?
Lewis and Biotish, Dunsky.
Okay.
Pollard and Hank, Dunsky.
Okay.
The only guy I'd keep Pollard with, a couple of guys. I mean, if you paired Pollard with the best players on the team, I'd still be like, crap, we got to keep telling Pollard, but we're keeping this dude. Gilmore, getting old. We'll see what the salary is, but right now I'm going to say no because I bet another team will pay him based on name and reputation. He's very close to the cliff, and we might have seen his last games on this side of the cliff. Can't risk it unless it's super cheap. I'm going with Tyrant and Dorrance.
I picked last night. I picked Tyrants and Dorrance as well. I thought what happened in the left tackle spot. I think they figured out a plan about him. Now Zach and I are looking at a lot of players. This draft's really good for some offensive tackles. If you want to move on from Tyron Smith, you're going to be able to grab a quality offensive tackle down there at the bottom of the board. And they've done a great job with plug and play guys. So. But I think they figured out how to use Tyron Smith, how not to practice him. I know I'm probably going to miss him for a couple of games, but if they're not going to move Tyler Smith at all, that's the option I'm going to look at is bringing Tyron Smith back. So that's the one I chose. Gentlemen, thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Most days at 3, we head for the NFL news of the day, and today is like most days. Chuck, where are you taking us?
We got some coaching updates, shirtless celebrations, and the NFL All-Rookie team. That's next.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Time for Zach Wolchuk to deliver the NFL news of the day. And here's Zach.
Coaching news is fast and furious right now. We did have about an hour ago the update that Vic Fangio would be mutually parting ways with the Miami Dolphins, and Adam Schefter reporting that it seems as though the Philadelphia Eagles were set to hire him as their new defensive coordinator. Deal would be expected soon. Was a part of the organization last year with Filthy, and that makes sense. You play the Cowboys twice a year, and that Dick Fangio defense has given Dak Prescott some issues over the past when he was with Denver, and then, of course, most recently this past season against the Dolphins on the road in Miami. We also have news. Boomer Esiason reporting on his morning show today that it's a lock. Ben Johnson, Lions offensive coordinator, is going to be the next head coach of the Washington Commanders. Now, that's not official. This is just Boomer reporting from his sources. He believes it is a lock that Ben Johnson's going to Washington. So that's another new coach within the division.
Then, and how worried should we be about that? I mean, there's Shanahan coaching tree stuff in there, but it's like a really slight, twice removed type of deal, right?
Yeah.
Where they worked together once back in the day.
Had a little cup of coffee.
You know, I think at some point the Shanahan coaching tree is going to branch out and other people are going to study it, how to teach it.
Yeah.
And there will be other coaching trees basically coming off of, you know, what he is doing. And I think Ben Johnson might be a piece of that. So that actually does give me some anxiety with him going to Washington. You know, I was hoping they would, you know, rely on an old crusty figure from the past.
Be nice, you know, go a retread route.
Yeah, and he's really been a Dan Campbell guy. Ben Johnson, it was like Boston College, and then he worked with the Dolphins when Dan Campbell was there. And remember, Campbell was the interim head coach for the Dolphins at one point for a stretch.
Sure.
And so Ben Johnson was there, and then he went to Detroit and started as the offensive quality control in 2019.
So
and then
this the start of the Dan Campbell tree?
This might be, I guess this is the Dan Campbell tree, or this is, this is the Dan Campbell tree, and maybe Ben Johnson will start his own branch that feels like a Shanahan type branch at some point here. In the coming years, we'll see what Detroit does, you know, promoting from within perhaps, or where do they go to replace him. But yeah, he seems like one of these young offensive guys that if you're a team in need for a head coach, that's sort of the archetype. We'll see if it works out. You never know with these things. There's so much more. You can be a brilliant play caller, play designer, whatever. That doesn't mean you're going to end up being a good head coach. Yeah. So, or maybe he's got all those other quality twos, and you know, and he's going to be a head coach stud. But this is what, if I was a Commanders fan, I'd be like, hey, this is the type of guy I want to go for. We'll see if he works, but it seems like the process here was right where it should be.
And I think it'll depend really on who they take.
Well, they've got a lot of picks and they've got a lot of cap space, so they can make their team. They could turn that thing around pretty. But it's a big job. I mean, you know, here you got the new general manager has that San Francisco roots, so you know that's going to be an aggressive type of approach. When it comes to building the team, it's gonna be about you know, when you interview guys, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to draft you players, but you got to tell me the type of guy you want. You know, they don't care about the costs of running backs and things like that. You know, if you prove to them, the 49ers, that you can, you know, they bring your players, they're going to coach them up and they're going to find ways to do it. That's the thing that I fear, that all of a sudden they kind of fear. They've got some talented players, especially at skill. Those wide receivers and stuff are
for the Commanders.
And they've got legitimate with Robinson. They got a legitimate back. I think their thing is that, to me, who they hire as their defensive coordinator and how much are they willing to just take this draft and try and do the best they can to get a quarterback first and then go get defensive pieces, because that clearly is where they need to go.
And I would think if you're one of these young quarterbacks being drafted at the top, that's a place that now is super desirable. You're like, at least I know my offense is going to be legit. I mean, maybe this guy sucks as a head coach and the defense sucks or whatever, but my offense, I'm going to have a guy nurturing me as a play caller, play designer that is somebody that's making Jared Goff do what he's doing right now.
I wonder if there's a quarterback that they value more than, say, a Drake May. who would likely be supposedly the second best quarterback.
Well, maybe it's your guy at LSU.
Could be Jaden Daniels.
I've seen that. Now, I'm not going to say it's just because it's LSU, but I've seen Jaden Daniels go from near the mid pack of the board to now starting to talk about him in the
top five.
Three. Yeah. So I wonder, he's not going to be for everybody just because of his weight. He's 6'3", he's 205 pounds. He's a slight, slim guy. But, man, he is a super talented guy with the ball in his hand.
Sure is. It's very impressive what he's been able to do. I just wonder if maybe we'll get let off the hook because he's been able to do it with such great players in Detroit. You know, you look at the line, the tight end, the quarterback can manage the game, good wide receivers. It's like, I'm super creative, and we're running through all these different holes because our offensive line is doing great.
I think the thing that really sets the Commanders apart, they're going to need the quarterback. There's no question. That offensive line, though, had its issues at different times. It really, really did.
We also have Mike Vrabel. He's going to fly to Charlotte for a meeting with the Panthers tomorrow after he visits with the Falcons today, according to Jeff Darlington. So his coaching possibilities are starting to heat up a little bit. I know a lot of people keep asking, what about Mike Vrabel as a defensive coordinator? I still think he's going to land one of these head coaching jobs, but it's been a little bit slow moving for him. And then the Harbaugh stuff is interesting. He was supposed to go have a second interview with Atlanta today. He's not. Now, he might reschedule that interview in the future, but reports are that he apparently is going to take, we talked yesterday, the Chargers job, and he might potentially take some of his staff from Michigan with him.
Yeah.
So the Wolverines are in total standby mode. So if he does, if he gets the Chargers job, per a league source, offensive coordinator could be Greg Roman. Defensive coordinator could be Jesse Minter, who he'd take from Michigan with him. And special teams coordinator would be Jay Harbaugh, according to Mike Garafolo. And, of course, that is another family member there in the Harbaugh family. But Sharon Moore would be expected to replace him. Jay Harbaugh is one of the Wolverines' top recruiters on their staff. And also Minter, another integral part of the Michigan coaching staff. So Michigan not only could lose their coach, but they could lose some of their best recruiters and staff to go along with Jim to the Chargers. Crazy.
Yeah, that's why they're hanging on for desperation and trying to pursue any angle to keep him because they know they're probably going back to where they were before he got there.
Joe Brady got the bleep can from the Packers. They played well in the 2 playoff games, but he's gone now.
Joe Barry?
Joe Barry. Yep.
Joe Barry.
Joe Barry, excuse me. Joe Barry's gone. Eagles also interviewing former Cardinals head coach Cliff Kingsbury. He's making the rounds now with these interviews to be offensive coordinator. So we talked a little bit about Frank Reich maybe getting that job.
Sure.
They're at least having a conversation there with Cliff.
I mean, Joe Barry, he had to go. Everybody had. I mean, there was a ton. There's a laundry list of quarterbacks that sort of had career days versus his defense, Dak Prescott not included. But if you're Mike McCarthy, don't you give him a ring? Say, dude, can you just let
me know what the hell you did?
Yeah. What did you see from my offense that you were able to completely suffocate it and make it look like
got cover 4.
It didn't belong?
I think the cover 4 thing is a problem for Dak. I think when you start to play quarters coverage against him, it muddies his view of the field. Single high stuff, he sees seams, he sees the ability of the crossers and stuff. I just think that when they drop 4 on him and put 2 in the flat, it muddies that look for him because that's what they played in that game, and it was a problem for Dak. And other teams have played a combination. They've played 4 and 6 against him, where we talk about half man, half zone, with that. That's another way that anybody that plays Dak, I think, tries to mess with his eyes. And I mean, mess with his eyes with the number of shirts that he sees in the secondary. I think that's the best way to play against Dak. If you ask me, I think that's what Joe Barry would probably tell you too. I don't think he's a big cover 4 guy, but I think he just saw other teams playing against Dak and having a little success doing it.
Well, we did make it official today with the hiring of Brian Callahan, former Bengals offensive coordinator. Titans have promoted Rand Carthon as well as Chad Brinker. He's been promoted to president of football operations. The Titans are getting their stuff situated over there.
What was Carthon's title? I thought he was a GM to begin with.
I think he might have been assistant, and now he's just officially the general manager.
Well,
so they're making.
Oh, I thought he was the general manager.
They're making some moves, and maybe he also got a pay raise as well. I know him and Vrabel kind of didn't see eye to eye. So like Vrabel's whole thing was I wanted him to be the assistant GM, and then that was part of the reason why Vrabel got fired there as well.
Okay.
So he's been promoted to GM and Executive Vice President. So those are his two titles now for Rand Carthen. So congratulations to him. He's moving on up. We'll see how he does in the draft. They're going to need a very impressive draft. The big talk on Sunday, though, was, of course, Jason Kelce, shirtless, jumping out of the suite. That was a blast. We got the New Heights episode out today. Here's a brief clip of Jason Kelce and Travis talking about the celebration.
I'm not gonna lie, I gave Kylie a heads up. The moment we got into the suite, I said, I'm taking my shirt off and I'm jumping out of that suite. And she said, Jason, don't you dare. I was like, hey, just letting you know what's happening. I'm not asking for permission. I'm doing this.
Once a Kelce man's determined, there's no stopping him.
I'm not asking for permission. I'm doing this. Travis also said Tay, not Taylor, but Tay, as he calls her, loved Jason. So this wasn't.
Yeah, he looked like the life of the party.
He was. He's a beast.
I would say as soon as he walked in and they showed the first video of him and he was just in a T-shirt.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, nobody else is in just a T-shirt. I know he's in a suite, but it's an open air suite.
Yeah.
You know, he probably had that beer parka packed on by then already.
The first thing,
he was tailgating with Bills fans and stuff. He was out there getting after it.
Yeah, he had on like this stocking cap and a jacket, and I saw him doing shots out of a bowling ball. That's the first.
See that.
Yes, it was the bowling ball. I didn't understand that. What's the deal with bowling ball shots?
I think they probably fill up all three holes, and you just hit them all. Hit all three of the holes there.
It's like a beer out of a boot, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So it comes out of all three holes at one time.
Hold on,
you're throwing it on your face.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you're just dousing yourself. But
that might be a bet payoff. I think.
I was gonna say because that has to be the most disgusting thing that you could conceivably drink out of.
In it. Yeah. That or an old gym
potential
shoe.
trifecta.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so Bills fans and Eagles fans are related. Eagles fans are more toxic, obnoxious, and violent.
Yes.
But Bills fans are more like degenerate alcoholics and a little
creative.
dirtier.
I think a little more creative.
Very dirty.
I think
creative.
I think they're very creative.
But it's all like sort of in the name of good fun.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing malicious about it. But
They're just being tacky.
Yeah, and they definitely got a screw loose.
For sure.
But they're much more lovable. I didn't understand. I'm glad you brought that up. The bowling ball boozing. It's not something I've seen before. I didn't know if that was a Buffalo thing, a Bills Mafia thing, or did somebody just randomly decide as they were loading up for the tailgate, I should bring my bowling ball, just in case Jason Kelce stops by.
Maybe he wants to play.
I think the Bowling Hall of Fame is actually here in Dallas. So I thought maybe that it was going to be like a.
That should be a front runner's bit at the tailgate.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, you think Trayvon Diggs was out there cheering on his brother, doing the same thing, shirtless, jumping up around and everything? But we love him the same, you think?
Dude, I'd be impressed.
Situation?
I'd be impressed that his ACL recovery got to a point where he's able to jump around. Like, wow, man, he's healing fast.
My man had on a designer jacket, and I don't think he took that thing off.
You think we love him the same?
Oh, we love him absolutely.
No, we
I'm just making sure.
We do like
it'd be awesome.
We like the fat guy more though.
There's something about the husky man.
Yeah. And alcoholism, all the alcoholism.
Yeah,
let's go.
Absolutely.
But if it was AB, we'd be like, oh my God, the CTE.
That's CTE.
I think I got some CTE news a little bit later on in the program. It might involve Antonio Brown. It definitely involves Chandler Jones.
Okay, those two.
What if it was Dak?
With the CTE nose?
No, I'm talking about just going up there, having a good time, doing all the shots and shirt off. You think we'd be like
the week after losing in the playoffs?
The week after losing. But look, Kelce, what? They lost 5
exactly. Yeah, 100%.
I don't think the Dak thing would go over well.
I don't think it'll go over well either.
Not at all.
Unfocused quarterback. Let's go.
What the hell?
You can't have that.
See how much that loss meant to you.
Is Kelce retired? I mean, is he done?
Not officially.
Unofficially.
But he's got like 1 foot out the door.
Well, Schefter reported it. So it feels like Jason Kelce just wanted to be able to do his own retirement rollout. But he opened up his mouth a little bit.
He's not sure.
Once Schefter catches on, Schefter's like, hey, dude, I'm reporting this. This is my job.
You're retired, bro.
I know you don't want me to, but I am.
We've got the all-rookie team that's been announced. Surprise, surprise. CJ Stroud is your quarterback.
Cowboys have anybody on it?
Cowboys don't have anybody on this rookie team. I mean, TJ Bass, I think, made a really good attempt. If he had gotten more playing time, he might have had an opportunity.
Old T-Bass.
Shamir Gibbs and Bijan are your running backs. Wide receiver Jordan Addison and Puka Nacua. Tight end Sam Laporta. Center is Joe Tippmann from the New York Jets. Guards are Steve Avila from the LA Rams, TCU.
Oh, man, I should have liked him more.
How about Osiris Torrance from
the Bills?
Liked
him more, too.
Yeah, he was there in the second round. Instead, Cowboys
He was an all
rookie team member.
guy.
Ouch.
They could have taken either one.
Hey, who's the one, though, Was it Berger or something like that?
Bergeron.
Matthew Bergeron.
Bergeron, but he's not an all-rookie guy, is he?
No, he was a tackle, and he did not make the first team. DeJuan Jones, the Browns, and then Darnell Wright. And DeJuan Jones was another one of these guys that kept sliding.
Yeah.
Darnell Wright, we love. Defense, Will Anderson, who's now a Pro Bowler. He's taken Max Crosby's spot. Shout out to him.
Gosh, this is making me sad.
Jalen Carter, Kobe Turner, defensive lineman from the Rams. You've got Jack Campbell and Ivan Pace, another one that the league looked over because he was short.
Too short.
Byron Young from the Rams. Corners, my dude Joey Porter Jr., Devin Witherspoon, and safeties Jordan Battle and Jair Brown from the 49ers.
Got that corner right.
Yeah.
That Porter there.
And our kicker didn't even make it as the all-rookie team member
because Anders Carlson.
Oh. And I guess because of the USFL deal, he didn't count.
Okay, well,
which I think is ridiculous.
Yeah, always hating on the front runners.
He's a
man.
rookie NFL player. He should have counted.
Does it make you a little? Does it bug you though? It's kind of making me even more sad. So the Cowboys drafted a guy who, of course, in the first round, he's not on the all-rookie team.
Mm-hmm.
But we can't even qualify it with, but the guy that they were going to take, like that they were 50-50 on, he was a badass. They knew what they were doing with him because he made the all-rookie team. Nope. A couple other guys that they didn't want to draft there are the ones that are ultimately the all-rookie guys.
Yeah.
So even if they went away from Ozzie Smith, they would have just gone to another guy who was at least not good enough. I don't know if he's a bust. I don't know if he's like to the Mozzie level of disappointment, but he certainly isn't as much as the other guards that were picked a few picks later.
I remember when the Cowboys took CeeDee Lamb and Brian joined us the next day. Were you on the show officially full-time then?
No,
you weren't. You
no.
were still a guest.
Yeah.
And because the draft's on Thursday, you joined us on Fridays at 1 o'clock for the longest time in the G-Bag Nation.
Yeah.
And I remember talking to you and you said, man, this can set them up to go on a great run because they just trusted their process, let the best player come to them.
Right.
That run ended last April.
Yeah.
Where they got cute.
They got cute.
They paid for it in a big way.
Yep. Got cute.
Here's your NFL news of the day.
Thank you, old Chuck. Always look forward to it. Most days at 3
Wow.
o'clock here on the G-Bag Nation.
That was a good dismount.
Thank you.
Last week there was some struggle bus
I've been
going.
trying to improve there. You know, you've been
There
you've been calling me out.
How about that, Gavin? Like you'd like, and he just stopped. He'd
Yeah.
say something like, "And Mozzie Smith."
Well, I saw the look like,
And
you
he'd
done?
stop.
I was like, we're good. Let's move on.
Still sabotage it. I mean, that was a hell of a dismount.
Tried.
You just
You
had to
tried?
keep talking, didn't you, Brian?
I did.
Brian Baldinger's coming up at 4 o'clock. Eric Chiafalo has some content coming up at 3:40. NFL Conference Championship facts to know, an MVP showdown. The flawless streak, will it continue? And what about Detroit on the road? It's all coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
G-Bag's Brian Broaddus setting records with his Lump of the Star podcast. 1.2 million.
very entertaining. I think you should stick around for it. And at 4 o'clock, Brian Baldinger, our Odyssey NFL Insider, who's brought to you by Old Spice. He's going to rock the house, do a tremendous interview. We'll talk Cowboys, we'll talk Eagles, but we'll also talk about the conference championships. And, of course, Chief's going to probably, at some point ask him some questions about his bathroom habits.
There's no question.
Showering?
Yeah.
Old Spice questions of the day.
Old Spice questions of the day.
Of course.
It's a sponsored bit here, and I think we've grown closer. Our bonding with Baldy over the course of the last couple of weeks has just been through the roof, man.
Yes.
So, and our respect levels have skyrocketed for him. So shout out to Mr. Breakdown.
I mean, I always thought he was just cool. He had a great name, Baldinger. Good name. But it's gone next level last couple of weeks. Here we go to CBSSports.com. 24 NFL Conference Championship game facts to know. The MVP showdown, Mahomes' flawless streak, Lions on the road. We salute Douglas Clawson for the content here. And the first thing to know about this is passing the torch. Either Tom or Patrick have started a conference championship game in each of the last 13 postseasons. It's been either Tom or Pat at this level. Brady made the conference title game in 8 straight seasons from 11 to 18. Mahomes' 6-year streak overlapped with Brady starting in 2018. Those are the 2 longest streaks by quarterbacks in NFL history. Mahomes has made this round in every season as a full-time starter. I think it's clear there's one of 2 ways to get this done. You have quite possibly the greatest quarterback of your generation, or you build a great roster. And I think it's very notable that these are the 2 paths. And the Cowboys are going with neither one of them. That's the thing that sucks. There's actually a third path, which is overpay for the rest of your roster and just sacrifice the future, which is what the Rams and the Eagles and the 49ers have done. And I'm waiting for the Cowboys to just pick one of those. There's 4 ways you can team build around a quarterback. The Cowboys happen to be stuck on the one that has proven to not get you to this point of the playoffs.
That's true. And they don't want to change, right?
Oh, man.
They're comfortable with the way it is.
Tell
They have the fear from 2000 probably to 2005 or 6 where they didn't have a quarterback. They don't want to go back into quarterback purgatory.
Yeah. Bobby mentioned that as well this morning. I thought that was a good point, Zach, to bring up. And I think you can't be scared.
I agree.
In investment markets, in competition, in whatever sort of industry you got, if you're playing scared, you ain't winning.
Yeah, but when you know deep down the only reason you've landed on these things throughout your time is you got lucky. Like you either had the number 1 overall pick or you got lucky with Romo, you got lucky with with Dak.
Yeah.
So when you know that, like, man, the only time I ever get a quarterback since I had Aikman is just getting lucky. Because
Jerry will tell you that was luck too. Just having the number 1 pick at the time Troy's coming out.
No, for sure.
Guess who will take
into
him?
place.
There's some level of luck in all of this, but I mean, when you can't feel like now, if you would have identified Paxton Lynch as the guy and boom, here we go, or if you just would have identified Dak Prescott, we knew Dak was the guy. So when everybody thought he was a 4th rounder, we drafted him in the 1st. We drafted him in the 2nd. Okay, but you're like, man, we wanted like 3 other. They wanted Paxton Lynch. They wanted Connor Cook. Like, okay, I guess we'll go this Prescott route,
We'll settle.
And then boom, here we are.
Yeah, they thought it was a long-term project.
Yeah.
I think I remember hearing at the time they thought he was the equivalent of Jameel Showers.
Oh, they thought they had Jameel Showers. Well, they thought that, yeah, exactly. You're exactly right. That they've already thought Wade Wilson was the real reason why they pushed really hard for Dak. He was the one guy that, much like
R.I.P., by the way.
Yeah, much like Dick Rabine did, another R.I.P., that he's the guy that pushed for Tom Brady up in New England. Sometimes my friend John Dorsey's the one that convinced Andy Reid and them to go up in Kansas City. And what happened? John lost his job the next year. There's guys that they have this vision for the players. Me personally, I think Dak has exceeded anything you ever would have believed him coming out of Mississippi State.
Yeah.
It's just beyond anything you could ever imagine him as a quarterback. You said you're going to have this kind of career.
Yeah, it's
coming out of Mississippi State. People would have gone, really? Man, no, not that guy. But man, he's played at a super, super high level for, and you talk about a little bit of a luck, but you got to have people that are willing to have that vision that kind of push things through.
Second thing to know about this conference championship slate, facts to know. Lamar Jackson will win MVP this year, and Patrick Mahomes won last year, making their matchup the 3rd between the last 2 MVP quarterbacks in playoff history, along with Tom versus Mahomes in 18. And Favre, versus Young in 1995.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So pretty cool deal here. You know, you want to take that in, appreciate these kind of moments. If you ain't first, you're last. Reese Bobby's wisdom from Talladega Nights holds true in the NFC title game. Jared Goff, first overall pick in 2016 versus Brock Purdy. First playoff matchup in NFL history between quarterbacks drafted first and last.
That's amazing.
It's incredible.
That is amazing. Yeah.
Mr. Relevant versus the first overall pick.
And Goff was thrown for dead.
He was.
He was.
That's another way that you should be team building. Like, hey, who was the guy that was drafted high? Maybe he even got a second contract and his team has decided we don't like this guy. Whether it's Geno Smith or Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, these guys are taking their team's places and they're solid. And their cap hit is somewhere between 30 and 50% of the average of the top 5 guys. So for like 30% of the money, I get what, 80% of the play? Isn't that how you build in the NFL?
Yes.
You get essentially the same play for pennies on the dollar. And we're not doing that at quarterback. Enough teams aren't, and that's why I believe the teams that don't have Patrick Mahomes that are throwing money at a quarterback are spinning their wheels, Brian.
Could we have Trey Lance? Could that be that guy?
Trey Lance could be that guy.
Trey absolutely could.
Trey Lance could be your Jordan Love. Who knows?
Yeah.
But this is another reason, Brian, you've talked about that, where you shouldn't be in fear of going back into the quarterback purgatory window if you're the Cowboys, because now you have an ability to actually find some of these quarterbacks where you couldn't previously.
Yeah, I trust me, back in the early 2000s, there's no way in hell nobody was going to help you with a quarterback. Now you can go get Aaron Rodgers.
Some bridge guys.
You go get Hall of Fame players. And we were dealing with, baseball players and stuff. Nowadays, man, you can help your team.
Last 10 years, Manning, Brady, and Rodgers all moved.
Yeah.
Then there will be more big players move as well as
people aren't afraid like they once were back in the day.
Yeah. Lamar Jackson has won 4 straight starts by 14-plus points. Damn. Patrick Mahomes has lost 4 starts by 14-plus in his entire career, 112 games. Mahomes even has more conference championship starts than he has 14-point losses. That's incredible.
Wow.
This Ravens team is special, though. I mean, the closer that I'm getting to this, I know we got Survivor here in a couple of days. I feel like I can't resist the opportunity to pick Baltimore here. And if I'm wrong for it, then I will learn what I learned is with Tom Brady. You never bet against him. You never bet against the GOAT. I'm gonna do it one last time because I feel like Baltimore is that damn good.
They are good.
They are. They are. That this should be where great team from top to bottom, real MVP quarterback. This is where you can finally go toe to toe and unseat the GOAT.
Yes.
This should be the game where it's like the GOAT can take you so far when you run up against something like this, where it's like it feels like it's one guy for the Chiefs that is really making this team, masking a lot for a roster versus a really, really good team, the number 1 defense, MVP quarterback. This is where it has to end for Pat Mahomes or not, because he is just he's that ridiculous. And I don't feel comfortable. I mean, I can't pick the Ravens because I picked them last week.
I don't feel comfortable either.
But picking against Mahomes is that's frightening.
It is very tough. And they're going to be without their all-pro guard, Joe Thuney. He's officially been ruled out for the game. So that's going to be tough sledding there for Kansas City.
Okay, number 5, rushing title curse. McCaffrey has a chance to stop the you can't win a title with a great running back talk. He can be the first running back to win a rushing title and make the Super Bowl since Shaun Alexander in 2005. The only rushing title winners to win a Super Bowl are Emmitt Smith 3 times and Terrell Davis in 1998. Won't be easy going through Detroit. They haven't allowed a running back to rush for 70 yards in the game this year. Not even 70.
Yeah.
They are the first team to do this since the 49ers did it last year. That's pretty impressive. McCaffrey would also break the high-paid running back not winning the Super Bowl streak either, right? And
yes.
That's been,
yeah. I mean, for well over 10 years now, I think the base salary of the Super Bowl winning team's starting running back was like $2 million or less. But they're the only one that qualifies. I thought Detroit was that team as well because they just paid David Montgomery, but his base salary this year for the first year of the 3-year deal is actually pretty low. It's like $2 million or so. Wow. So McCaffrey and the Niners, I think, are the only team that qualify for that particular thing. The rest of these teams are paying relatively low numbers for their running backs.
Let me jump to 7 and 8 real quick. Number 7, Mahomes, Michael Jordan impersonation. How is he Jordan? He's ring blocking, boys. Blocking ranks. Jordan blocked Patrick Ewing, Charles Barkley, Karl Malone, John Stockton. Mahomes has won 5 straight playoff starts versus a murderer's row of Josh Allen, Tua, Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence. He is the first quarterback in playoff history to win 5 straight starts, all of them coming against quarterbacks under the age of 28. First quarterback in playoff history to win 5 straight starts? Wow. Okay. Deebo Samuel's status is up in the air. Injured shoulder for Sunday's game. The Niners 18-1 when Brock Purdy, McCaffrey, and Deebo play the entire game in the Purdy era. 2-4 in all others. Wow, maybe I want to pick Detroit. See, I
did this morning.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
But your survivor? Detroit doesn't have a better chance.
No, I picked Detroit last week, so I don't think I could pick them this week, right?
No.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I was wondering. I think,
but on the break this morning, we had to pick the games, and I picked.
You picked Detroit.
I picked Baltimore and Detroit.
Wow. Okay. I think that the health of the interior offensive line of Detroit right now is the thing that's keeping me from feeling full on.
I think one of the road teams will win. But I think Detroit's got.
You feel better on Detroit.
They have lost 11 straight road playoff games. The Lions have.
I know. That's why I'm going.
Well, the Lions also heard Hagee mention this earlier. The Lions are 0-13 in their last 13 opportunities in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Like,
let's go.
That's been a bugaboo. But this whole season has been put the
these are two really
bad
tough
trends to rest for
these
the
are
Lions.
really these are two tough teams that are going to go at it there.
You're picking with your heart again, Brian.
Yeah.
Usually only do that with the Cowboys.
I tell you
That's what I love about you.
I identified the Lions very early in this campaign.
I'm not saying I want to do this, but I will let you know that last year for this time, conference championship weekend for Survivor,
we drew.
We put all 4 teams in a hat and we drew. And so it guaranteed 2 payoffs. That's what we did last year. But I think
who ended up with Philadelphia,
and we've matured, and we're wiser now.
I think that was you, Wolchuk.
It might have been.
I was playing with house money last year. I'd done 1 payoff or 2 payoffs to this point.
Yeah, you.
Now it's an everyday occurrence.
It really has been. I've done more payoffs than shows in recent years.
Watch me eat a bucket of nails.
But wait. Has your guts started to finally get back into place?
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good now. Yeah.
Pretty good. So he's still not even back to 100% since the cheese fiasco.
He tried to do
the
a pull-up.
Bangkok burger.
He tried to do a pull-up the other day, and he couldn't pull himself up. He was his gut was
I haven't
so
been able
bad.
to do a pull-up since I was 22 years old, Brian, so that's nothing new.
Lucius did 16 of those.
I know. I was marveling about that at one point.
If I had to hold myself on the side of a building, hold myself in place until I got rescued, just call
over-unders 2.5 seconds.
Just call the ambulance.
And we're hammering that under.
The corner. Just call the corner. I'm falling. I'm going down in the
Yeah, it's Dunsky, bro.
Baldy's coming up at 4 o'clock here in the G-Bank Nation. Chia follows next. Where are you taking us?
Okay, I have a multiple choice question for you. You can respond either no problem at all, kind of weird, or huge problem next year in the nation.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner phone.
It's totally changed my life.
Download the Odyssey app and listen all day wherever you are to The Fan.
RJ Choppy, your good friends over at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys, and partnered with Tesla, the industry leader in solar. Those Tesla solar roofs are backed by a 25-year warranty and a 30%.
ready? Here we come. And hopefully we'll survive the week of February 6th in Las Vegas on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads to relax and enjoy the difference.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Coming up at 4 o'clock, Brian Baldinger, our NFL Odyssey insider, is going to join us and talk about, off-season stuff, but these conference championships and more. That's coming up at 4. Here's the Chief.
Okay, multiple choice question here. I'm going to be open and honest about, something that I do have done.
You've been peeing on the floor in the bathroom.
Will continue to do. No, I can't admit to that because I'd be lying if I admitted to that.
Oh.
The choice it's a multiple choice question. Okay, this is either no problem at all. Choice A. Mm-hmm. Choice B. This is kind of weird. Okay. Or C. This is a huge problem. And I found myself at Boomer Jacks on Saturday, hanging out with the bros and the ladies. And we're watching football, and I did something that I hadn't done in a while because I hadn't had the opportunity to.
Walk to check.
But in public, I was finishing the chicken off of the bone that my wife had discarded from her chicken wings. I feel
that's love right there.
My wife is a disrespectful chicken wing eater. She will leave 30 to 50% of the chicken on those bones.
It's actually quite standard. Yeah.
All these ladies are doing this?
A lot of them are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's
even some dudes.
See,
and there's a lot of delicious morsels in there.
Yeah. Like you get away from my Super Bowl party.
Delectables.
Dude, eating the chicken wings. If I'm looking at your plate that's about to go in the trash can and I'm still seeing 20, 30, 40, 50% chicken on these bones, we understand the supply chain issues with these wings, how expensive they are.
Yes.
Like you're eating this chicken wing like it's a McNugget. Like you could just take it or leave it, throw it away. I only need one bite per wing. Why
are you justifying this all
very
of a sudden?
Disrespectful. No, there's no justification.
I think it's justified. I really do.
Justifying my act?
You're justifying it right now by kind of talking about how expensive wings.
Well, I've seen you. I've seen you give a little bit of
case.
A little bit of judgment. I need to make sure I have my A game when I'm eating wings with you. When we've been to Pluckers before, I'm like, I need to make sure I clean this bone.
And over the years, he's
going
tightened up.
to judge me. I've tightened up.
Yes.
Sometimes the wing is not worth finishing. Like if the skin is just like that weird rubbery, if it's over sauced, I got to go in and get my hands all dirty, try to pry out the meat. Because it's not falling apart at all.
Sure.
I might punt on those and just take a big old bite out of the back of the flat and call it good.
Chief, are we eating like the knuckle cap and all that?
Oh, yeah.
He's not eating the cartilage.
Oh, he's cartilage.
I'm not really like.
Okay,
I like the flats.
Wait. Let him finish.
I like the flats over the drum because the drum is usually what has a ton of the cartilage on there. Now, I will, I'll mess around with it, but I would prefer to just pay the extra $1 per order of 10 wings and just all flatten this thing.
The only reason to ever take that cartilage off the bone is if you've smoked the hell out of it perfectly, and every bite that you've taken is the perfect combination of flavor.
I don't think that matters to the chieftain.
No, I think it
does. I think the chieftain goes for the knuckle cap all the time.
It sounded like
sometimes just to prove a point where I'm looking at my wife and I'm like,
no.
I can't believe you're leaving all of this here. Watch how it's supposed to be eaten, and then you just crush the whole thing. You Scooby-Doo on that bone, and just there's nothing left on it. But that's just to prove a point.
My man is taking the marrow out of the bones too.
Probably.
He's
good for you. Well, the marrow's fantastic. It's delicious.
I love bone marrow myself.
Where are we at on this, Lucius?
That sounds wild, bro. You ate somebody else's, like they chewed on it themselves?
No, just his wife's.
Yeah, I don't care who it is. They chewed on it themselves, so it was kind of cold and it was like still meaty and wet.
Yeah.
Nah, fam.
So
I get your reasoning. I understand all of that.
Thank you.
But I cannot reach over and eat somebody else's bone.
So are you marking C on the Scantron for a huge problem or B for kind of weird?
Kind of weird.
Okay.
I'm going to let you get away with it.
Thank you.
But it's definitely kind of weird.
I can understand
saying,
hey, maybe.
different now that Lucius just told you.
I will say.
You don't trust anything that we say. But Lucius says something, you're like, man, maybe I'm a little
weird.
hoping
I was going to have Lucius as an ally here. Okay, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Did she dip any wings, bro?
She's she's probably doing a little ranch dip.
Oh man, hell no.
A little. That adds to the disgust. I can understand if you say, hey, behind closed doors, you do your thing, but in public, like maybe let's not.
It
do
is
that.
your wife,
Hey, bro, you a dog. You a dog for real.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
I like it, man.
Walchuk's in. So you're saying no problem at all?
For your
You're going
wife,
choice A?
Dude, you've been in way worse situations with her than finishing off her chicken wing bones.
Facts.
You guys
and
did
you
the
love
home
her.
birth.
That's the difference,
Yeah,
too.
that is true.
A lot of us are married but not in love.
That's true.
Some twice.
But honestly, this is more the love for the wing for me than the love for even maybe
I
my wife in
understand.
this particular situation. But
Do you do it to prove
Point
a point
stands.
to her? Is that what you're doing? Are you
when I'm
proving
eating the cartilage, yes, and I
Yeah.
make eye contact and I make her like understand like this is the lengths I will go to make sure that these wings
Okay.
are eaten the way they really
What's
should
her
be.
reaction back to you as you're like?
Oh, it's an eye roll, and she doesn't care. No respect. She doesn't. I mean, she continues to do it. So, I mean, to some extent, it's more wings for me, you know. But, I mean, I'd prefer her just eat her wings like an adult. Protein, if we're being honest. But you haven't answered, and neither of you.
Oh,
Kinda
I'm with
weird,
you.
huge
I'm with
problem.
you. Now, I don't think I would
No
do.
problem.
I almost always do that with Abby's wings because she leaves maybe 50% or more.
Okay,
right. And I've slaved over these Orange Magic wings to try to make them as good as possible. And she's
Yes.
like, "Dad, can I have some more wings?"
Yep.
I'm like, "You're not done with the ones that I gave you."
But yeah, you do it for your wife. How about your kids? Like you'll finish off a
It's
cheese-
kinda gross
you'll
'cause
finish
you don't
off
know
a
where their
little-
hands have been.
You finish off a little McDonald's cheeseburger, right?
Yes.
If there's if there's 3 bites of McDonald's cheeseburger, you're gonna finish that off.
It's about how many bites it is anyway.
Yeah.
No, because with a burger or a sandwich like that, you're holding it the whole time, so you're basically just
You're
eating
holding
their
the wings,
fingerprints.
right? You're holding the wings.
I know, but
Oh,
the
touche.
wing meat is inside. I'm getting the wing meat out.
No, they're touching the wing meat. They're touching it.
The hands aren't.
Not as much as the end of the burger or sandwich.
And there's
Do you feel like I got you there a
saliva
little bit?
all over it because all of your mouth is like secretions
Please-
and everything's going crazy.
Please mark this
The
as the day
flavors
I
up.
actually got Dawson on something.
You're right. And I'll tell you what,
This doesn't happen. It hadn't happened in 4
Oh,
years.
Dawson's cornered. Here we go.
the wing quality matters.
It does.
You know, there is something
what?
there is something so good.
He's done it. He's gotten out of the corner.
And I don't always do the Orange Magic this good that I would eat them after somebody, but I guarantee
Lucy's
there's
right,
something
though.
you
That
make.
wing's been in the mouth there.
Yeah,
It's been
all
in
the
the mouth.
saliva is like going crazy at that point because your nose smells the senses and everything. You're like, oh man, this is up.
Yeah.
And you about to put your mouth on it afterwards. Oh man,
Yeah, dude. Okay, very good.
I gotta
if it's
really
your
be
kid-
starving, bro. Like it's got to be some days. Like man, I haven't had food in so long.
It really comes out of like a life or death situation, and that's pretty much it.
Do you ask before you do it, or do you just go out on
No, absolutely. There's no asking. At that point, once I see the discarded bones with a bunch of chicken on them, I know that that's fair game for anybody. If Joe Schmo walks by and sees those, he's got every right to
Is this
hammer
more of a
those.
frugal thing
This
or
is
a you're hungry thing?
Wait a minute, frugal.
This is I would say all.
I don't see him.
above.
He doesn't waste food.
We're not wasting. Yeah,
He doesn't waste food.
And I guess to your point, when is he not hungry?
Yeah.
Right.
I think he might have been born in the Great Depression and cryogenically frozen for 80 years
That's
and
a
then
good point.
resumed his life.
We're-
Because he
You
is
just
We're in
ruined my-
Oxnard.
you just ruined my 2 lies and a truth bit that we're going to do one of
Were
these
we in
days.
Oxnard when Wolchuk ate the piece of pizza off the off the
No,
table?
that was intense.
Yeah, I did do that.
That was a drunken, starving woolly bully, and he gets a pass for that.
We were at Toppers. We were at
Toppers
Toppers
Pizza, waiting for our own, but Walchuk was like, "Why wait when I could just go grab the pizza off of this table that these schmoes just
It was
left?"
a really barbaric moment for me.
It was brilliant.
Not good.
Okay,
Were you feeling low blood sugar a little bit?
I think I was
Had
just like,
to.
oh, Topper's
No,
Pizza.
high alcohol blood, whatever.
He was trying to get into a fight with some guy about something. It was crazy.
I'm going to quit drinking.
I do wonder. Wait, let's go to
Going
the. We can actually wait for this next one. I wonder what game.
Kind of weird. I vote, by the way.
That's
Okay,
the one
you go
vote.
B.
Oh, you finally get the vote in.
Kind of weird. Yeah.
Okay, 2 kind of weirds. We got a no problem Wolchuk and a no problem Dawson. So, all right, that makes me feel better. We will get to the Mavs television broadcast. I meant to do this yesterday, but I have a question for what game was Harp playing at one point during the broadcast, and we'll get to that a little bit later on in the program.
Germs are overrated. We got good skin. We got a good immune system.
Yeah, as you're sneezing all over the mic.
Yeah, we'll fight it off pretty good.
Eric been sick since I've known him.
Shout out to the 817. Eric, I would finish your wife's half-eaten wings. Salute, 817.
Wow. All righty. G-Bag Nation, here we go. We got 2 down, 3 to go. Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, joins you next right here in the Nation.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Our Odyssey NFL insider, Brian Baldinger, is set to join us. Insider calls are brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin, too. And a good afternoon, Baldy. How the heck are you?
I'm doing fantastic. It's good to be with you guys.
It's always great to talk with you, and I need you right now because we do a bet on the show every week where we have to pick a team that's going to win. And in the regular season, you have all the teams, but you can only pick the same team twice. Well, we reset it for the playoffs. I've already taken San Francisco, which barely got me through the divisional round. That was nervy. But now I got my other 3 options open. Out of those 3 teams, Baldy, which one are you most confident Detroit, Baltimore, Kansas City will be emerging to the Super Bowl?
Most confident. I can make a case for all of them, but that's not what you want to hear.
I need the one.
I would never bet against Patrick Mahomes, except that I believe in Baltimore and what they're doing and how they're playing collectively as a group. So I would take the Ravens. Okay. I'm most confident about them right now.
Now, what does your case for Detroit sound like? Because after watching them beat up on the Cowboys, I think a lot of people would love that story with Dan Campbell, a North Texas guy, trying to take his Lions to the Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, look, they're a very talented team. They're young. They play with a lot of emotion. They're very talented. They're very well coached on both sides of the ball. And, they have a mentality from Dan that says we're going to be more aggressive than anybody because the only way you can win it all is by being aggressive and literally putting your foot on the gas. And I don't know, they've gone for 40-something fourth down attempts this year, fake punts in their own end zone. They have no fear. And they have, to this point, they have had no fear about the consequences of some of those things backfiring, which they have. But ultimately, maybe that's what, allows them to defeat San Francisco on Sunday.
Baldy, is their center, Frank Ragnow, maybe the most underrated offensive lineman in football? I mean, the numbers with him out of the lineup, they're like a different offense.
Well, I mean, if your center is weak, your offense is not going to be great, and your offensive line is going to be average at best. The center is the glue that keeps everything together. First of all, he's calling the protections, making sure everybody understands that we've got five people with one mind, all that kind of stuff. So you're getting in and out of the right plays and protections. And then, any kind of, you attack the weakness in the middle at center. The quarterback can evade the Micah Parsons and Nick Bosa's of the world pretty good. But if they can't step up because the center is just giving up too much ground, that's a problem for any quarterback. And so Frank is, I don't know if he's underrated. I think he's, all-pro player. But yes, I mean, it's pretty clear that if he's not in the lineup, they're a different team.
Football super beast Brian Baldinger with us here in the G-Bag Nation. His play caller there in Detroit, Ben Johnson, he is, it looks to be like he is the front runner to be the next head coach of the Commanders, so he'll be in this division with the front runners, the Eagles and the Giants. How nervous should Cowboys fans be, or how excited should Commanders fans be if they're getting this Detroit Lions play caller?
They should be excited in Washington. There's not a game that I study from Detroit where I don't see something that I might not have seen before ever, or I might have seen someplace else, but he used it differently. I mean, he's a very creative guy, and it's taking advantage of whether it's field position, down distance, matchups, whether you're on the left half or the right hash, and how it sets the formations. I mean, he's just even, the touchdown to Amon-Ra St. Brown last week. They had a twin set to the wide side of the field. They anticipated man coverage. They thought they were blitzing. Everything he thought was right. And then they get the switch route to Amon-Ra. He's got all this real estate to work. It's just one of those things that I don't know that everybody that calls offenses can do that in real time. And the way that he did that and structured that play, it's very difficult to stop. But he does that all the time. He's very clever. He's very talented. And I think Washington's getting a good one.
Hey, Baldy, you played football in a different era where, you didn't have the social media and all that stuff going on. What do you make about family members getting involved in conversations and back and forth with fans and all that. How would you, if you were a modern day player here, how would you handle that with your family?
I don't know that you could police it. I mean, it's social media. I mean, you can't tell somebody not to say something. It has been going on since social media has been out there. And I just think you have to kind of live with it. I mean, it really doesn't have any effect on the team, even though that person might be speaking for a guy on that team.
Right.
And that's the danger. Is this what he really thinks? So what? Like, everybody has their own thoughts about how a coach is and what he's doing wrong or what the organization is doing right or wrong. And so that's okay. I mean, what are you going to do? Just shut down their account or block it or whatever? There's nothing you can really do. The season ended for the Cowboys. Whatever somebody is saying right now isn't going to bring that season back for them. They got to be better next year in a lot of different ways if they're going to advance. And so when you lay a dud in the playoffs like the Cowboys did for a third year in a row, I mean, you should expect some kind of backlash. And it might even be from family members.
Well, Jason Kelsey was partying with Bills Mafia, shirtless, taking the bowling ball shots. Have you gotten to party and get wild with Bills Mafia before and ever done the bowling ball shot?
I haven't done the bowling ball, but it's kind of hard not to blend in with the Bills Mafia. They're just so inviting. I remember one time I was late for a game. I had a helicopter in from the Buffalo airport to make it on time, and I landed right in the middle of a Bills Mafia party. And I got a job to go do. I had to go, do a game, announce a game. And, but you still had to do some sort of toast with them. They weren't going to let you just run to your booth. So you do those kind of things.
It's Brian Baldinger here with you on 105 through the Fan, brought to you by Old Spice Gentleman's Blend Body Wash, providing exfoliation plus 24/7 moisturization because men have skin too. Can we circle back to talking about the center? Because the Cowboys' run game, was disappointing, and we're wondering if the Cowboys should be moving on from Tyler Biadasz. How would you look at that? And is that where their run game went wrong?
No, I thought Tyler had a better year. I thought he was more physical, but he's certainly not at the caliber of some of the Cowboys centers, whether it's Stepnoski or the guy before Biadasz. He's not at that caliber. Yeah, Frederick. So, he's not at that caliber. So I think if you have a chance to upgrade at any position, I thought Tyler, I know how hard he worked in the offseason to get stronger and all that kind of stuff. But every position should be under a microscope in Dallas right now about, what can be improved at every position. I think it should be under the microscope.
How about defensive coordinator Dan Quinn getting more interviews? Is that a guy that Cowboys fans should hope to have back?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he was a little, shortchanged. I mean, you're playing safeties at linebacker, for the better part of the season, and they got pushed around against Green Bay pretty good. I mean, Dan can only put on the field what he has to work with. Like, I don't understand. I understand Van Der Esch got hurt and some things, but you're not gonna win. You're not gonna stop good teams from running the football with safeties playing linebacker. You're just gonna get pushed around, and they did. And so, is that Dan Quinn's fault? Like, he's just trying to utilize the bodies that he has and trying to make best of it. So I can't put all that blame on Dan.
If you had to pick one thing that we just talked about that you would want to guarantee is better when you get to January football next year, if you make the playoffs, stopping the run or running it relative to the Cowboys, what do they need to fix first?
Well, if you're looking at the teams that remain, if you look at the two number one seeds and you look at the linebacker play of Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, and Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith, I mean, they're the two best tandems of linebackers in football. And both defenses are ranked 1 and 2 in this league, in large part because they never come off the field, the versatility that they have, the speed that they play the game with, and the plays that we make. So Greenlaw gets 2 interceptions to ice the game against Green Bay. Roquan Smith has led the team in tackles since the day he got there. I'd say shore up their linebacker position and play it at the level that you have to play at if you want to win big playoff games.
Baldy, but people who build teams will tell you that, that's poor use of assets and management. So we get into a time where, like, I don't give a damn. You need to have linebackers. I don't care about your thoughts about, building team this way or building team that way, or it's poor use of your cap or whatever. You got to have linebackers to play in this league, right?
Yes, and, Baltimore's defense, Mike McDonald's a good coordinator, And he's a talented guy, the things that he's doing. But everybody in Baltimore will tell you that defense changed the day Roquan Smith was traded for.
Sure.
Patrick Queen became better. He wasn't a good play caller. It was too much on his plate to handle. Roquan took it over the day he got there. He became the leader of the defense the day he got there. Baltimore has a history of great middle linebackers since they became a franchise, and they needed that guy. And he changed the entire defense, the number one defense in football, for a reason. They put resources at that position, and it pays off for them.
Brian Baldinger with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Fangio looks like he's out in Miami as their defensive coordinator. All signs pointing to him being the Eagles' next defensive coordinator. Is Fangio still as feared by offenses as he was for the better part of the last decade or so?
I don't think so. I mean, look, when you lose Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb and, Javon Holland, you're losing three, basically Pro Bowl caliber players. I mean, he couldn't fix that defense. But even with those guys, I mean, they weren't feared. Teams were, putting up big numbers on him. I think Vic is still talented. He had his chances being a head coach, and that didn't work out in Denver. But I don't think he's like I would fear what Mike McDonald's doing in Baltimore a great deal more than what we saw from Vic Fangio in his last couple stops.
We had the fumble in the Chiefs-Bills game that people were complaining about with the touchback rule. And we saw a couple of years ago they changed the overtime rules because of the amazing Bills-Chiefs game. What do you think about that touchback rule? In any other part of the field, it's fumbled out of bounds, the offensive team retains it. But if it goes out of bounds in the end zone, then it's a touchback. Do you like it? Would you keep it?
No, I don't like it at all. I never liked it. I thought it was too harsh. First of all, the defense didn't recover it. So it's not like they might have forced it, but they didn't recover it. So it goes out of bounds. It goes out of bounds in the end zone. I get it. But why does the offense get the ball to 20? Make them, if you're going to give the ball back to them, give it to them at the 1 yard line and make them come out of the end zone and earn it, earn that keep, give the defense a chance. I just think it's too harsh. The defense didn't recover the ball. The offense gets the ball and they get the ball at the 20 yard line. It just seems like it's too much of a reward at that point. I understand everybody will say, well, don't fumble it. Well, you're going to penalize, Des Bryant for trying to score a touchdown when, was that a fumble or not a fumble? You're going to try to penalize greatness? These kids are trying to score and make great plays. Okay, you lose track of the ball. It happens. But I just think it's too harsh of a penalty.
Baldy, I've become fascinated by the smelling salts that we see each and every football game day. We saw Baker Mayfield going crazy on those things before he led his Buccaneer team to victory versus the Eagles. Were you a smelling salts guy before games?
Absolutely. During the games, all game, I had at least 3 in my sock just to go onto the field. Yeah, I mean, you did it on kickoff coverage. You did it to go out there for the opening drive of the game. You did it in the weight room on Friday when you're trying to set your bench press record. You did it on Friday night before you started chugging beers. I mean, I always had smelling salts with me.
Okay, that's beautiful because I'm looking for. I'm going to try it here very, very soon. Maybe Radio Row, whatever.
Yeah, but don't wimp out. Don't wimp. I mean, take the inhale. Pop it and just suck it all up. Don't try to. Don't shortchange yourself. Get the full effect. Right.
Yeah.
Make sure that you feel it through every corpuscle in your body.
Okay. It's wise words.
A pro tip right there from Baldy. Now, could you describe the feeling? Is it 30 seconds of intense, just high-level testosterone crazy person? Is it 60 seconds? How long is this smelling salts high?
Well, if you've never seen the Pacific Ocean before, and I had to describe the Pacific Ocean to you, it's not fair. I don't want to take away your thrill.
Yeah.
So I don't jump out of the plane if you're going to skydive. I don't want to tell you what that free fall is like. Just do it and get your own experience.
I like it. Yeah, words can't even describe just how incredible the feeling is. I can't wait. It's going to be special, Baldy. We're going to bring these out to Radio Row. Maybe we could do it together. Maybe we could do a Radio Row salt-smelling moment with Baldy and the G-Bag Nation.
I'm never out of frame of mind of doing a smelling salt.
Yes. All right, badass. Okay, Old Spice questions of the day.
You know it.
Yeah, let's hit them. Let's hit them, Baldy.
Okay, Baldy, when it comes to the man who does the seated peeing, is it ever okay?
Well, there is a time when it's okay. If after you finish number 2, if there's something that else has to dribble out to finish the whole process,
right,
then that would be the only time. Otherwise, no. There's a seat for the other person that uses the seat.
Is it true that you can't two without wanting at the same time?
At the same time?
Just, if you're sitting down for a two, eventually you're going to one.
Right.
Not always, but there is a good chance that can happen. It's just you study the excretory system. When you study Gray's Anatomy, you learn about these things. So sometimes they follow each other.
People forget the B in Baldy stands for biology. Damn right. And Wolchuk's always dropping the ball there. Okay, when it comes to being hygienic, who would you describe, Baldy, in your playing days as perhaps the least hygienic teammate you ever had?
Well, anybody that would not shower after practice or after a game and just throw their clothes on and head out to the car. There's a couple of people like that. So, all those people, they just kind of group them all together. They're just, yeah.
Even on a road trip, you're going to get back on the plane without showering?
There's some that there's not necessarily games, but practice for sure. Some people would just go and change and I don't know what they did. I don't know. I don't know how they lived with themselves, but they did it.
Was it fair or foul, the Bills turning off the hot water at the Chiefs so they couldn't get hot showers?
I didn't know that. Did that happen?
Oh, yeah.
Allegedly.
And I think it's gamesmanship, baby. Yeah.
I've not heard that. That doesn't sound like Bills Mafia, but I guess they were just that ticked off about how things went that day.
Somebody was.
Yeah, Baldy, Eric just disclosed that he's finishing his wife's wings, like the ends of the wings, like on the plate. She doesn't go for the complete consumption of the wings. Fair or foul?
Well, I don't believe in leaving anything on a wing ever.
Oh man.
I clean my wings, and whether I would take somebody off of somebody else's plate and do it, it's like that joke where you're so poor. How poor are you?
Yes.
Well, I ate barbecue chicken on Tuesday. I licked my fingers on Wednesday. It's a little bit like that.
Yeah, I'll to-go box those bad boys, and I'll eat them later if I have
absolutely.
to. My goodness. All right. Well, actually, true or false, Baldy, you are a baby wipes guy when it comes to wiping, or you're cool with just the traditional toilet paper?
I've never used a baby wipe in my life.
Not even as a baby, I imagine. Baldy's like, give me the real stuff. Okay, we appreciate your time as always, Baldy.
Okay, you bet, guys. Enjoy the games this weekend. I guess we'll talk next week.
That sounds amazing. Take care. There he is, right. Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. Insider calls are brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. All righty, it's time for the top. Well, I tell you what, his evaluation of Ben Johnson going to Washington was terrifying. Can we just reset that? It happened about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
An OC on the level of the top ones didn't work with Shanahan, McVay, or your guy Andy Reid, but he's been paying attention. Yeah. And he's got a bag of tricks that are just as good and as impressive as anybody. So that's what's going to Washington. Hopefully he can't recreate it there. And then, on the center, sounded like he's kind of up for moving on from Biotis as well. I just hope the Cowboys don't stand pat there.
Yeah, I think that we're going to get into this when we start talking about the draft quite a bit, into February, into March. And I'm sure the centers will be something that Zach and I just kind of have a really, really deep understanding of.
It's good ones.
Yeah.
Speaking of things Wolchuk has a deep understanding of, where are we going with the top 10?
Happy National Peanut Butter Day. The top 10 irresistible peanut butter treats. What's your favorite peanut butter item? That's next.
They poke fun out of mutual love and then get into
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. We have a C-Note coming up at 4:40. We'll talk about the Cowboys news of the evening. Right now, it's time for Woolchuck's Top 10. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Segment's brought to you by Soda as well. That's state-of-the-art. Here's Zach.
Thank you very much, General. We're going to talk some peanut butter here in just a moment. Got some quick nuggets for you in our quote of the day before we get into the top 10. What's your favorite peanut butter-related item? Is it the Uncrustables? We talked about that last week. Those are fantastic. Peanut butter pies. There's so many good peanut butter delicacies. Saw this from Darren Ravel. Cheapest pair of Ravens-Chiefs AFC title game tickets are $1,526 on TickPick. It is the most expensive AFC championship game since 2018 when Barry Church's Jacksonville Jaguars went to New England to play the Patriots.
Interesting. Oh, I guess because Jaguars fans probably, it's like they never, it's kind of like Detroit last week. Those prices were ridiculous. So, but spend a bunch of money to go watch Blake Bortles play football.
Blake Bortles.
My gosh.
That's always fun. Anytime we could ask Barry about Blake Bortles and his just brute honesty of how much that dude stunk.
Yeah.
It was great.
Yeah, I think the Jaguars should be allowed to hang a banner for getting to a conference title game with Blake Bortles as their quarterback.
It's a hell of an achievement.
I think they should do a ring ceremony and everything. They should honor that team every couple of years or whatever. I mean, that's historical greatness right there.
It absolutely is.
For the other 52.
That defense was insane. Now, that was an elite defense.
That was an elite defense for sure. I mean, they were awesome. They almost won the game for him. I mean, there was a fumble that they ruled not a fumble that many would say was a fumble recovered by Miles Jack. And Jacksonville would have gone on to the Super Bowl that year.
Probably so.
And that was a disgusting Super Bowl. I believe wasn't that Patriots-Rams? It was like 14-3, 13-3.
It was
really
not,
bad
yeah,
game.
It was not good. Yeah.
Yeah, that was tough. But this one
was
here,
going to be awesome.
I mean, really, this Ravens and Chiefs game being that expensive makes perfect sense. Like this is as good as it gets between these two quarterbacks, these two teams. Like, heck yeah, man. And I think they have an underrated home field environment.
They do
in Baltimore.
They're very, very good at home there in Baltimore. Isaiah Pacheco might have given us the quote of the day. He was asked about the silly descriptions of his running style. He said, quote, "They said I run like I bite people," end quote.
That's a perfect description.
It is. It's fantastic.
He seems to even walk that way a little bit when you see him walking through when they're doing like the pregame stuff and guys are walking into the building with their street clothes on and just like the way he walks that way, like he's ready to run through someone's face.
Yeah, I would
over and over.
It's not violent like Marshawn Lynch's style was, or as physical, but there is just like I'm throwing all of my energy 110% downrange. I love watching Pacheco play.
He's definitely. I do imagine. Like I don't know if we got him mic'd up at all, but like some of these kids that I played growing up, were like they're like growlers when they run, and it keeps them going a little bit. I do imagine that he growls when he runs.
Yeah, I watched your guy Schrader from Mizzou last night. That dude's a tough runner.
Yeah.
Still like Jalen Wright a little bit more.
Sure.
But I wouldn't mind that guy in day 3.
Catches the ball well, too, huh?
Catches the ball. He runs some routes.
Yeah.
Sure does. D2 to first-team All-American SEC. That is and a walk-on at Mizzou. That is a hell of a story right there.
We're going to need 3 things, guys. A big guy.
He's not big.
With blazing speed.
Doesn't have blazing speed.
With college production.
Okay, college
production.
Find
me those 3 things.
Check. 1 out of 3 right there.
No.
1 out of 3
All
right
3.
There. He's going to end up going to like the Dolphins or the 49ers. He works perfect in that outside zone scheme, and he's going to be a stud. He's going to be the next Raheem Mostert type dude. Last thing
Fantasy
of note,
football, keep that in mind.
Yeah. Last thing of note before we get into the top 10 peanut butter delectable items. Deebo Samuel did not practice today. His status is still up in the air and uncertain, according to Kyle Shanahan for the NFC Championship game. You went with the Lions. It might all hinge on does Deebo play.
I went with the Lions. It's my team. So I might bet pay off him. Well, I went last week when I can't do that again, right?
You can't take him again unless we draw, which I'm terrified to do. Although there's no Eagles this year, and that's the real reason I didn't want to do it last year.
Dawson, you scared of drawing?
I'm not scared to draw. No,
I'm
not. I'm scared to pick. Drawing sounds great.
I don't know that I'm any more scared to draw than I am just to pick.
Just bleep it. You want to draw this year again?
I don't know, dude. I'm not ready to make any hard-standing choices or decisions yet. Okay, I want to kick this one. I want to kick this can down to Friday at 2:20. before I have to make any decisions.
Okay,
right
keep
now,
kicking
I'm just playing scared.
Kick. All
I
right.
want to operate in a world where it doesn't exist for another 45 hours, if you don't mind, Wolchuk.
Should we skip this
All
week?
these questions.
We can skip. We can skip
No,
it.
we can't skip.
Why not?
No, we have to attack this week in Survivor the same way Baldy wants us to attack the smelling salts.
We can skip it like the Cowboys.
Oh, I got it coming,
Give us
by the
everything
way.
you got. What
Yeah,
do you
what?
have coming over there?
Oh, the salts? The snalts?
Smelling salts?
I've been told they're not the capsules anymore.
That's fine.
What does that mean?
I've been told they're not capsule form anymore. They come like alcohol wipes.
So you just like wipe your upper lip or something, and now you're smelling it.
Yeah,
Like you open the white
yeah,
packet.
up in the packet. I think
and the
and go
salts
for-
are in
yeah.
there?
Yeah, but I was told I asked for a box of ammonia caps, and I got a reply of like they are not capsules anymore.
Okay,
they come in like alcohol wipes.
Interesting.
So-
I'm going to see if Jeff Bezos sells them.
Yeah, let's do that. All right, let's slide into our top 10, the irresistible peanut butter snacks.
I'll bring them. If not, we'll work on it.
We'll work
I'll
on
have
it.
more
No, thank
tomorrow.
you. Seriously,
Yeah.
thank you.
254 going
I
with
can't
the,
believe this guy got a job with the Raiders.
who?
Tom Telesco.
Oh, yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah, well, he
we
did.
don't care about football up there anymore.
We don't.
Oh, what are we doing?
What are we doing?
Should have never left.
Well, Al, they've messed it up. All right, what's your favorite peanut butter item, Al?
I'm kind of partial to those. What are those cups?
Oh, the peanut butter Reese's cups?
Yeah, you put them in the freezer. They're quite tasty.
Very good.
Yeah, good.
They are.
Yeah,
They're
good.
delicious.
Mhm.
We got love of not Reese's Minis. It's the little Debbie Nutty Buddies from the 817. Those are delicious.
Those are delightful. I'm gonna say the peanut butter banana pancake,
Bro,
Yes,
the pancakes are going to be high on this. The peanut butter, but peanut butter banana, like peanut butter chocolate banana bread, is 11 just on the outside looking in, and it looks so damn delicious.
That's divine.
So good.
Wow, that's a nice twist on what is already a great bread. The banana bread is dominant. I've never had the peanut butter twist on it.
Damn, and chocolate. Woo! Sign me up, Lucius. Where are we going with peanut butter delicacies?
Let's see. So, if you are familiar with a place called the Candy Lady, she sells like dollar candy out of her house and whatnot. They always have these things called peanut patties. Those peanut patties are crazy, bro.
Were they kind of minty?
No, they're not
Peppermint
minty.
patties.
They're kind of like peanuts and this little maroon goo.
Okay.
It's real good. It's real good, man.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah. And since you're talking about peanuts, I got to give a shout out to George Washington Carver. This man made 300 products out of peanuts. You know how focused he was on peanuts?
Yes.
300 products out of peanuts. Glue, lotion, soaps.
Glue?
Yeah, all types of products out of
did not
peanuts.
know that.
They said, hey, man, we need some help with these peanuts. The peanut farmers are losing their asses. Figure out something for us, George.
I got you.
Carver, get on this.
That is awesome.
Yes, sir. Here we go.
Peanut butter fudge comes in at number 10. We've got peanut butter cookies at number 9. Number 8 is just
peanut butter cookies.
They're so good, dude.
Yeah.
Number 8 is peanut butter and
They
jelly.
got to be
sandwiches.
soft though.
I'm with you, man. And
Yeah.
some people do like the crunch. I just prefer all the soft cookies.
Mom loves the crunch. I thought for a couple decades she just lost it. She was like, "No, I like making the cookies this way." I was like, "Oh, okay."
Oh, so she's kind of cook them a little longer.
She does. Yeah.
Oh, man.
About 2 minutes too long in my book, but
I'm
that's
with
how
ya.
she likes them.
I want the gooiness. I want the soft.
You know what? I was actually happy when I found out that's just how she's cooking them because I didn't want to think that my mom had lost it.
Right, you're right.
that's
You're
good.
like, oh no, the
It's actually a great
fastball's
day.
starting to slip.
Yeah,
Ma.
yeah.
That is a
Oreos.
scary notion where all of a sudden mom's staples become less than what you're used to. Then
I did see with
that's
my
concerning.
grandma. As she
Really?
got older, yeah, it was sad. She used to be like she still soups were her thing, and she was able to still keep the soup game, but like basically anything else she could not cook.
Yep.
It got bad. We got Oreos dipped in peanut butter is fire from the 806. Peanut brittle getting texted in. Lance.
That's a give up.
Peanut butter crackers from the 214.
That's another give up unless you're really hungry.
With honey though on the golf course,
The honey.
Ritz crackers, peanut butter, honey.
Yeah, and get me a 6-pack of beer while we're doing that
We
because
got-
it's going to be like eating sawdust.
Love for the peanut butter and honey sandwiches. Okay. We got on Amazon.
Yeah.
Search for the ammonia inhalant. Those are the capsules right there.
Yeah, I was told that what they do is they put them in empty bottles. Like you put multum in like empty bottles and you put the top on them and then you open the bottle and give it
you're
that.
inhaling
So
it.
you got multiple.
They're huffing.
You put multiple in the bottle.
They literally are huffing.
and then
yes.
you huff the
Yeah.
bottle.
Yummy. Number 8 is PB&J's, which can't go wrong.
How can you go wrong with that?
Number 7, peanut butter ice cream.
Oh,
Number 6 is kind of a twist off that with the peanut butter milkshake.
can I have another guess?
It's delicious.
I would like to change my
Al,
answer.
Al, you want to change? You want to go with the peanut butter ice cream?
When Al was still kicking, those things weren't available to
Holy
him.
hell.
I'm just telling you, I was confused. I didn't understand. I'm sorry.
You know, hummus is a big thing for
Hummus.
Mediterraneans and Israelis, but I've never had peanut butter hummus. That comes in at number
No.
5.
I'll tell you what, though.
Peanut butter hummus.
Red pepper hummus.
Dude.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, wait.
Delete.
I need a 20 right now.
You do.
I need a 20 here. Dawson, you like hummus?
I do. What's
really?
in it?
Chickpeas.
Yeah, it's good.
But the red pepper hummus is really good.
Yeah.
Go to Kava. Their red
I
pepper
usually
hummus.
spice it up with a little sriracha or something.
Yes.
But the red pepper stuff is nice.
Woo!
Yeah.
I am shocked.
No, I like that stuff.
I am shocked.
The hummus is good.
I would have never believed that Dawson, if you said, give me something that Dawson doesn't like. Okay, sour cream was a nut one,
Yeah,
and hummus would have
mayonnaise.
been the second one.
Well, the hummus is a little thicker, and maybe that's the key for you.
I like it.
Not
On
as
that-
creamy.
On that,
or
yeah,
wet.
that pita bread.
Thin.
Oh my god,
Really good stuff. The
Yeah,
crackers.
pita.
yes.
No doubt. Number 4 is peanut butter pancakes.
Boom.
I've never had them.
Highly
Incredible.
underrated.
So that's where it's like it's like baked into the pancake.
We have done it both ways. I think the better way is to actually just put it on top like it's
Right.
butter.
With the syrup
breakfast guy.
too,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like yeah.
You were doing with the waffles, right? Was the Eggos where you basically would put like jelly and peanut butter and make like a Eggo PB&J?
Exactly. Yeah. Instead of bread, you just use the Eggo waffle.
That's
It's
a good
really
deal.
good.
The bananas get smashed into the batter. You know,
Oh,
you got to
yes.
let them get extra.
That sounds so good.
Yeah.
3 is peanut butter popcorn. Which I don't know if I've had peanut butter popcorn before.
As number 3. Number
Isn't
3.
that kind of the popcorn ball that's
Kinda like
kind of
a brittle
stuck
almost.
together?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's chocolate with it too. It looks like a drizzle of both, like peanut butter and chocolate. But I don't know. I don't know if I'd mess with that. Number 2 is chocolate peanut butter sandwiches.
Chocolate peanut butter sandwiches.
Mhm.
Is that like
This looks like a
Nutella,
dessert.
peanut butter, and
Yeah, pretty
bread?
much. And they're actually using pretzels that are stuffed with the peanut butter filling and chocolate. So it's kind of like a pretzel sandwich.
Ooh, those are. Have you guys had those? Those are freaking addicting, dude.
Like these look fantastic. It's pretzels on the outside, and on the inside is the chocolate and the peanut butter.
Okay, so I haven't had
so good.
I haven't had the chocolate and the peanut butter, but they make the pretzels now where there's peanut butter in the middle of them, and those are
so good. Yes,
unbelievably
really good. But number 1 most irresistible peanut butter item is the peanut butter stuffed skillet cookie.
Oh yes,
Which is basically
That's like a Chili's thing, huh?
Wow.
Yeah, like
BJ's.
a BJ's.
with just a
the
piece
BJ's
of
Pizookie.
vanilla
Don't
ice
look at
cream
me
on
like
top
that.
of that.
Yeah, you get
That's
this
heavenly.
scoop of ice
Looks
cream.
so damn good. So there's your top 10 today.
Thank you, Wolchuk. We have a micro C note coming up in this short 440 segment. There's a mock draft out there. There's the Cowboys and how they're going to manipulate their roster to get into the cap and a free agency primer. That and more coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. If you want or need
sprint at the hot corner.
Diving is Beltré at third. He's got it. Comes up firing. And out at first base. What a play by Adrien Beltre.
Congrats, Adrien Beltre, from all of the Rangers Tolos and your proud home of the world champion Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
All righty, thank you, Lucius. We have football's finest coming up in 13 minutes. It's time now for a C note here, a little micro note for you as we'll take a look at some of the top headlines around America's team right now. I know Wolchuk has a couple he wants to get to in just a second. I saw a blog in The Boys put up a story, though, of 7 potential salary cap casualties for the 2024 Cowboys. And, Tank's on the list. Apparently you save $10 million if you move on from him post June 1. That's not worth it, okay? The $10 million worth of savings. I don't think getting rid of Tank would be worth $15 million worth of savings or 20, because I think he's so dang good. He's a very important part of this defense. And at 32 years old, I just don't think he's slowing down.
No.
So you move on from other players before you move on from Tank, if you ask me, Brian. Any disagreements there?
No, not at all.
I guess his cap hit is going to be really big because of the way that his contract has been structured over the years.
Sure.
And now this is like an important fork in the road. So you just get down and negotiate and figure out a way for both sides that makes sense. And Tank has shown a willingness to do what the Cowboys have asked as far as contractually to stay here. I think he sees value in staying here. It makes sense for him, and hopefully it continues to be that way, because I don't know if the defense can be as good without Tank, and they need to be getting better, not worse.
No, you're absolutely right about that.
Michael
Absolutely.
Gallup's on the list. That's a no-brainer. You free up the cap money there. Leighton Vander Esch, no-brainer. Cooper Rush, no-brainer.
I think Leighton Vander Esch is going to probably retire.
Yeah, I think so, too.
That would be my thought.
Here's Wolchuk with the rest of that micro C note.
Well, we did have yesterday Mel Kiper Jr.'s first mock draft came out, and he actually has the Cowboys selecting a player that Brian brought us, we've watched, and that you first brought up on the draft show. And it is offensive tackle out of Arizona, Jordan Morgan, at 24 overall for the Cowboys. Kiper writes, the NFL's other franchise in Texas has the opposite rookie class as the Texans, as the Cowboys got very little from the first players they selected. And while they've been known for their tremendous offensive line play for years, both left tackle Tyron Smith and right guard Zach Martin are 33, with Smith now out of contract. Sure, they appeared to have hit on first-rounder Tyler Smith, who was excellent at left guard, but they have to add more talent to their line. Morgan is one of his favorite pass protectors in the class, loves the way he moves his feet, handles twists and stunts, started 35 games at left tackle in college, which would make him a perfect fit to replace Tyron Smith. And it's funny because he does wear the same number.
He does.
And you compared him to Tyron when we talked about him on the draft show last week.
I think he's got some similar traits. I think when he carries his hands low, which is kind of strange, but he's really quick with getting them up and then getting them inside. He's never on the ground. The balance, the body control he plays with. In the running game, his ability to make those cutoff blocks. If the ball's going to the outside to the right, and as the left tackle, you have to make that. You have to get your head across and get your guy squared up, and he does that quite a bit. He's a very impressive player, and very much because, like I say, he wears 77. You're like, the way he gets away from the line, the way he bends his knees, the way he punches with his hands, and the power he plays with. He's got some, like I say, some similarities to that guy that currently plays for you right now.
He's fun. I mean, his recovery ability is outstanding. And he's almost playing with guys, because there's times he's blocking a dude and he's got one leg in the air because he's trying to recover and move around to the other way. Like, he's good, man.
One of the better pass rushers in the Pac-12 this year was Latu from UCLA. And they had to move him away. They moved him to the other side because Latu was not getting anywhere.
Wow, those reps were
and
fun.
Latu will be I would say a top 18 pick in this draft.
Okay, so early returns, we like the Arizona tackle better than the Oklahoma tackle.
Yes.
And it actually feels realistic, at least from the vantage point we have right now, that this Arizona dude could actually fall to, because you guys describe him, it sounds like, gosh dang it, is he a top 15 player?
I think this is where media scouts lose out to the real scouts. I think the real scouts probably have this guy a lot higher on their board and on their stack. I think we're all kind of, when we start to look at these offensive tackles, and we've looked at quite a few of them, and there'll be some that you're kind of like going, wow, media scouts had them much higher in mocks. And then they'll start talking to, we'll go to the combine, we'll all-star games. They'll start talking to the real scouts. Scouts will say, you've got, like I say, Joe Alt, I think, from Notre Dame is the best tackle in the draft. But, there's guys like like Paul Patrick for the University of Houston that I've seen in mock drafts. To me, I wouldn't touch him.
Or Kingsley from BYU. Another guy that's in the top 25 in mock drafts. I don't think people will see it that way. The media scouts will eventually catch up with the real scouts.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the division.
And what I'm trying to say is,
this guy might get bumped up a little bit.
He might end up going
up.
higher than 24.
Yeah.
It is possible.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were there, man, I would love that. Then let's go ahead. You can keep Tyler at left guard. You don't have to worry about Tyron.
Right.
And you can just line up and let's play. Washington at number 2 takes Jaden Daniels, the quarterback from LSU.
Well,
that would be a bit of a bummer.
Yeah.
Maybe they'd figure that out.
Well, I tell you what, he did win the Heisman Trophy, and I watched him his 2 years at LSU. He's a winner the way he plays. He's extremely tough. He is beyond elusive when he had 1,000 yards rushing this year, 4,000 yards passing.
He's amazing.
I mean, he throws the ball extremely well. He's elusive in the pocket. He can move around, buy himself some time. And you get a coordinator that we're all talking about with the Lions potentially coaching him up.
Could work.
Giants
go with Malik Neighbors, the wide receiver from LSU, who's also fantastic. Like, if there's no Marvin Harrison Jr., he might be the best receiver.
Talked to the Giants the other day, and I asked them their 3 needs, and they were basically wide receiver was number 1, offensive line was number 2, and they're hunting a linebacker too as well. Those are the 3 needs that they were mentioning, and I kind of feel like that Neighbors is better than what Odell Beckham was for the Giants.
I'm not going to fight you, man. Neighbors is really damn good.
Yeah.
That's high praise, though. 22 Eagles.
He is not I will say this, though, about the thing with Odell, very much, we always talk about the diva receiver. This kid's not that
Neighbors
at all.
in that?
Not that at all.
And then
that's why you'd like this kid.
The Oregon State tackle, Talisa Fuaga, ends up going to the Eagles. I love this kid as a run blocker. He's awesome. I would draft him and play him over Terrence Steele immediately if it were up to me making the decisions. But Eagles hit themselves a good one there.
Yeah, this is just a super powerful guy. I mean, he's nasty in the run game. When you start to talk about running the football, they go behind him.
He is so good.
Yeah.
And good footwork. I mean, I feel like that's something that, like, Cowboys have to be looking to get gritty, nasty in this draft.
Grimy and savage,
They've got to
dude.
look for that. So all these offensive linemen I'm watching, I'm kind of looking for those traits. Like that kid Schrader, the running back from Mizzou. Like, he's a tough-nosed, hard runner.
Right.
He's not putting up with any bleep over here.
See, I think that's the type of thing that they need a little bit, man. They need nasty across the board. I know we were talking about the defense yesterday, needing that grimy, savage nature that the Ravens bring, according to Kyle Van Noy, but the offense having the road grader tough guys that are just, like you have that in Ferguson a little bit. Like you have that at your tight end position. I don't think you have it anywhere else.
Well, the
Tyler,
good news
maybe.
is that at right tackle, you'll be able to maybe do an upgrade and get grimier after the 2025 season, which is your window to move on from Steele.
Maybe draft and stash.
Dude, honestly, shouldn't they just, with how good this roster is, don't you just draft for special teams on a year like this?
Last year kind of felt like that.
A wise man once said. Thank you, Wolchuk. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We have some Troy Aikman audio coming up at 5 o'clock. He was saying things are going to become more difficult for Dak and the Cowboys, and we'll let you hear how Troy says that is coming up at 5:20. Up next, an edition of Football's Finest, though, Eric. What do you got?
The best football sounds of the day, featuring that one time Belichick got mossed next here in the nation.
But let me tell you about
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. Expressway is 20 minutes away. We have that Troy Aikman audio for you. Right now, it's an edition of Football's Finest with Eric Chiafalo.
877-881-1053. Should we draw out of the hat the final 4 remaining teams for our G-Bag Survivor, or should we have to live with our own decisions and not leave it up to chance? You let us know at truckwreck.com. Fan text 877-881-1053. There's plenty of football news to get into, but I have some sounds, my favorite sounds of the football day, and I'd like to start with the Let's Go podcast. This is Tom Brady's, and Brady does it with Jim Gray. He had Edelman and Moss on. They were all on together. So it's Brady, Moss, Edelman, and Edelman is just a great storyteller. Listen to Edelman tell you the story about their playing days in New England together, and it's about the time that Bill Belichick got mossed.
Every offseason, we'd have some inspirational thing from Bill. This guy lays out an hour-long presentation on why Tiger Woods is Tiger Woods. He's sitting there. You guys are over in Vegas in the offseason. This guy's hitting his 7-iron. He's at the greens putting. And like 3 weeks later, the whole Tiger saga came out, right? 3 weeks later, Randy, as soon as it came out, we're in stretch lines. And Bill walking around, he got his little whistle and he's whistling or doing his little whistle twirl. And all of a sudden you hear out of left field, "Hey, Bill! Hey, Bill!" You see Belichick, he just shakes his head like he knew exactly what it was. How about Tiger? Whole team starts dying. Whole team's going crazy.
Belichick got mossed.
He got mossed.
Yes,
A great line there from Jim Gray at the end. I didn't know he had a single funny bone in his body. But that is a fantastic story there. And when you're Randy Moss, you can do that sort of thing. You know, you can poke the legendary Bill Belichick, who at that time was at the height of his powers. But a great story there. It's Tiger Woods. He's dialed, of course. You guys are just partying, doing crazy stuff in your time off. Be like this guy. And then the saga comes out. That's just perfect.
You know, what makes a storyteller a great storyteller is if they can do the imitation of the person they're talking about.
Yeah, Edelman does a great Belichick.
Edelman can do.
He really
it seems
does.
like he can morph into different voices.
He's good at it.
Yeah.
He's entertaining, man.
Very entertaining.
Yeah, so really appreciated that story there. Now, the other another
Randy Moss, the funniest dude in that story, though. Legendary at this point.
And what are you going to do with Randy? I mean, you're not going to bench him if you're Bill. You know,
absolutely.
That video of Randy going into Bill's office, inviting him to the Halloween party.
Oh,
yeah,
that is, and then Bill shows up. Like he's like, yeah, okay, I'll show up.
It really was cool though. Like when you start thinking, we always do it with quarterbacks, where it's like, man, where they go has so much of a factor in terms of how good they end up being, you know. And it goes. I mean, that is one of the greatest, like, different ends of the spectrum where we thought Randy Moss was done.
Mm-hmm.
He's in Oakland with the Raiders, and it's like this guy, he doesn't look like the Randy Moss I grew up watching. This isn't Minnesota Vikings Randy Moss. Did he age overnight? He is not the same dude. And then you put him in a place like New England, which is on the other end of the spectrum at the time of just, okay, we can make average Joe Schmo look respectable. What can we do with a talent like Randy Moss, a washed-up Randy Moss? Is he? Well, I mean, look at the difference in Randy Moss as a Raider and Randy Moss as a Patriot. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I imagine they could. You're talking about two completely different players.
An explosion.
Yeah.
I mean, he scored twice as many touchdowns in his first year with New England that he did in his 2 years with the Raiders. It was 23 touchdowns. That was a force of nature that year. Was that the year Brady broke the record?
Yeah, that was the 07 undefeated year, and it was just like, I don't care if it's Darrelle Revis. I don't care who it is. We're going to drop a 50-yard TD bomb on your dome at least once a game.
It was weird when they moved on from him because it just seemed unfair when they got Moss. It was like the last piece that just made the Patriots unstoppable.
Yeah, it really was, dude. It really was. So great story there. Let's get to another one. This is a story. I believe this is. I've had this in the in the bank here for a little while, but I believe this is from Pardon My Take, and they had Kyle Long on, who's the son of Howie Long, brother of Chris Long. Kyle Long's an offensive lineman in the NFL for some years, really good player. And he's talking about going through the draft process. And he sat down, I don't even remember what team it was now, but Bill Callahan, a.k.a. Running Game Moses,
That's
right?
him.
Not Football Jesus.
No.
But Running Game Moses.
Running Game Moses.
Bill Callahan, one of the more legendary offensive line coaches in football history. I bring this to you because his son has now gone from Cincinnati to being the head coach in Tennessee with the Titans, and he might get his dad from Cleveland to join him in Tennessee with the Titans. But listen to Kyle Long tell you he's about to be an NFL lineman. He's about to be drafted. He's sitting down with Bill Callahan. They're at the whiteboard doing their thing, and here's the story.
Bill Callahan, I had my visit with him, pulled up a play. He says, all right, we're running this protection. We're running, it's third down. This is the linebacker we're responsible for. Who are you blocking? He essentially said, this guy comes down. Who are you blocking? And he clapped like a second later, and he said, you can't play for me.
Damn, because you didn't answer right away?
Right away. He said, quarterback's hit. You can't play for me.
Oh, I love that.
He left, and I did the rest of the meeting with Frank Pollock.
Damn. That's awesome.
So to your question, I would say this. He doesn't have any room for bullshit.
Right. Yeah.
If you play for Bill Callahan, just like if you play for Bill Belichick, you better know what you're doing.
That's an interview with the Dallas Cowboys. That's Running Game Moses and Frank Pollock. They were co-coaches. I think Frank was the assistant offensive line coach at that time. So yeah, that right there, that's a meeting with the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay, interesting. Because I'm looking here, it looks like he was drafted in like 2013. Kyle Long was. So 2013, does that sound about right?
Yeah,
2012
Frank,
maybe.
I'm just putting Pollock and Running Game Moses together.
Yeah,
that sounds about right.
That's classic, dude.
Yeah. I think Frank took over for Bill when he left.
Yeah, he was with the Cowboys from 2012 to 2014.
Yeah.
Just a no bleeps kind of deal.
Yeah.
Gives you a second. Then he walks out. What a power move.
Yeah.
Just to walk out and be like, all right, I'm done. I've seen enough here. We're good. You're not for me. Somebody else
Had a
will
very
draft you.
strong personality.
Oh yeah, he
rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. I think Jason Garrett hated him by the time he left.
Yeah, he called Jason Garrett the C word.
Oh,
basically. Yeah, not.
Well,
basically.
he wanted to leave, and Garrett
He
wouldn't
wanted to
let him
leave.
have his contract.
He had a shot to coach he had to be an offensive coordinator with the Baltimore Ravens, and Jason wouldn't let him out of the deal.
Wow.
And so that's
by a technicality, he had a job that had the same standard, but he wasn't really the OC. He was like assistant head coach or something
running
weird.
game coordinator, all that stuff. Yeah, call him the C word.
Yeah, I wonder if the Browns will grant him permission to just leave, because I believe he's still under contract there as their offensive line coach. But if his son wants him to join him in Tennessee, I wonder if Cleveland will play nice, or if they'll be like, nah, you're gonna have to like trade for him, Tennessee. I need a draft pick for this guy.
Everywhere this guy goes,
their rushing attack becomes legit.
They're legit.
Yeah.
I don't know if I might hold him up for some compensation if
the Browns.
If I'm the Browns.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree, dude. I agree. I mean that's a
it's
legit
hard to
asset right there.
I told you. I think the third most important position on the coach. You got the head coach, the two coordinators. The next most important coach is your offensive line coach. I will go to my grave with that one.
And Billy C's one of the best of them.
He is.
Okay, let's get you to Jared Goff. I believe he was on some local Detroit radio, and they asked him whether or not bulletin board material matters to the Lions quarterback.
It depends what it is. What do you got?
Skip Bayless, after your game, tweeted out the
No,
following.
I don't care about anything he says. You can stop now. That's not.
I love it.
No. Yeah.
No oxygen. No oxygen.
Yeah. No. Anything those guys say on daytime TV, you can skip over that.
Okay, is he trying to be funny there at the end when he uses the skip over that? Or is that just him? Not even realizing
I don't think that's
how smart he's being in that moment?
I think he just said it.
Sometimes genius accidental puns happen.
Yeah,
that's what I'd bet on at
I think
that point.
Was accidental as well.
Okay, but we are giving credit to Jim Gray at the end of that for the Belichick got Moss.
Yes.
I love that, though. I mean, even Jared Goff is at a place where, and he becomes more likable by the second. Everything about the Lions, is just the Detroit likables, really. That's where we're at with them. But I thought everybody would appreciate that. As soon as he heard it was Skip Bayless, he just cuts him off. He's like, I don't care. No one cares.
He's funny, man. He just had a back and forth today with the reporter that said, like, you guys have a lot of good players. And Jared Goff said, thank you. And then he said, but they might not be the superstars that the 49ers players are considered to be. And he said, okay, never mind then.
Yeah.
Take back the thank you.
I think we're finally seeing the end of Skip. Like Micah Parsons just absolutely roasted him on social media, and that thing's
numbers
gone
aren't
viral
good, are they?
The numbers aren't good. You can clearly see the programmers have lost faith in his ability to cover a show with the outlandish things that he says because they've put so many other people on the show now.
That's the deal. Yeah.
So,
by the way, friend of the program, listening, he says Billy C was the best we've ever had.
Billy C. Probably going to be a Titan. It's all right. Solari will get it figured out, won't he?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the final clip here, best football sounds of the day. This just, I think there is a Twitter thread that's going crazy right now about linebackers just generally having a screw loose. Like if you're a great NFL linebacker, you aren't, a normal human being. You're a bit psychotic. Yeah. And the launching point was Roquan Smith, who was mic'd up during the game the other day. And he wants to hit everything. It doesn't matter if the guy's an inch from hitting the ground. He wants to jump in there and get some contact. He's in your face. He's talking to you the whole time. And so everybody just started quote tweeting and adding to it with different clips of different guys. And I saw this clip from 2003, a 60-minute sit down with Lawrence Taylor. Oh. And it's Lawrence Taylor and the crack.
First tried cocaine at a party during his rookie year in 1981, and by his third season, he had moved up to crack.
You right, I'd go through an ounce a day. There were times I'd be standing in the huddle, and instead of thinking what defense we were playing, I'd be thinking about smoking crack after the game.
Well, you gotta understand though, it didn't affect my play.
That's the end of the clip. I don't know what else happens after that. But the insanity of Lawrence Taylor, I'm a little bit bummed I didn't get to really live and be the football fanatic fan through that time, because that just seems like that what a truly insane person.
What a nightmare.
And then
that was
cracked out athletic freak.
Playing the Giants sucked. With all the players that they had, especially that one.
Would that be like a performance enhancer? Would that make him?
I think it's a speed thing for him. I think it was a kind of a.
He's getting off the ball a little bit quicker.
No, because you're not smoking crack during the game.
Yeah.
And that crack high is not going to last more than just a couple of minutes. So, no, I would not see that as a performance enhancer. No. I think the fascinating thing is his energy and strength was so great that it didn't prevent him from being great.
Right.
I mean, most people, they wither away.
Yeah.
They're seeing ghosts. They get into a bad space of psychosis. If you do cocaine on a daily basis, it doesn't take but 5-6 months for it to totally destroy a family. The fact that, and he maintained a standard. Like, it's not like, oh, wow, what happened to this player or that player? Oh, he's just not the same anymore. We saw that with the Mavericks.
Yeah.
A guy went through a drug crisis, almost died in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
With the Mavericks, that's what cocaine does. I saw it in Portland with Sean Kemp. Guy went from being unbelievable to, wow, what's going on with Sean Kemp? He missed practice today? That's what cocaine does. Lawrence Taylor just kept on dominating. So when he said there at the end, it didn't affect my game, didn't make me worse, I'm like, yeah, I mean, that was 85, 86. We were playing with video games with him in 89. He was dominating, wrecking every play. You couldn't kick field goals against the Giants in video games in the 80s.
Couldn't block him.
He would block all the field goals. Extra points. You scored 6 points at a time. That was it against the New York Giants.
him and guys like him and Derek Thomas.
Yeah.
I mean, incredible players from that time.
Wow, dude.
Derek Thomas was a little bit later, but both of them played. They were like blurs.
So
when you watch the film, it was a blur.
Right.
You couldn't see the players, just a blur.
So him being a bit of a crackhead at the time, like it turns up the level of difficulty for him.
I think so.
So he's playing on almost just regular NFL level of difficulty is not quite enough for me. Let me take this up a notch. I'm going to make it even harder on myself.
I want to be fiending for crack right in the middle of the game.
One of the greatest to ever play, and let me just slow myself down even more.
Drooling at the mouth.
Yeah.
What a savage. Okay, now I also saw today that the Eagles were going to be interviewing Cliff Kingsbury. as their offensive coordinator. He's obviously making the rounds. He was a senior offensive assistant or whatever for USC this past year. Yeah, I guess he still is.
He's trying to get a full-time job.
He's trying to get one of these gigs.
Call up to the big leagues. And I like the way this Shane Half on Twitter put it in regards to Kingsbury and the Eagles. He writes, "Are you tired of an Eagles offense that ranked 4th in RPO usage, dead last in motion, dead last in under the center rate, and second to last in designed rollout rate? Well, then maybe I could interest you in Cliff Kingsbury, a guy who couldn't win games with Pat Mahomes in college, failed upwards into an NFL head coaching job, and then who then pieced together an offense that ranked 8th in RPO usage, 30th in motion, dead last in under center rate, and 27th in design rollout rate." So Kingsbury, just at those, just at a glance of those metrics there, is very similar to the way he ran his Arizona Cardinals offense as what the Eagles were just dealing with, where it was no motion, you're not getting under center, you're not rolling your quarterback out. That seems to be exactly, if you want to copy and paste your terrible offense from last year, this guy might be the guy for the job.
I could see it.
I wouldn't, especially if you're Chicago and you're going to take Caleb Williams or hell, even
they hired their guy already. Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago's official.
Yeah, it's they took the guy from Seattle.
Well,
teams just
they did. Waldron. They did hire Waldron. We were kind of like,
I think Waldron's
maybe
pretty good.
Waldron will be okay.
Teams just want to hang out with him, though. Like there is no evidence that he is good at this job. What there's evidence of is the same with Brian Johnson. Let him work with your quarterback.
Yeah.
Yes, he's good with QBs.
If you like him that much, just pay him the $3 million to do that job. But he ain't an OC and he ain't a head coach.
Definitely not a head coach.
I think somebody else will give him at least one more chance to screw it up before the entire league knows it. And then he can just go into his old age as that assistant.
I'd give him a shot.
It's still
as an
banging
OC.
20-year-olds somehow. Sorry, I can't believe I just said that.
Oh.
That sounds like a good gig.
Walchuk's really starting to rub off on you, man.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy.
I mean, this guy's legendary. For how he has partied his
He's a
way
handsome guy.
He is.
Through the sport.
He's probably honestly too handsome for Philadelphia. There, I said it.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to go
I don't think you don't identify with the Eagle fan. He's not man of the people guy on the sidelines.
Maybe the Raiders.
They're going to turn on you in a second.
Raiders could use a new QB. Could that work?
We do have some news out of Philadelphia, though, and we'll get to that. We have audio from Troy Aikman as he assesses the offseason situation. Does he still trust Dak? And why Dak and the offense are under even more pressure. Now it's time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top when we get back here in the nation.
More G-Bang Nation.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now for the Expressway. We're going to go commercial free to the top. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And we have some Troy Aikman audio here coming up in just a second. I wanted to tell you what Nick Sirianni said, though. This is funny. This is so pathetic. Howie Roseman has made his first misstep, I think, here in a while. Now, he does not have a great eye for head coaches. And no disrespect to Doug Peterson, but, I mean, they won the Super Bowl with him, then let him go a couple of years later on. But here's Nick Sirianni, who should have been fired. He says, in my mind, you better believe I'm thinking, how do I reprove myself? I was a young coach that Mr. Lurie and Howie and this organization trusted to give the job to. I had to prove myself that this guy can lead the organization like they asked me to. And I had to prove myself from then. Did I have to sell my vision to Lurie? No, because it was business as usual. But you better believe I'm thinking about that 1-6 finish, and I'm going to prove them right again. And it's inspiring. You know, there's no doubt this guy wants it really bad because his emotions got the best of him consistently. You can see it happening in games, and you can see the disconnect on the roster. You know, with multiple different groups of people not liking decisions that were made and the bad culture that was created. So I think you just relish in that. I think the reason Mr. Lurie is not going to fire him ultimately, Brian, is probably pretty clever. He knows next year is going to be a rebuilding year, and you might as well fire him next year after he takes all of the arrows from the fans. That's a little bit of cover you're trotting out there. Plus, it's not going to be I don't think it's going to be a big winning year for the Eagles. You know, maybe he'll make it so bad you end up tanking all the way to the cellar and you get a top 5 pick.
There you go, man.
Price lie like a fox.
That's how you think. How, like, Sirianni's he's going to be my meat shield.
Yes.
He's going to take that, and then boom, we'll be
suck
picking
us
in the top
all the
5.
way. Man, yeah. By the time all these players hate each other by Halloween, boy, we might be heading for, a great place to take a quarterback.
Yep, exactly. Hurts, go get yourself another franchise quarterback. That's probably exactly what he's thinking. If it doesn't work, then oh well.
I wonder what the out is on Jalen Hurts' contract. I need to look at this here.
I think I was seeing yesterday his contract is one that is tradable. Unlike Dak's, where I think that thing's pretty hard to move. I think it might be impossible. Jalen Hurts, I saw some outlet report that thing could be traded, much like Carson Wentz was.
Yeah, Dak got the body slam deal there with the no franchise tag and no trade clause.
Yeah.
He kicked some serious ass there in that negotiation.
Todd France did a nice job on that.
Todd France didn't mess around.
Yep.
I mean, if you are negotiating against the cavemen, a.k.a. the Jones boys, history will tell you just keep asking and keep waiting. And it doesn't even matter if you have one of the worst injuries for your position in the history of the sport. They're still going to give it to you. They at some point, I think if they're going to negotiate like this, you actually have to be able to tell your friends who are on your roster, Jerry, we're moving on from you. We said this, and we found out everybody doesn't believe us. So this is what you call, changing your game up a little bit. If you're playing poker and you are sitting there bluffing everybody, and all of a sudden 30 minutes later, everybody is calling you and being like, I know you're the bluffer here, and they keep calling you and turning over the winning cards. You can't bluff anybody.
Right.
So now you got to play for real. You got to make them be like, oh, crap, they're playing for real? And how's that start? Probably not with Dak Prescott's contract, but one of these, you got to do it. If you're going to negotiate that tough, you actually got to plant the seed in the agent and the players' heads that, holy crap, remember what happened 2 years ago? This guy thought he was just getting the cavemen to fold, and they took him all the way down to the 12th hour and then said, okay, goodbye. That would buy you some credibility, cavemen, if you're on your way home listening right now. I don't think Steve will be anymore after Broadus put him in a body bag yesterday, though, won the G-Bag of the day. I mean, you got his ass.
Well,
that was good.
I just, like I said, I just wonder. I wonder because you hear things in the organization about being aggressive, and then maybe they're not going to, they're going to let these contracts ride, and so you just, it's kind of difficult right now to pinpoint the direction that you kind of feel like you understand personnel wise what they have to do. The coach is kind of set up for you understand where he's at. The quarterback is the interesting one for me.
Yes, that's fascinating.
Would this team just kind of tie the two together, the head coach and the quarterback?
They're both in lame duck seasons.
And just let it ride and see. And I know Bobby came on this morning and was talking about that maybe they worry about the being in a bad spot like they were in the early 2000s. You have Trey Lance here, though. And I know Trey Lance, he's played some NFL games, but to me, like, you start to talk about if you can't draft a quarterback, an upper-level quarter, you can't get that guy. Now, maybe one would fall to him, but, I mean, I think I would let it ride. I think I would.
At least for a year?
I'd let it ride.
I think they absolutely should.
You know what? And the reason I let it ride is because nobody over there is going anywhere.
Right.
That, to me, if there's going to be one time for this team to sit there and just say, you know what? No, we're not gonna give this guy 50.
And I've talked to you guys about this before. Yeah. I was one of those fans, and maybe similar to their thinking, where it's like, man, we lucked in to those quarterbacks, to Romo and Dak. But I think now you're starting to see more and more teams are doing this. If you don't have that guy that you think is able to be a Mahomes or take your team to the next level, and you've got multiple chances and opportunities with that guy, and he's failed, you've got to be willing to move on.
That's what I'm saying.
And there's options now, which there weren't before.
That's right. And you have options.
But this organization is risk-free, and they stick to their guys until they can't play anymore. So you got to break two massive trends. It makes all the sense in the world, Brian.
No.
I think smart teams would do that. But I think the only reason they're going to let this play out is because that's what they've done with Dak Prescott. Dak and his agent won't do a deal until you're right up against it, and they've maximized the value.
Man, and then now I don't know why why did you trade for Trey Lance? You know, did you trade for Trey Lance to be the backup guy, you know, to after next year to walk too? You know?
That's a good question.
I don't know. See, there's the Mozzie Smith question. Why do you lose all the weight? Okay, there's the Trey Lance question of, you know, why are you bringing him in? Are you protecting yourself for Dak? You know, are you getting ready to have they made the decision already that they're not going to extend Dak?
Maybe they thought realistically that Dak would get hurt and throw a bunch of picks again. And he's like, dude, if he gets hurt and misses 5 games and still leads the league in picks, maybe we won't extend him. But after this year, I think that Trey Lance is now your backup as you're moving on from Cooper Rush. At least I hope they at least give him that chance. John Machota did a story with Troy Aikman's audio here. Speaking at the George W. Bush Presidential Center in Dallas, it was recognized Dallas was as the #1 sports business city by Sports Business Journal. So congratulations, all the sports business people out there. We did it, man. We're #1.
Nice.
And Troy was talking. He was talking about Dak. Does he still believe in him and the new challenge that Prescott is facing? Here's Troy.
For him, and really for the team, isn't so much what happens in the regular season now. It's how are they going to play and how is he going to play once you get into the postseason. That makes for a long year when that's the way it works. And I've been there as well as far as when the expectations are that high. But I still believe in Dak. I think that until you do it, there's always those criticisms. And I know Peyton Manning went through that his first 3 years. He didn't win a playoff game. And then you look back on it now, you can't imagine that anybody questioned whether or not he could win a playoff game. And, you know, the Cowboys have been through that earlier in their franchise history. So the pressure gets higher, for sure, as they go into this offseason and then next season. But it makes it hard. It makes it hard to come back and put themselves in a position to do it all over again. You know, everybody talks about the proverbial window and how long it's going to stay open. It's hard in this league to keep it up. You know, we just assume that because these key guys will be back, that they'll continue to play at a high level, win 12 games, and put themselves in that position. And it just doesn't always work that way.
So, you know, it's going to be a long year. I mean, it's win big or nothing matters. And it's tough because you go through a joyless regular season like that.
Yeah.
People aren't celebrating your small and medium-sized victories anymore. Yeah. They're not standing for you after you barely beat a sub-500 team on a Cowboys Monday. They're just crossing their arms and saying, let's see it in January. Get to the NFC title game or none of this matters. And that is a pressure cooker to be in. It's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen a team get that level of expectation without having more success in the postseason. Usually it's a team that's won the Super Bowl. And the fan base is like, anything short of that just isn't good enough, buddy. You better get back there and win that Super Bowl for us because we liked that and we don't like losing in the playoffs anymore. That's usually where the expectations come from. Troy is saying somehow the Cowboys have found themselves with a spoiled, entitled fan base insisting on Super Bowl or nothing without ever having done jack squat.
And that's a tough place to be. I don't know how it's going to play out. I think Dak's tough as nails. You know, I think mentally he will not cave to the pressure.
No, he won't.
I agree with that.
But over the rest of that roster, you know, that is a recipe for, you know, the sort of animosity that can flare up and resentments that can flare up like what we just saw with Philadelphia.
You know, if they decide not to extend him, maybe that's the galvanizing moment for McCarthy and Dak. They don't believe in either one of us right now. You know, maybe that's the moment where, like, you know, it's about time. Well, let's show them they don't believe in us. Maybe this is that, to me, that galvanizing moment. I say it thinking that you know, that those two, you know, that could look at it and, you know, hey, we have to do this for each other. If we're gonna do this. And Dak defended Mike McCarthy in the post.
How about the rest of the 52 guys on that team, too? They all defended McCarthy, Mike McCarthy, their head coach.
Absolutely.
And the ones that still, I mean, hey, maybe there's a little bit of doubt on Dak.
Absolutely.
But I think most of the people in that locker room do love Dak Prescott.
They absolutely do. And that's what I just feel like that maybe Jerry and Steven and them are tying these two together. And they're saying, you know, you two figure this out. And if there's everything that we believe about what Mike thinks about Dak and Dak thinks about Mike, you know, then try and bet against him. You know, try and bet against him. The Joneses have bet against Dak before and waited on a contract extension. What happened? Now he has no trade, no franchise tag, no this, no that. Short, you know, it seemed like just 2 years ago we were talking about Dak and a contract extension. You know, it was going to come down. When's it going to happen? And now we're already back at the table again.
Well, if they're going to continue to do things the exact same way, I would rather have them move on, because I think moving on and drafting a guy on his rookie salary schedule actually gives you a chance to win the Super Bowl with this model.
Yeah.
Because then you would have the extra $30 million or $40 million, hell, maybe even $50 million that it would take to pay up enough of the roster to win like that. And I think there's a number of rookie quarterbacks coming in playing at generally the same level that Dak Prescott is.
You might be able to
even better.
You might be able to do a deal similar to what Jordan Love has at Green Bay. You know, he hasn't played. He's waited for 4 years, and now you took that fifth year and you bumped the fifth year up in order to kind of give it a, you know, like you're a starting quarterback. So maybe that's something that they can do with Lance if it comes to that point where he's not a $50 million quarterback. He's
you could draft one.
He's a $25 million quarterback or a $20 million quarterback.
I think it would be exciting to be into that place where you're, you know, trying out guys who either because their salary is so low or their talent is so high could legitimately put you in a championship window. We never really got a great chance to do it with Dak's contract because there was so much money on Tony Romo's. Okay. Year one, Tony's still on the team. Mm-hmm. Year two is part of Tony's dead money. Year three is the rest of Tony's dead money. And then you had 1 year in 2019. But Dez was trending out at that point, and you had a huge dead money hit on his. So you never got the full benefit of having Dak Prescott on his rookie salary scale. Never got to load up the roster like a lot of these other teams are doing. You're getting a $50 million discount. I don't know how, if you're the Joneses, that can't be highly appealing to you right now. I love everything Brian said about tying these two together and saying, hey, this might be your last chance with the Cowboys, Mike and Dak. Go do it. But I just don't think they would. Here's more. Troy Aikman asked about how surprised he was that it ended when it did.
Pretty shocked, yeah. In fact, I did not. My season ended last weekend with the divisional round, and so I'm free this weekend. And I really anticipated that Dallas would be playing in the championship game, and figured that it would be in San Francisco. So I was planning on going to the game. Didn't book a vacation after my season, and so I really liked this team all year long. Thought they were really talented. I thought Green Bay could give them some problems. I get a chance to see all these teams. Matt LaFleur is outstanding. I thought he'd have some things that gave him a chance, and he clearly did. But I thought that the Cowboys would. I thought they'd separate themselves there in the second half, and it didn't happen. It was just, you know, it's the same old story, and I don't mean that as a criticism. It's just, when I'm asked about the Cowboys as to why they have struggled, they've put together some really great regular seasons, and they just have not, for whatever reasons, played their best football when the games matter most. And that's what you have to do. I mean, that's the key to winning in the postseason and then getting to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, stunning. I couldn't believe that they were that bad. But after watching Green Bay play against San Francisco, I was like, wow, that wasn't an accident. Green Bay's actually better.
Yeah.
The struggles against Seattle and Detroit, obviously Buffalo, Miami, that was telling the truth for us. And the Washington game was just a reprieve from legitimate, credible NFL competition as soon as they stepped on the field. What's left to be determined now is, does this team have the culture, the temperament as a group? We know a couple of them do. But are they legit getting worse under the pressure? They said the thing that separates the greats is when the pressure gets dialed up, they're just doing their normal thing. They're present. They're not getting eaten up and psyching themselves out. Yeah. Are the Cowboys getting into a mental state that's making them worse? I didn't consider that last year because obviously they whooped Tampa. They played great in Dak's rookie year in 2016, but the psychological group stuff is weird now, and as the pressure mounts, as Troy said, I think the degree of difficulty goes up. Yeah. It's time now for us to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has LA Live. Fixing his headphones.
All right, you squares, time to go. Here we go.
Time to toke.
Yep, time to toke.
Hey, here I am.
How do you do?
Stumbling and fumbling with my headphones, bro. I'm sorry about that.
That's live radio.
All right. Did we say something about the on-time experts and how they sponsor the situation?
They're fantastic. Love the on-time experts.
Oh,
salute.
All right. Just making sure. Doing a little inventory right here. All right. Let's get into a hump day edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James, y'all.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get hot.
If Andy yearns for Brenda and Brenda cares about Charlene, who pines for Andy, the three of them form one of these. Kara.
What is it, threesome?
No. Roger?
What is a love triangle?
Yes, that's it. Kara has obviously had much more experience than I.
Oh, come on.
Alex.
Come on, Alex.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
Yeah, it's a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live for January 24th, 2024. Like I said, it is a Butt Naked Wednesday. Word to Miss Badu. I, too, was born underwater with $3.06. Yeah, peace to the gods. Hope you had a productive day. If you work second shift, I hope you have a productive day. Third shift as well. I say that respectfully. Carter, I want to give my hand clap to Carter in here. If you don't know who Carter is, he is our college aficionado around here. University of Oklahoma graduate. And the visual mans at 105.3 The Fan. The visual mans, if you're looking on the cameras, yes. If you see any cameras, you're looking through the eye of Carter around here. Carter told me yesterday he ran 5 miles.
Not bad.
5 miles for a workout. I said, I'll be damn, 5 miles.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
He looks like a bit of a runner.
I need to do more. He does.
Yeah.
He's a stringy fellow.
Yeah.
He's a stringy fellow.
Cross-country guy.
Yeah, cross-country kind of guy.
I appreciate the 5 miles. I am more impressed with 16 pull-ups myself.
Well, you know what? I've been trying to find the motivation to do things.
I do appreciate
Dawson on the pull-ups got me motivated to get some pull-ups in. Get the shoulders back right. And then Carter, I was like, man, let me get my cardio right again. Carter ran 5 whole damn miles.
Yeah.
So when I woke up this morning, I was productive.
Yeah.
I cleaned the carpet. I washed the carpet like a little carpet cleaning machine.
Oh, yeah.
Shampoo the carpet. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Shampoo the carpet. Thank you, Dawson. I was drowning right there.
You got it.
Yeah, shampoo the carpet because the rescue dog decided it was too cold outside, so maybe I should just pee right next to Daddy here on the floor.
Oh,
so I step out and my socks was wet, and I said, man, let me shampoo this carpet. Shampoo the carpet. Then I went to the gym, got on the treadmill. I put the incline at 4.5.
Whoa.
I would go out there and run on the streets like Carter, but I did break my ankle like a year or something ago, and I didn't want to test it like that. But I had the incline 4.5, then I had the speed at 4.
Okay.
And I went for a whole 67 minutes.
Look at you, dude.
I was wore out, bro. I was listening to a podcast.
Yeah.
I was watching a video as well.
Yeah.
And everything was all good till about that 3.5 mile mark. Then all the words they were saying started to sound like this. I couldn't hear anything. I was just trying to finish up. I was just sweating. I couldn't see anything. Everything was just blurry. Like I took shrooms or something while I was working out. It was amazing.
When you step off that treadmill, it takes at least 60 seconds, if not more, to regain just like you're like equilibrium. Everything just feels off.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So after I did my 4 miles, I definitely stepped off and thought it was a medical emergency for a second. I said, man, I did too much.
Yes.
I pushed myself too hard.
At a 4.5 incline, though, that's a serious degree of difficulty at it.
It was beast. It was good because the podcast was funny and everything, but that 3.5, everything
And now, were you
changed.
jogging or fast walking?
Fast walking, like strong up that hill. You know what I mean?
I do. You're a beast on that. I remember when we were doing a treadmill contest back in the day, and we were trying to get our best time, and you showed up, and we're like, yeah, I hit it last night. I did like 5 minutes and 20 seconds.
Oh, man, that mile. Yeah, I don't think I can do that now. It'll be a while. It'll probably be March. If I keep going like this, it'll probably be March if I get those good
You beat
5.
Mike like Elf did that one time.
Who happened?
Like when Elf beat Baskey.
Oh, yeah.
I think Lucius could have kicked their ass in both of their asses.
Elf and Baskey, that's legendary.
I can't see Baskey competing with anybody and losing. Baskey lose?
He lost, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Did he break the treadmill afterwards? Or claim somebody was cheating?
Well, there was some cheating.
Yeah, okay.
It was a radio bit.
Come on, fam.
And Mike's like, what? I got to say that I lost to you?
Yeah.
Okay, you're in charge of the show, I guess. I guess I lost.
Well, I got mine in. I appreciate you, Carter, for giving me that motivation. Also, my playlist was fire during the workout.
It's huge.
I might make it public one day.
It's not a surprise, Lucius. I feel like you do have the best taste in music.
Okay, well, thank you, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. It's a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. I have a question for the Tolos. A Tolo is a turn it on, leave it on listener to this station, all right? So if you're not familiar with that, a turn it on, leave it on listener. And I asked the Tolos, what's up, brother? Oh, you just said Tolo?
You and Tolo.
Just punctuation.
Just Toloed it.
Okay, yeah. I
That's
asked
what
the
the Tolos
Tolos.
say. We're out and about. They're like, Tolo!
Tolo!
And they yell.
Yeah.
Fish out of water? No. Yeah, I asked the Tolos on Facebook that follow me there to name an athlete that could have been great. You could have been somebody, kid. You could have been a contender. Who could have been great? I asked this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook, and I got answers like Harold Miner. He was Baby Jordan at one point, y'all.
Ooh.
Yes. I'm not sure about Baby Jordan. I think he might have just been a dunk contest guy.
Yeah.
Because he had a shot, you know? He was like dialed in and everything and trying his hardest to learn, but he just I don't know if he had the full game. He was just like a good bench guard, Harold Miner.
Jay-Z had a bar said, "You washed up like Harold Miner."
Ooh.
Yeah. That was awful, man. You don't want Jay-Z to say something like that about you, bro.
David
Washed
Irving.
up on marijuana.
Yeah,
Irving's a good one.
David Irving was that guy for me that could have been great.
David Irving's a good one.
Yeah.
Is it Marcus Dupree, the greatest that ever was?
Marcus Dupree is on the list, bro. A lot of people.
Great. Was that 30 for 30?
That's
Yeah,
a
it was a
30 for
great
30.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was awesome.
You know, when I go basketball, I think of this guy. He was a playground legend, late 90s, Lenny Cook. Okay, and this guy would read about him like in New York City coming through high school. You would read about these guys like in Source magazine or some kind of Sports Illustrated feature. That was what we did in the 90s, trying to find. So this guy was like coming up and he was legendary, and then all of a sudden he got to college and like his life just fell apart. And the next thing you know, Lenny Cook was 27 years old in coaching teams at the Rucker instead of dominating in the NBA.
That is a fact. That is a 100% fact. Name an athlete that could have been great. He could have been somebody. Marcus Vick, that is Michael Vick's little brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he just needed some discipline. Roy Tarpley. Used to be my dad's buddy in the clubs.
Yeah. That guy was a force of nature. You talk about like these Shaq dudes who are tall and nimble.
Yeah.
And like so powerful still. Yeah, he was a problem.
Big Roy.
Yeah.
Sean Lee made the list.
Oh, man, Sean Lee, absolutely. Could have been a Hall of Famer if he could have stayed healthy.
All the injuries.
Yep.
Penny Hardaway. Vince Young, if he didn't go to Tennessee, somebody said.
Yeah, VY. Jeff Fisher didn't want him.
Bring Vince Young into this NFL.
Oof, VY was nasty. Maurice Claret?
Yes, he did make the list as well, sir. Thank you.
Foot speed.
Yep. My old program director says Dak Prescott. Come on. Come on, bro.
Funny guy.
Come on,
Should have been on air with jokes like that.
Should have been on air. Name an athlete that could have been great. Josh Hamilton.
Yeah.
Brian Bosworth. I love Boz.
Boz.
I love Boz.
Those Dr. Pepper commercials are the great Fansville.
Yeah, I love Boz, man. Representing Irving,
Our
Texas.
quarterback. He's being sucked in the portal. It's my Dr. Pepper hand.
Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Bo Jackson was amazing to watch on Sundays, man. What a gift it was to be a little Lucius. You turn on the TV and there's damn Bo Jackson just going crazy in the Broncos.
Yes. That was another one of those deals that took over everything.
Yes. Bo knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It was the level of Tyson and Jordan.
Yeah, it was
early
big,
90s.
bro. It was so big. Pause. Josh Howard.
Oh yeah. There was a period there where Josh Howard was awesome.
That's weed. That's weed.
Rodrigue Beaubois.
Peter Warwick. What happened to Peter Warwick?
Man, Peter Warwick was so. He got drafted by the Bengals and just wasn't good in the NFL.
He fizzled.
Fizzled.
Aaron Hernandez. Come on, fam. What are we doing?
Not gonna lie, I did think about that as well.
Joey Gallo.
Joey Gallo.
He tried really hard.
Yeah, Mike Holt.
What are we doing?
Jurickson Profar.
Oh man. Johnny Manziel, Lynn Bias, Mike Bassick. Tolo said Mike Bassick. They're trolling. Ricky Williams.
Tried his hardest. Mike did. Ricky came back and had a great.
Ricky had a great.
He did, dude. I mean, that guy made it on full-on intensity and effort. You know, Bassick just getting to the big leagues. He couldn't throw very hard.
Yeah, he maxed himself out. Yeah. He should be extremely proud of himself.
I think he is.
I think the Ranger is it David Clyde? Is that the name that the old timers talked about?
Yeah. 1974. Yeah. 23.
Max himself out is hilarious. Name an athlete that could have been great.
Squeezed all the juice out of himself.
And it was worth the damn squeeze.
He's maxed out, buddy.
You made it.
You made it, dude. Good for you.
You made it for 14 games this time. Back to the minors. We'll see you maybe in a couple years.
Name an athlete that could have been great. Touchdown Trey Johnson. Your mama hit me up and said, put you on the list, bruh.
Wow, Johnson.
You might want to holler at your mama. Shout out to Aunt Lala. Ryan Leaf.
Wait. Her name's Alala?
Aunt Lala. She's the one that trolls the Cowboys.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
I love your aunt.
Yeah, like she buys all of the gear to every team that the Cow. And she's celebrating right now. I told you. She's loving it right now.
Thanksgiving's a hoot, man.
Yeah. Ryan Leaf.
Oh, there you go.
That's good.
What happened to Ryan Leaf?
Drugs.
He's making a comeback now in media.
He's doing a great job in
opioids.
media. Yeah,
He is.
he's doing broadcasting. Yeah.
Thievery.
You don't have to do any P test in media.
Guy would look up in the newspaper victims of car accidents
Yeah.
in Montana, go to their house and be like, hey, Ryan Leaf, legendary quarterback, I'm here just to wish you well. I saw you were in a car wreck. Can I use your restroom? Would hit the medicine cabinet and was doing similar things while coaching college football. Like a running back got an ACL. Word, I got to go see him after practice.
See,
When's
I
his
mean,
surgery?
That's
is-
a new level of addiction, or maybe that is just an addict in general.
Yeah, addicts are really resourceful.
Man, that's
They are
wild.
super resourceful when it comes to getting what they need.
Who was the quarterback at Cedar Hill in the 2000s that Walt always talks about? Will? I'm sorry, I should be remembering his name because he was so dang good. One of the best quarterbacks ever won a state title in Texas. But there's a number of guys that are around that size that dominated everybody that made it to the NFL when they were in high school. And it's just amazing that those next 4 years of college don't deliver them to the NFL after being so outstanding.
It's crazy that you say something about high school. Jonathan Gray, best high school running back ever. They said.
Is it Will Cole? Sorry, back to you.
No, it's all gravy, baby. Derrick Rose. Dez Bryant.
Ooh.
They said Dez Bryant didn't reach the full potential out there. That's what happens when you play for the Cowboys, bro.
Yeah, it is William Cole.
William Cole?
Yeah, William
The weather
Cole.
guy?
No, former Cedar Hill quarterback made it at Oklahoma State.
Oh, okay. Booby Miles?
Yeah, Booby.
He just needed to be a few years younger, and he would have been able to catch the knee reconstruction.
A lot of players.
Yep.
A lot of players.
Bernard
out there.
King.
Yeah, a lot of players.
Just needed a microfracture surgery.
The science just wasn't fair with me in my time.
Yep.
Yeah. That's how I feel about the internet. Man, if you just would have been there for me when I was younger, bro. RG3, Flash Gordon, Josh Flash Gordon. Tony Dumas. What? I feel like he was doing great, man.
He was a good player.
Yeah, my best friend in high school, that was his little nephew. His uncle was Tony Dumas. Every time we would hoop, we'd be like, Tony Dumas. Let's see. Charlie Ward. Jay Williams. They having a
motorcycle accident. Yeah. Yep, sure did.
Travis Frederick.
Yeah.
Jamarcus Russell.
Oh, Jamarcus.
Jamarcus.
He's a great player.
Oh, that's
Get over it.
Get over it.
Mike Lombardi. What an idiot.
Justin Blackman was a good text in.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a really good one.
That's that liquor, right?
Yep. He was an alcoholic.
Yeah, that liquor got a hold of him.
Rolando McClain.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd love to go fishing.
He was
with
fire.
him.
He barely even was like that dedicated to football. It was one of the best linebackers.
Yeah, incredible.
Like, okay, I guess I really don't like this sport, but I'll go kill it at linebacker for another 16 games.
Get it to pay for his bass boats and stuff. Yeah.
Man.
Keith Van Horn.
Ooh, Keith Van Horn.
Oh, wow.
He's slow.
Oh, Rocket Ismail. Man, I
love
Rocket
Rocket.
Ismail so much, man.
Yeah, he was cool.
Oh, my God, when he ran that, when he played for Notre Dame.
Yes.
Championship game, ran the opening kickoff back, and then they called it back.
What a badass.
Bro,
It's Colorado.
Yes, it was so amazing, man.
Well, what about Desmond Howard?
Well, he's Super Bowl MVP.
He was, he's MVP.
But yeah, I hear you.
But for what he was,
he ended up just being a special
He was picked
teams ace.
fourth overall in that.
Fourth overall, and he ended up really just being a specialty. He wasn't really much of a threat offensively kind of deal throughout his career.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Ted Ginn Jr.
Commander's guy.
Speaking of touchdown returns in a championship game.
Yep. RG3.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, the injuries, man.
Yeah,
that rookie season
he was
ridiculous.
awesome.
Yeah.
He really was.
I remember I got in trouble for putting on the Twitter, breaking knees. RG3 is down. Instead of saying breaking news.
Breaking knees.
That's kind of insensitive.
Sorry, I
see
can't
why you
edit.
got banned.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. What'd I just do?
Yep, my bad, man. I'm just trying to get the likes. Colin Kaepernick. I said Travis Frederick.
You did.
All right. And the last one right here, Uncle Rico. They were playing on the Uncle Rico. They were definitely playing.
Man.
Hey, Rico was one of the ones, though. He was one of them ones. All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday here on The Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up, man. At Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow every last one of us if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter, okay? It's right in the bio. Our winner right here is our very own Brian Baldinger. He's figuring Stephen Jones.
This is Stephen Jones's team right now. And if Jerry's number one fault is handing it off to somebody that's ultra conservative that way, then go ahead and blame him. But right now, I think the blame's going the wrong direction here myself.
So it needs to be Steven. Steven needs to be in the blame.
I think when you start to talk about when they don't want to change. They
Both are to
don't want Bill Belichick walking in here or Jim Harbaugh walking in here and saying, we need to do this differently personnel-wise. I don't like the way we're doing this personnel-wise. I don't like this. They don't want that. They don't want that. It's easy for them now. Mike's not going to get in their way about personnel. Mike's not going to get in their way and say, oh, well, like I want him to go in there and say, hey, we need to do something different here. He's not. He's not going to do it different. It's totally comfortable for the way that these guys operate now.
It is.
They don't have anybody questioning their personnel moves. They get to draft. They get to sign players, their own players. They don't do things that the guy in Philadelphia does or people who are fighting for their jobs. That's what this football team is.
Yeah.
They've handed it off from a guy who used to do crazy-ass things. And I was part of the crazy-ass things he did.
Okay.
Heck yeah, you were.
You know what?
You
The
were a bad
crazy-ass...
mofo.
I almost said an S word there. The crazy-ass stuff will get you fired. But he handed it off. And that's where we are now. That's where we are with this football team. They don't want to change because it's they could operate in the way that they're comfortable operating. That's the whole that's the problem. And it ain't Jerry. Jerry's just stepping back. He's 81 years old, but he still has all the titles and stuff. But he ain't in there rolling up his sleeves doing the nuts and bolts stuff. It's Stephen Jones doing this stuff.
It's Steven!
It's Steven!
It's you!
Come on, Steve.
Damn it, Steven.
Mr. Brian Brothers, could you stand up in the show the courtroom?
Yeah.
Which one is Stephen Jones?
Yeah.
Could you just point at him, please?
It's the gentleman right there.
Good afternoon, guys.
Yeah. Objection.
All right, Lord willing, the creek don't rise. That's my time. I'm pulling out. I'll see y'all tomorrow on a Thirsty Thursday.
Thank you so much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Eric, what do you want to do next?
We have the Jim Harbaugh news. It is officially broke. Where has he ended up? The NFL is where Jim Harbaugh is. We'll give you the details on that. And what was Hart playing on the Mavs broadcast? That's next here in the nation.
I want to talk about Twin.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 5 of the nation, ladies and gentlemen, on a beautiful hump day. How about this? Jim Harbaugh, he's a Charger. To the NFL he goes. I wonder, is guys like Derek Holland, the Dutch Oven, all the Wolverines out there?
I warned him.
Remember
we interviewed Holland yesterday.
Do you shed the tear?
I told him he's going to have his crying OC as his new head coach.
Do you say, man, hey, we won the championship, so we're good here. If we got the championship, we lost our Harbaugh, but that's it. It's fine. We are champions. We are champions.
I'll take a crying OC, but I want nothing to do with that crying Bills fan. I'd kick him out of Bills Mafia. That was an embarrassment on national TV, wasn't it?
Dude.
They kept replaying it.
Was it Derek? Oh, no, you're talking about the one they showed during the game. There was another one, that Derek from Better Media, he was the one that was trolling Nate Diaz when he was fighting out here against Jake Paul. He ended up making the rounds because he got a Bills Super Bowl tattoo. but it was all a bit for social media. So he's not like an actual hardcore Bills fan. But that guy that they were showing, they kept like burying his face underneath his beanie. That was sad.
Yeah, and the girl, the somewhat attractive gal kept looking back at him like, wow, what a loser.
I was wondering, I'm like, is this just...
He's sensitive. He's one with his feels. I want him.
Is this just straight up... Is this just straight up like being a sad fan for your own team, or is that a guy who also put, everything he had on the Bills winning that game? Is that a bet losing Bills fan all combined into one?
At his age, it's probably both.
Yeah.
Like, I probably was doing that when I was like 13, 14.
Like, this is more than just my team loss.
Just for my team losing.
I put all the wood on this thing.
When I lost big, when I was gambling on sports, there was no emotion for me. Because I'm in this state of like self-loathing and wanting to forget everything. I'm like, oh, I gotta move on and find some mental space somewhere else. I can't believe it. How am I gonna pay the rent?
Fire up the online poker. Let's go.
Double down the ketchup here. Yeah, here we go.
So yeah, I don't know what drove that kid to that length, but I would advise all men everywhere. If you feel like you're going to get emotional about sports, you get 2 seconds. Okay, then you got to pull it together. And then it does kind of look cool because you were about to break down, but you sucked it up and you were like, I'm a man. I ain't crying in public. And if you can't do that, you got to go. Don't cry, 2 seconds, or leave. Those are your options, man.
Yeah, I'm going to co-sign everything you just said there.
Yep.
And speaking of degeneracy, we are going to be going
Cry
to
2 seconds or leave.
Yeah, I'm trying to save you.
You got 2 damn seconds now.
Oh, wow. That was a
Prospective
tough one.
wives are watching.
You feel better?
Hey, I didn't make up the rules. They did. The women made up the rules. I am in touch with my emotions. If I need to cry, I leave,
All right,
usually.
Can we go back to this Harbaugh thing real quick? Because he had options maybe with the Falcons too. Like they wanted a second interview with him, and they're talking to Belichick.
Sure.
They're flirting.
Sure.
So I think that the Chargers job makes a lot of sense. You've got a quarterback there in Justin Herbert, who I'm sure he's excited to work with, and he can kind of be the dude to figure stuff out. But it's still the AFC. Like, you're still going to have to deal with, right now, the Titans at quarterback in that conference with Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, etc. I mean, would the Falcons' job in hindsight maybe been the better one to take?
Wonder how much longer he's going to have to deal with Andy Reid.
That's fair.
Now you're dealing with Antonio Pierce, Sean Payton,
He seems like a guy that doesn't give a damn either. Give me the challenge.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. How long is if Andy Reid wins the Super Bowl, does Andy Reid stay around anymore?
Mike Florio thinks no.
Yeah. See, you're starting to hear those reports. Andy loves to coach, but Andy's it's taken a lot, man. Andy's family. I mean, he hadn't been around a lot for what's going on. I mean, he's coaching with his sons and stuff like that, and he's had a son that's passed away, and another one's about to go to jail. So, I mean, there's a lot of things going on in that man's life.
469 clarifies you can cry when you win, and I would agree with that. Go ahead. Tears of joy. You're good.
Okay, victory tears are fine.
Yeah.
All right.
But it's got to be the glory tear.
Yeah.
Your face has got to be straight. There's usually some type of smile, maybe, but then the tears can flow.
Yeah. No Sean Marino.
Yeah. A champagne or a trophy in your hand, too, as well.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we've laid out.
At that point, you're a winner.
Right. Yes, for sure.
You're the best.
You've put a lot into this, and now your hard work has paid off because you've been a nose to the grindstone, hard hat, lunch pail kind of guy.
Have we hired a GM at the
You've
Chargers
earned that
yet?
tier.
We haven't hired a GM at the Chargers yet, have we?
There's been so many damn hires I'm forgetting. Let me look.
I don't think we've hired a GM there. This is perfect for Harbaugh because he could pick the guy he wants now. That's what they're probably. That's what I'm sure that. I'm sure that Don Yee and
They
Harbaugh
have not.
Okay. That's why you don't go to Atlanta, because he can pick the guy now that he wants to be the GM.
That makes perfect sense.
Because this is the problem he had in San Francisco. If you remember with Trent Baalke.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And
Baalke.
him and Trent Baalke got into it, and matter of fact, the York family sent Jim packing. They stayed with Trent Baalke on that, and it was one of the worst mistakes they ever made. But now Harbaugh taking this job, he essentially is going to run the personnel, but he could pick the general manager and the guys he wants.
And I think Kellen Moore's going to stay, which is perfect because he's a beta, and McMahon's an alpha. So you got like a good coaching hierarchy. There will be no disagreements of who's in charge.
Yeah, that's true. It'll be very obvious there who's the shot caller. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm a Chargers fan. Do I still want Kellen Moore, or
I guess they blocked him from interviews.
They did.
Yeah, over
They
the weekend
sure did.
or something like that.
Yeah, they did.
I think they're planning on it.
Well, they're going to at least let Harbaugh sit down with him and
make sure they see eye to eye.
Yeah, if Harbaugh starts to talk with him and meets with him and kind of gets a vibe about it, I can see Jim, maybe saying, "Okay, cool, we'll ride this a little."
You can be the quarterback coach. I'll bring Greg Roman in to be my OC.
Yeah, He really does like Greg Roman. That was his guy in San Francisco.
That's what the report. I think it was Garofolo.
That's the guy. That's the guy who was with him at Stanford too, and then he went on to coach at the Ravens.
Right. He was
that got stale there.
Just run the ball, run the ball, run the ball, run the ball, run the ball.
Well, he's trying to get his quarterback to throw the ball better. I think the quarterback of the Ravens has gotten better as a passer.
Oh, he absolutely has
since he's come into the league.
And it helps when you actually have competent receivers. Yeah, amen.
Yeah, for sure. And an offense that sort of spreads you out and is willing to go for those things. But yeah, I guess, and I thought the Dick Fangio stuff today, he's out in Miami. I thought that was the connection point. Him going
him
with
Dick?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, it's
you calling him Dick or Vic?
I'm calling him his name. Why would I call him Vic?
His name's Vic Fangio. It's Vic.
Dick.
It's Vic.
It's hard.
With a V?
Yes, Vic Fangio.
Are you butt cracking me right now?
Not at all. Look it up.
Sacking us?
Look it up.
It's Dick Fangio.
It's just a bit.
It's a bit going back for years.
I feel like I'm getting ball sacked right now.
I didn't know.
I didn't know.
TNT
got ball sacked last night by CNN Sports.
I know they're bits you do. I didn't know this was one of your bits.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Me either.
This is all going over my head.
Thing. It's the Man Campbell thing.
The McSex.
It's cool. McSex.
I've never heard Dick Fangio.
Dude, we've been doing this for 2 years now on this show. We took it over from the Knights, and you haven't picked it up until now?
I will say, today we set the record for, Dick Fangio mentions.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it was a big news day for Dick.
Are you saying that because he's that way to opponents?
I think this all started because when he was the head coach of the Broncos, he took away music rights in the locker room and on the field.
Well, now I understand.
So I said, from moving on, from here on out.
Carry on, Dick Fangio.
You're Dick Fangio.
Carry on, Dick Fangio. I'm sorry.
I'm
Vic,
sorry,
Brian.
I was actually confused. I've been calling him Dick Fangio for so long now that I actually forgot his name was Vic. And I would like to apologize to you for that because we were not on the same page there for a second.
Huh.
But thank you for reminding me. Now, we need to get to
I hate you. I really do.
I love you so much. We need to get to the Mavs broadcast.
I could do Daniel Jeremiah's job, I think.
Yeah, I think you could too.
Yeah.
100% you could, dude.
He's a handsome guy on TV, though.
You're not going to out handsome Daniel Jeremiah, but that's not the point.
No.
You can out film him.
I think he's.
You can out analyze him.
Yeah, but his brain's a lot younger than mine. I think he'd be better at this. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, don't apologize.
Hey, come on now, Vic. Settle down there.
All right.
Let's go to Bally Sports. I meant to do this yesterday. I totally forgot. But at one point during the game where it's Celtics and Mavericks the other night, Drew Holiday makes a shot that was a wonky bouncing situation. And you'll hear Mark Followell describe the shot. And then you'll understand where Mark is going with it with what he says after that. I'm trying to figure out what game here is Harp playing. And it'll all make sense after we play the sound here.
That's seventh best in the league, and a great three-point shooter is Peyton Pritchard. He looks for Drew Holiday, and wow! Off the corner of the backboard and the rim.
Give him 10 tries, he couldn't do that.
No way! Whoever has to shoot after that is going to have an H after making that shot. Yeah.
Or a C, depending on how much time you got.
Okay, Mark Followell is obviously playing the game of horse there that we're all familiar with. H, you get an H. Right? Mm-hmm. It's horse or pig. Where is Harp coming up with the C? He said, or a C, the letter C, if you have time for it. I don't understand what game Harp grew up playing. We all grew up playing horse and pig. Is there another animal? I mean, or is there cow?
Cow.
No, but he says if you have enough time. He's alluding to the fact that this is bigger than horse. It's obviously bigger than pig. It's bigger than cow. I
think he's saying if you don't have enough time. That's kind of what I think he was trying to apply.
Okay, so that's your theory on that. Yeah. And there is no bad idea. I don't know. I don't know if he was confused. I don't know if he was playing a different game his whole life than the rest of the world was playing horse and pig. Yeah. And he was playing like cheetah or something.
Yeah. I think he's playing cow.
972 says cat. 956 says cat. 469 says cat.
All right, cat, cow. Yep,
it's cat. Damn it,
it's cat. He's absolutely right. We said cow, but what the hell?
We were thinking about cows from
We're
Crosstalk.
thinking of 3-letter words.
956 says caterpillar.
Oh, caterpillar would be fun.
I mean, we all grew up playing horse or pig in the driveway. Harp is a basketball guy, a basketball lifer. I'm just trying to figure out what game he was playing.
I don't see no basketball players playing caterpillar. I'm telling you right now.
I appreciate your thoughts on this, Lucius.
How you spell that dog?
Yeah.
Caterpillar.
I'm at the
P. There's definitely 2 T's in caterpillar. Okay, that's my second T. I have no idea. I was just curious. C for Celtic. Some folks are alleging, but yeah, I don't know. Chupacabra, I like that idea. 972. I have no idea. But I was assuming that maybe Harp was just playing a completely different, like he wasn't on the same page as Followa there. Followa went for the H horse joke, and maybe Harp was just sort of lost in the sauce there. I don't think we've gotten really a firm grasp on this situation.
Sometimes you're trying to slip a joke into gear, and you're trying to get the 3 things to line up to hit the combination right. And then it hits there, and weird stuff can happen in that moment.
Yes.
I think back to the joke, was it about Terry Bradshaw? He couldn't spell cat if you spotted him the C and the T.
That's right.
It's a damn good joke.
There's a lot of stuff in there. Who knows what could fly in.
Speaking of that, did you guys see Chandler Jones saying that CTE isn't real, but he is also considering a business duo venture with Antonio Brown, and they're going to do the CTE podcast?
Yeah, I did see something about that, and I was concerned.
Or they're going to do CT ESPN.
Oof.
I feel like we could get a CTE podcast going from Radio Row last year with some of the old guys they were bringing us.
Yes,
and I appreciate the PA wanting to show everybody how the old guys are struggling, but that was jarring at a couple of points in time. I don't know if it's a name of a podcast I would use lightly. So I think there's some pretty significant struggles that are going on with that. It's just weird how we're at a point where we're kind of joking about it all of a sudden.
No, I'm just laughing at the text right now because we're getting a lot of C suggestions that Harp was playing growing up as a kid in the driveway, just shooting around with his boys.
Horse
and
with a C.
There's a lot.
That's hilarious. That guy from that band, Red Death. What was that band?
Oh man, there's 3 types of people in this world.
Yeah, those that play horse, those that play with horse.
Charlie Horse. The suggestion there from the 469. Maybe it was Charlie Horse.
Maybe it was Charlie Horse.
Oh my gosh, I wish I could read some of these, but Tolos, you brought it strong there, and I appreciate it greatly. I will throw in this. I'm not going to save this for tomorrow. Okay, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to give this to you right
Why
now.
not?
I believe we have, and yes, Jim Harbaugh is officially the head coach of the Chargers, and Dick Fangio is likely going to be the DC and filthy. Okay,
Richard.
I'm never doing that again.
This is I mean,
no,
you really
so
you
good.
stopped.
I honestly thought you were an idiot.
Well,
I did.
And
we
your
are
since
idiots.
changed.
No,
that thought.
I'm getting better. It's getting better. Yeah.
Well, how about this, man?
It's getting better.
How about Hostess? This is going to challenge you over there. I think.
Cupcakes?
I think. Now, Wolchuk is the
I'm
mix.
pitching a perfect game, by the way, since that cheese sando. No sweets.
Dude.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Well,
really dialed in.
When you're desperate, you'll do anything.
Yeah.
But how about this, dude? And Wolchuk, you are the mix master, the mashup king. Look what Hostess is doing.
What are they doing?
Ding Dongs Twinkies combo. Delicious Twinkies cake covered in Ding Dongs fudge. This is a circular Twinkie that's covered in the fudge of the traditional Ding Dong, and now you have the Ding Dong Twinkie Hostess mashup for the ages.
Did you guys,
Twinkies here.
Did you guys ever have a ding dong that was in foil?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Of course.
Okay.
No.
We're not that young.
Sounds like Chief is.
I don't.
You never had a foil ding dong?
I don't think I ever had a foil ding dong.
I lived on the
It
foil ding
added
dong.
to the experience.
Yeah.
I feel like
They got better. They tasted better.
It kind of seemed a little bit more homemade coming out of the foil.
There you go.
I feel like they needed to figure out a way to repurpose the Twinkie because we got keen to it. You know, it was one of those things that was legendary, but when you really thought about it, it was like, man, this is like the 8th best thing that Hostess is making.
Like a dry sponge.
And that might be generous.
Yeah. I mean, Adventureland kind of brought it back a little bit, and then people were pretty out on the Twinkie. It seemed like anytime you brought it up, it was like, ew, gross.
But if you dip it in the ding dong fudge, now
you
all
got
of a
a
sudden,
shot.
Now we're talking.
There's a new twist on this.
It's like a yellow cake with chocolate frosting. Yes, please.
It sounds like we might be giving Twinkies another shot.
Yeah, they're a doorstop regardless. You got to put something on them, though.
Well, now they are.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Twinkie's just a doorstop.
We still
That's
get
a
cream
terrible
filling?
dessert.
Once they invented the zinger and made
crap
the
I'm talking
vanilla zinger, it put Twinkies straight out of business.
Yeah.
The vanilla
terrible.
zinger
The
is
zingers were
my
superior.
favorite thing Hostess makes.
Yeah, they're good. We had the lemon one.
I don't think
The
so.
lemon one's good.
Lemon zingers.
Change the
Really?
pace.
Those
Yeah.
fried pies they make are amazing.
I'll have to try that once I fall off the train here with
In the
this diet.
spring.
Yeah.
You guys
All
want
right.
some Oreos? What is it? Oreo ice cream sandwiches?
Oh, that's right.
That's weed.
Wow. Oreo ice cream sandwiches. You guys want some? I bought 8. They're in the refrigerator if you want them.
Oh, crap.
Thank you.
Why are you telling me this?
Those are phenomenal.
I can't do it.
Did you bring those in to taunt me after that crack?
I brought them in for everybody. I didn't know, man. But now that I know, I might, I might tease you a lot.
I might have one to
All
break.
types of stuff.
We got to get these out of my
Tries
house.
my willpower. Okay.
Yeah, I think they're calling them Twink Dongs.
Twink dongs.
I'm into the Twink Dong.
Okay.
Damn it.
I'd heard that, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's time now for a proper round tripper. Adrien Beltre into the hall. We have highlights in his top 10 career moments. Next, coming up, it's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford.
to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-33. Go to truckwreck.com. And now, with your proper round trip, we're here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. It's Zach Wolchuk.
Hey, Zach, real quick, can I thank Lucius for that?
Oh, the pie or the
Oreo ice cream sandwich?
Yeah.
Man, once you...
And the pie.
Man, that was
You inhaled
awesome.
that thing.
It was really good. I was quite hungry.
It's damn delicious right there.
Thank you, Lucius.
Have
Appreciate
two
you,
of them
man.
if you want, man. All right, let's get to Adrien Beltre. Congratulations, sir. You are a Hall of Famer, and he's not just a Hall of Famer, but it's rare. I mean, it was a historic, the vote that he got in with yesterday. This time yesterday, we were celebrating him as well. Last night, Jared did an awesome job, but he got 95.1% of the vote for the submitted ballots by the Baseball Writers Association of America. It's the 19th highest percentage of all time. That's tied with Babe Ruth and Honus Wagner, both part of the first Hall of Fame class. So really incredible. You need at least 75%. So Adrien Beltre really, really just crushed it. And he's one of the best Rangers ever. Today, they did a press conference at Globe Life Field, and that looked awesome. I mean, a lot of his former teammates came out there. David Murphy, Michael Young, I know Dutch was out there as well. I think Darren Oliver was out there. Our Mike Adams buddy.
Cole Hamels.
Cole
Robinson
Hamels was there.
Chirinos.
Yep. Pudge, of course, was there as well, another Hall of Famer. So really
David,
cool.
Yeah, we saw a lot of people in that picture. It was great. It was great to see.
It was
them
a
all.
who's who, man, and it just shows you the love that people have for Beltre. But the KMC Masterpiece got him on earlier as well. We'll play a couple of those cuts. But here was yesterday, Adrien Beltre getting the call from the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Cooperstown, New York.
You ready?
Yeah.
Answer it. And I'm gonna leave. Go to the
Answer
Speaker. Hello.
Hello, may I speak with Adrien Beltre, please?
Yes, sir. This is him.
Adrien, this is Jack O'Connell, calling you from the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. Your new second home. The baseball writers have elected you to the Hall of Fame.
Thank you so much. Well, it's official.
Just hung up on the guy.
Just chilling. Yeah, it's official. Should I let it go to voicemail? I thought was such a great drop right there. And what if he had him? I mean,
that guy, yeah. He deserved to get hung up on. He stumbled twice.
He did. It's not like our guy.
2 sentences to deliver.
Who is it, Baker? Who does it for the NFL?
David Baker.
David Baker. Giant
the
man.
yeah.
Oh, he doesn't do it
He hung him
anymore.
up, yeah.
Who's replacing him?
I
He
think
goes
they
and
just
knocks on the doors.
They just found the second biggest giant human they could find
with the biggest, deepest voice.
Baker's number one. They just found the second.
You need a human Shrek, basically.
You do. Oh man, David Baker was.
Or
the
you
man.
just go full opposite and you find the smallest person you can find.
The
Change it up
Astros
a little
reporter.
bit.
You like knock on the door and like you're like the player like looks over the top. The guy's sitting there. Hey, down here.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You're in the NFL Hall of
He's
Fame.
tapping him on his shin like, hey, I'm down here. I have
like
good news for you.
Sean Sharif. Hey, you're in the Hall of Fame.
Reach down and pick him up like CA with Vern Troyer. That's a classic story.
Oh, it really is.
Did he get mad? Did
Yeah, Vern was the
Vern
one.
got
Yeah.
mad.
He got mad.
I mean, the audio, it sounded like he got ticked. He was screaming. But Adrien Beltre on with KMC earlier. It was an awesome interview, but they asked him, what does it mean to be amongst the greats of all time?
You know, to be honest, it hasn't set in yet. But I think for me, it's like being named along those greats of the game that, you know, players that I admire, players that are my idol. And I'm going to have the chance to be in the same podium with those guys. For me, it just says it all. You know, I never expected to be here. But I'm humble. I'm completely honored to be called Hall of Fame and be in the same conversation with those greats of baseball.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, the one-need World Series homer that he had in Game 5 with the Rangers there in 2011, an unbelievable moment. I mean, the memories that he made really becoming a Hall of Famer with the Rangers had a good career up until that point.
Yeah.
But his time in Arlington really propelled him to be a no-doubter first ballot, which he is now. And the fellows asked him, what did Texas mean to you in that last stretch of your career?
Texas has been a lot to me and my career and my family. I think, you know, they embraced me when I got here. They make me feel comfortable. The fans, the front office, everybody just so welcoming and grateful. And I'm grateful for them because they they took a risk of signing a guy that allegedly was a contract, player. The way that he received me, the way that the fans were supporting the team, the teammate that I found here, well, everything was was meant to be, I think. And obviously, the Rangers has a lot to do with what I'm at right now.
Corey started laughing there, and the reason was because Beltré brought up, being a contract player, was what people thought. And kudos to Hagee. He did follow up and say, I was one of those guys. When the Rangers signed you, I'm like, great. They've just signed a guy. Didn't think it was a great move. Obviously, it ended up being a phenomenal move. They almost won the World Series the following year. We know what happened with that, but Beltré went on to be one of the best Rangers. And
a lot of teams felt that way about him. I remember at that time, the contract he ended up signing was a little light. It's because of his age, because of the contract year thing, and the way Beltré aged was absolutely legendary and unexpected. I thought, okay, you'll get a couple of great years out of him, but the back half of this deal, you're going to be like, oh crap, what have we done?
Absolutely. The final cut from KMC here. When did you become the loose, fun, loving player that we know and love about you now?
I only had that in me. I only enjoyed the game, but when I came to the big leagues, back in '98, you were rookie for about 6-7 years. That's how the league was. And I was always trying to be respectful and not do anything wrong because I understood that I was just lucky enough to be in the big leagues. But I think everything started when I was in Seattle. I was struggling a lot, and I was not having fun. I was not enjoying the game, and I just did not enjoy being on the field at that time because I felt that I wasn't doing good. The team wasn't doing good, so I thought it was all my fault. It probably was. So anyways, after that, I went through a stretch of being not happy what I was doing. And I had a long talk with my wife and the family, and they kind of make me wake up and realize that, it's just a game. If I go home the next day, have my family, I'll be fine. So after that, I just said, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to be myself, play the game, and play hard and enjoy what I do. And I think that was the main key why I started to have more success because I just played for me and having fun, not for the fans and expecting to, answer a contract that's supposed to be filled.
Yeah, it was a bad stadium for him, huge up there in Seattle and put a lot of pressure on him, just as A-Rod did when he got here and got the big payday. And that's a common story. I think ultimately he needed to get out of there. But, I think there's a big life lesson in that, because he was, I was talking about it with Mike, Adrien Beltre was a guy that was too intense. He didn't have it balanced. Right. So can you balance it out? And oftentimes if you're not having fun, it's because you're too inside of your own head and worried about the results.
No doubt. And I think the Rangers clubhouse, they were really young. He comes in kind of being a veteran, and you got the relationship obviously that he built with Elvis, which we talked about some of the quotes that Elvis said. That also I think helped loosen him up and just have fun with the sport as well. Now CBS Sports came out with some of the top moments in Adrien Beltré's career. Of course, you go back to his first home run. He was in the 9-hole as his Dodgers visited the Texas Rangers. Ranger starter there was Rick Helling, who struck out Adrien Beltré the first 2 times they faced each other, but the third time, Beltré hit the dinger. He ended up hitting 120 home runs in the Rangers ballpark. That was the first one that he ever hit. So symmetry right there with his entire career. His first walk-off was July 7th, 2001. The record is 13. He had 9 walk-off home runs in his entire career. Jim Thomey's got the record, but it was a tie game against the Mariners, 1-1 in Dodger Stadium, and Beltré walked it off with a short homer to center field. He ended up having 4 walk-offs for the Dodgers, 2 for the Mariners, and then 3 for the Texas Rangers. Grand slam for his 48th home run. He led the majors in homers in 2004 with 48, topping the likes of Pujols, Bonds, Ramirez, Thomey, and Ortiz. And the Dodgers went on to win the NL West, and he ended up having his first grand slam that year in a game against the Rockies to outlast them, which was pretty phenomenal. He had the go-ahead home run to help the Rangers get the AL West title in 2015. His 400th home run came as well with 500. The 500 is the more hallowed home run record. He didn't quite get to that. He had 477, but he still had the 400 home run club with guys like Mike Schmidt, Eddie Matthews, which is incredible. I talked about the one knee homer he had with the Rangers, and then his 3 home run game in the ALDS in 2011, which clinched the series for the Rangers. That was also incredible. And then how about his 3,000th hit, which was a great call by Matt Hicks, July 30th, 2017 against the Orioles. We talked with Eric about that yesterday. Became the 31st player in MLB history to have 3,000 hits. That was a tremendous moment with his kids out there in the infield. It was really, really cool. Finished with 3,166 hits for his career. But congratulations, Adrien Beltre. You are now a Texas Rangers Hall of Famer and a baseball Hall of Famer wearing the Rangers cap, which is pretty badass.
Yeah, at that point, I think you're a proper legend. You know, you're going into the Hall of Fame. You got your golden jacket, green jacket. Who gives a crap? You know, you're good to go.
Now, Mavs news as they get ready to take on the Suns tonight. Grant Avseth, their buddy, is reporting that Kyrie Irving will not be playing against the Phoenix Suns tonight. He's got a right thumb sprain, so I don't believe KD is playing, and Kyrie is also out.
Oh, that's tough. I was looking forward to those guys getting after it. Man. KD's had a great couple of weeks as well. All
Game winner the other night.
Yeah, he did.
Against the Bulls.
Oh, yeah. Dawson, can you remind me the name of the barbecue place in Maybank? B4 Barbecue. Okay, 214 B4 Barbecue. Seemed like a cool Army veteran. His wife are running
Screen
the deal.
door place, huh? And you say behind a gas station?
It's in the back of like a feed store.
Feed store. There you go.
Yeah. They like cut out maybe a third of the back left of that feed store, put a couple of picnic tables down. They got a proper line and everything. That's it's moving pretty good. I think you're going to enjoy that barbecue. It'd be great to be out there in the middle of nowhere and have a really fine barbecue spot in your backyard.
Gosh, it'd be awesome. It'd be absolutely awesome. I just realized that today is Double Big Mac Day.
Oh,
the first day?
Today's the first day McDonald's started releasing. I think Friday we should have our round two. Oh, son of a gun! I mean, it's great news.
We could pick it up and bring it in.
Nah, it's got to be fresh. It's got to be piping hot. It's got to be legit. So we'll have to wait till
next door.
Well, at a later date, you and I.
Yeah.
At some point, we're going toe to toe on the Double Big Mac
contest to see who can finish it the quickest.
I believe so. That's what we did the last time.
Okay.
I barely got you. So
that's going to be awesome. I saw Brian take down an Oreo ice cream sandwich about 20 minutes ago.
What made me
and that
think
was
of
good
it.
pace.
That's what made me think of it. I was like, wait, when is the Double Big Mac coming out? Because I know we kind of wanted to go toe to toe once again.
The first bite, and I couldn't stop. It just boom, boom, boom. Yep.
Gentlemen, I know we're going to get to the Get Right, and we got to go to break. We're already late for that. But I look up at the clock. I have a big story. I realize we do have time for 60 seconds on soccer.
Soccer, yeah.
That is right.
Yeah, soccer.
Marseille and Nottingham Forest have both reached an agreement with Borussia Dortmund over a loan with an option for a permanent transfer for U.S. men's national team midfielder Gio Reyna. Sources telling ESPN 2 unnamed clubs have reached a similar agreement with Dortmund, meaning it is now up to Reyna to decide where to take the next step of his career. A lot of drama around that Reyna.
Forrest!
Son of Claudio Reyna, one of the finest midfielders the U.S. program has ever known, and last I heard he was running the team down in Austin.
Yeah.
Maybe a little toxic, though. Went after Coach Berhalter for not playing their son like it was a youth soccer decision.
Yeah.
During the World Cup. Okay, we're going to cross-talk with the Get Right to see what Reggie and Blake have cooking for you here on a Wednesday night in the Nation. I want to chat with you about
Chevrolet and Grapevine. They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference, y'all.
Yes, sir. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan, and coming up next, it is time for the Get Right with Reggie and Blake. Gentlemen, how the heck are you?
Living, fellas, living. How are y'all?
Doing outstanding. What's coming up on the show?
We got a fun one planned at 7:20. We're going to talk about the biggest position of need for the Cowboys in the upcoming offseason. Then we got some fun stuff coming up at 8:40. What non-fundamental position in sports comes with the highest pressure? Think of ball boy, think of mop boy, mop girl, whatever you want to put it as of. And then also at 9 o'clock, what do the NFL's Final Four teams tell us about this season?
Right on.
It's gorgeous.
Fun little time. I'm excited.
I want to turn
I don't think your mic's on there.
I do need to apologize
I
real
hate
quick.
this when I kind of put up and I don't turn my mic.
I thought that was great. Great additions to the
Yeah,
crosstalk.
thank you.
Though.
Appreciate you.
How did he do with the tease there, Reg?
I was about to ask you guys. I think that was solid.
Solid.
Obviously, he picked 3 good segments on a nice, scale to give various people something to timestamp. I thought that was solid.
It's good.
Go.
Nice work, dude.
Very good.
That'll make the sales guy happy.
So you got it, right? I can head out. You got the next 4?
Let's do it.
All right, cool.
Let's do it.
Fantastic.
Perfect.
Troy says the Cowboys need to cut out the outside distractions.
Probably talking about us.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. No, not seriously. But, and I thought about this earlier, and I think y'all were talking about the pressure that the Cowboys, players, whatever, is it too much? I kind of agree with y'all. I think it is a little bit for some of these guys. It's more than just playing football. You got to wear that moniker all around Dallas, Plano, Frisco, wherever you are, that you play for the Dallas Cowboys. And is it too much pressure for these guys to walk around with? And I think we've seen it from some of these guys when the biggest high leverage moments come, they're just not ready for that calling card.
It is crazy how they collapse. There's all kinds of theories. I would look at like the tease you guys had the other night. I don't know if it was this exact configuration, but maybe I saw it on social. Is there a non-football reason that this team keeps coming up short? Is there something other than blocking and tackling?
Yeah.
And accuracy.
And
maybe we built it on a graveyard. Maybe AT&T's built on a graveyard and we just don't know that.
I mean, it was definitely previously a community.
How about that?
Yeah, there was definitely a community there that they got out of there. So
We don't know
maybe
what's
there's
down
curses there.
well, what's down under? We know what was there above ground. Has anyone dug up under recently? Has anyone dug up under?
I have no idea, but they did kick people out of their homes.
That's right. I mean,
Fraggle Rock.
We got
My
theories.
bad.
Did you say Fraggle?
My bad. I'm done for the day.
Why are you like this, dog?
I'm cooked.
That's
Why are you like
hilarious, bro.
this?
I'm going to tuck that joke in and go home.
Fraggle Rock was an underrated show, though. What was that on Nickelodeon? You guys probably too.
HBO. I used to see it on HBO.
Really?
Yeah.
Man.
And they used to do the crystals and get all hyped.
Yeah.
I got to watch Fraggle Rock, bro.
Oh,
Y'all are lost. Everybody in there is lost about Fraggle Rock?
I don't know it.
I don't know it either.
Yeah, that was a little bit before my time.
I didn't want to say I didn't know it. I'm glad
idea.
you said that. Yeah. I wasn't the only one that didn't know that.
They were smuggling crystal meth.
Back when people were creative making shows, not just, hey, let's have a superstar and some bad guys and good guys. It was definitely
How many
different.
Fast and Furious are they going to make?
Yeah, too many.
How many of y'all gonna buy? That's the answer.
I haven't
watching
gone
that
since
crap, are you?
5. I haven't gone since my boy Paul
I'm
RP.
guilty. I keep going.
Oh, you're the reason
You
why they
keep
keep doing
going?
this?
Yeah. They're entertaining, man.
No,
They
don't lie
are.
to yourself. There's
No,
plenty
they're
of
entertaining.
movies.
And that's one of them.
Isn't that what Ludacris said? They
Waste
asked him
of
like,
time.
when are y'all gonna stop making these movies? And he's like, when they stop making money.
Yeah.
It's very basic
They have a good
money
time
making
making those.
proposition.
I guess you could say the same about the Cowboys.
I mean, hell, you guys got to have Tyrese on.
We did.
He has a good time making those.
He tried to get us off the air. He was.
Oh yeah, he was swearing.
He swore
He was
once,
eating
right?
too, wasn't
he was eating. But you know what? I can never begrudge somebody that, especially on those like press runs where they're hitting things back to back to back. And then honestly, like our show is at night. I know damn well we were at the end of the press run for the day. I bet he was ready to be done.
Yeah.
I
So
know
was
y'all-
Marshall Falk when he joined us a couple
Yeah,
of
he
years
was eating
back.
steak.
I mean, that's a good meal to have though.
Yeah.
I know y'all were power ranking peanut butter stuff. What did y'all end up being the number one? I wasn't able to tune in that. What was the number one consensus peanut butter item?
It was the peanut butter skillet cookie.
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't have put that.
Really?
Y'all all kind of agreed that was one.
No, I mean, it's delicious. Came out of left field. It's
I
kind
don't
of
know
a
if
peanut
I'd
butter
put that
cookie.
one. The Girl Scout peanut butter patty is up there for me.
Really?
Wow. The
I don't know that I've dabbled.
Y'all never had the peanut butter patty from the Girl Scout.
I usually just go. Oh, are you talking?
It's kind of like a Nutter Butter, though. I think that went
Tagalong.
Tagalong, right? They're
that's what it is.
tagalongs.
Yeah.
Is it coated in chocolate?
The chocolate covered in chocolate with the peanut butter inside. Tagalongs. Yeah, no, those are fire.
Or there's another name for those too. I know that some of the Girl Scout cookies have
Trash.
different names depending on.
Whoa.
Wow! They gonna come get you.
I'm just telling you.
You're not talking
Every
about Thin
flavor?
Mints, though.
No, the Thin Mints are the best.
Thin
Rod's
Mints are
trying
the
to
best.
get canceled. That's crazy.
I don't think Thin Mints are the best, but
Thin Mints are
everyone
the
has-
best.
They're up there, but a good
Katie's playing tonight. Katie is playing tonight. I made a mistake.
Oh yeah, you've been trying to get that up for a solid 10 minutes now.
Just those of you that were listening, I apologize. Kyrie out, Powell out, Luka in, KD in.
Okay. Just right before the buzzer of
Idiot,
the show.
idiot over here.
He got butt cracked.
Dummy.
I'd actually like to. Do I need to apologize to Tyreek Hill? Because apparently he's not actually getting the divorce that I thought he was getting yesterday.
I don't know. We can't believe it.
But it was credible. It was like Yahoo Sports. It was South Florida Sun Sentinel. It was like legit journalistic credibility sort of entities that were running with it. But he's come out and said no. So,
But is he
I don't
just,
know.
Is he just
I'm
covering
sorry.
his tracks? Because I believe it's public records.
He's trying to get that Eric Spoelstra deal kind of lined up
pretty
before he gets
incredible.
out of
Regretted
here.
it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like he didn't think she would actually sign it.
It's like,
She called his bluff.
all right, we're done.
Thank you, guys. Here comes the Get Right. Thanks to Carter Freeman and Lucius Alexander, Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo. And thanks, of course, to Brian Broaddus. I'm Gavin Dawson. Till tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation. At ease.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed. It is the Get right here on your home of the Cowboys and World Series champion Texas Rangers 105.3 The Fan. I am Reginald Datatula alongside the fan phenom, Blake Elliott.
Yes, sir, Ski.
We got David Strupp on the ones and twos. Rodrigo Mendoza also here with us on this Wednesday evening. Thanks to them and thanks to you for rocking with us right here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers 105.3 The Fan. You could always get involved with the program by texting in to the truckwreck.com text line. That number is 877-881-1053. Again, 877-881-1053. And you can also watch us, if you so choose, by searching 105.3 The Fan on YouTube or going to twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. We got you till 11 p.m. as we typically do here in the Get Right. And coming up in about 20 minutes, we will lean all the way into the offseason of it all for the Cowboys and start determining what the single biggest position of need is for your Dallas Cowboys. But before we get there, it's a big night tonight in the Metroplex when it comes to your Dallas Mavericks. They are participating in what the NBA is trying to term rivalry week.
Yep.
Right? They're trying to pit teams that have some level of, kind of animosity, or maybe not animosity, some level of rivalry against each other as best they can. And one of the matchups that ultimately comes of it is Mavericks Suns. They're hosting the Suns at the AAC. And of course, this is one of the 13 Mavs games throughout the rest of the season that you can find on WFAA Channel 8, right? Like the Mavs had that deal worked out where you're going to get 10 regular season games with the same crew with Mark Followill and, Harp, or, also maybe
Harris,
Devin Harris, like one of those folks, but you'll have the hometown crew. But this is one of those national games because it fits in that rivalry week, slate. And like I said, I'm looking at the TV right now, and they are, highlighting Devin Booker versus, Luka Doncic. And so with that being the case, and be in that same vein, remember Christmas also often acts kind of like this, and this was the Christmas Day game, a game in which your Dallas Mavericks beat the Suns. And what was that score again? As I'm looking for it, and I can't find it, but that was a game in which your Mavs got a victory.
128-114.
Thank you, I appreciate that. As the show is not more than 5 minutes old, and I already have too many tabs open, but. You had a game where you beat the Suns there, and I guess the idea is what's different from now or from that Christmas Day matchup against the Suns to now. Like, what are the things that you look at as distinct in those games?
Yeah. The biggest thing that comes out to me is the Suns are a lot healthier, and the Mavs have gotten not as healthy. So when they played, they didn't have their full all-star cast of the Bradley Beals, of the Devin Bookers, of everyone out there. Now, we did have, funny enough, in that Christmas game, I don't know if you remember, Grayson Allen went absolutely insane.
He sure did.
I think he hit 9 threes, which tied the most for most threes ever on Christmas Day, along with Luka, who also hit 9 threes. Like, he was unstoppable from down low. But they got their full cast back together. They're all expected to play their little big three. But unfortunately for the Mavs, injuries have been riding this team like no other. I think we said we've had over 25 different starting lineups, over 100 different games of injury, player missed games, total summing together. So for this game coming up, you will be without Kyrie Irving, who had that thumb issue that happened last game. And he tried to warm up before this game to see if he was going to be able to go. It was said that he will not be going in this game. And also you have Dwight Powell, who's going to be out. And you will laugh. No, you won't laugh. But it is probably the most Dwight Powell injury you can think of. The reason he is out is left eye corneal abrasion.
Oh, he got hit in the head again.
Is that the jokes write themselves? Everyone talks about Dwight Powell getting hit in the head.
Do we got to get him some Wilt goggles? You know what I mean? Like, can we get him some rec specs to keep his eyes safe?
I'll repeat it one more time for anyone that's listening. Dwight Powell out for tonight's game. Left eye corneal abrasion. Luka Doncic, who had the lower back tightness, will play. Dante Exum with that right plantar sprain will play. Seth Curry with that left ankle sprain will play. We will have no Kyrie Irving and no Dwight Powell.
Yeah, so just to further refresh your memory, when these two teams played on Christmas, this happened on the fan.
called for the travel. Doncic, deep three. Got it. And Luka Doncic hits 10K.
Ooh, that was such a sweet 10K. The way he hit it, it was like a big bump you, I'll say, for the radio fans.
Thank you for keeping that. Yeah, we can't get thrown off the air 5 minutes into this thing. Luka Doncic scored 50 points. He eclipsed the 10,000 point mark for his career, added a nice 15 points on that night. But as you mentioned, right, also this was in the run of that time without Kyrie then as well. So you're kind of back in that place in a way that I was kind of hoping that you would not have to be. Dante Exum just coming back from his injury, and Jason Kidd said before this game that Josh Green has played well and will remain in the starting lineup. Now, I imagine now that also becomes less of a statement, because he was saying that Exum would be coming back and coming off of the bench as he was returning from injury. I imagine that now they might both start with Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, with Kyrie Irving, because they like Tim on the bench. Tim has been someone they've filled in if they have to, but they like him on the bench. So I agree. I think we'll see Luka, Green, Exum, Lively, and Derrick Jones Jr.
But yeah, I think one of the different things you mentioned, the Suns have, right? They have Brad Beal back. That was a big move that they made, and it thinned their bench. And now having their, what this is supposed to look like with their big three, the thing that is that they could put offense together, and that's also having putting less onus on the rest of their guys. And so they have been on a tear. They're one of the hottest teams in the NBA, 11-3 over the last 14, third in net rating, and second on offense. So they're coming in as flamethrowers offensively, and then also not just that, the defense offensive net rating, the way that balances out is also really good. They're going to challenge this Mavs team in a really big way. And the thing that does stink is that it was going to be a matchup problem to begin with. I think also now your offensive firepower with Kyrie out is going to be challenged against a very, very hot team coming in.
Yeah, it is a really hot team. And if you kind of just look on paper, you probably would give the edge to the Suns, which you probably, on paper, you give it to them most nights. Unless they're playing maybe the Boston Celtics or the Nuggets, just on paper. Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, they should win every game. But obviously the game isn't played on paper. You got to play it out. And it's just something about Luka versus the Suns that he just tends to just take care of business. And like we said, we mentioned last time had 50 points. Also some big contributors last game. You had Derek Lively, who had come really into himself, and that game was a good one. He had 20 points along with 10 rebounds. So a good double-double from him. And then you also got 23 from Derrick Jones Jr.
And he hasn't been looking like
he's been
that
slow.
guy.
He's been slow a little recently. Coming off that injury, he had a little 1 or 2 games out. I'm not expecting 23 from Derrick Jones Jr. tonight.
Maybe just knock down some shots, though.
Maybe knock down some shots. Who is that guy that without Kyrie out you can see as being that secondary scorer? Because Derek Lively's probably your, I don't want to say role player. That kind of feels like a demotion, but a very advanced player within the system that's going to get his 10 to 15. If he gets you 20, you're ecstatic. But without him, are you looking at Tim Hardaway to kind of give you that second boost?
I mean, I don't know who else it is. That's why you have the green light on Tim Hardaway, is to come in and shoot and hopefully knock those down. Plus, again, this is a tough size advantage or size disadvantage, I guess, if you're talking about it. They've got some guys that can really help defense that are long, and so
Shuma, Nurk, I got a bunch of guys.
I'm interested in seeing how the Mavs are able to get downhill. Now, Dante Exum provides a little bit of help with this, because I know that he's a guy that likes getting downhill, but that's always been a problem with this Mavs team, and I wonder how that looks in this game as well. But yeah, no, it's going to have to be, I imagine, you need those guys to knock down shots. Dante Exum, you need to knock down shots, which might be an unfair ask coming off of an injury. Just immediately get going. You need Derek Lively you need Derrick Jones Jr. to knock down a shot or two at least. You need guys to not be in a place where the defense or the other team can look around and go, yeah, we don't have to worry about you, and then continue, leaning on Luka, because Luka had a 50-point game on Christmas, and they were sending doubles.
I was just going to say, they were blitzing him at half court. They were not, if you didn't watch the game, they were not just letting him dribble up the court and set up the offense. They were blitzing him at half court, doubling. He would pass out of it, get it back. let the offense run through other people. And this is without Kyrie Irving, I mentioned.
Yeah.
So,
but that's what allowed the others to go off. If the others aren't going off, they could feel more comfortable in just blitzing Luka. And Luka can still deliver. It's one thing that we know about him. It's one of the reasons why he's a superstar, one of the best players in this league. But that will make the game that much harder for him. And he's already trying to cover ground against a big three in Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal that can put up points and that have been trending in a big way. Plus, they've been playing big minutes lately. It's not like they have those guys back and they're in a rotation. Each of them is playing, I believe, over 36 minutes a game as of right now. And so they're getting a lot of time. They're going to put in baskets, and it's going to be a lot of load on Luka's shoulders. The other guys around are going to need to help float the boat a little bit.
Yeah, you're going to need it because I would assume, I'm going to use my big thinking brain, that the Suns' game plan is don't let Luka Doncic beat you again. Don't let him drop 50. So they're going to be trying everything to make other people be scorers. So here is Luka Doncic's line on the betting odds tonight, which is crazy. Like, even for good players, it'll be 30, 31. His over-under for tonight's game is 37.5. If you bet the under that he will score less than 37 points, you would win money. Like, he has to score pretty much 40 points to make money on this, which is just crazy that they know what he's able to do and what he's able to do versus this certain team. And if the betting odds know that, if we know that, the Suns know that as well. So you're going to have someone else be that secondary scorer. And in my opinion, I think Tim's going to score 20. He's going to put up his shots. I see a big game from Josh Green. I see a 20-plus point game from Josh Green.
Yeah.
They're going to leave him open. I promise you. He will be open tonight. And he's got to be aggressive. Me and Reggie have talked about it many times on the show. Confidence is the biggest thing.
Yeah.
He knows how to shoot the ball. He knows how to drive. He's athletic. He even makes some good passes every once in a while. It's when he puts his head down, when he doesn't look at the rim, where we're like, you can't play him. Because in the NBA, if guys sag off you and you have your head in the ground, you become not only bad to yourself, but you're making it harder on those other guys because now they're not having to guard you and they can double Luka easily and he can't get his shots off. So I'm expecting a big Josh Green night. Derek Lively and Tim will, I think, do per usual. But, someone else going to have to step out in the absence of Kyrie Irving.
Another one of the differences in this game tonight, as your Mavericks host the visiting Phoenix Suns on rivalry week in the NBA, and the difference between this game from the Christmas Day game, Yusuf Nurkic was not healthy.
Correct.
In this game. And now defensively, he can be gotten. I wonder if you end up doing the Ivica Zubac two-step where you're matchup hunting for Luka in that way.
He loves that.
But on the other end, that's a pick-and-roll guy that's going to be able to dive at the rim. And this is where I come back around to Derek Lively, right? Derek Lively has had some issues in certain games when guys are going at his chest. And, he can play well, but foul trouble ends up being the question for him a lot of times. Can he provide a valuable and a good resistance to Nurkic getting downhill and pick and roll while also staying clean and staying on the floor because he's going to be necessary. That pick and roll game is going to be necessary. Also, you want him to be able to play more minutes because we know that center room is narrow, is very shallow for you.
Yep.
And then you don't have Dwight Powell. So you need him to not be in foul trouble because now you might see Rashawn Holmes more minutes, and I know some people have been looking for that, but that's not preferable to having Derek Lively out there as much as possible. Maxi Kleber maximizing minutes is not preferable, I don't think.
That's been interesting. What has been kind of your thoughts on the Cleveland minutes? And we talked about it last time. He closed a lot of games right off injury. Like, pretty quickly, they have him in later games. Matchups, size. I'm not entirely bought into just maxing the fourth quarter. He's your best option. I still think Derek Lively is your best option, but obviously Jason Kidd sees something that we don't in matchups and foul trouble and switching and all that good stuff. Do you feel confident when Maxi Kleber's in late in the game, and would you feel confident tonight?
Maxi Kleber, I think I understand where it comes from, right? Maxi Kleber more defensively inclined than any big that you have, and you've seen it, right? Since he's come back, the ways in which he's switchable, gives help. Defense is usually where he's pretty good, and oddly enough, even at his 6'10", about 6'9", 6'10", he gives you a little bit of, rim protection. Not substantial. I'm not trying to say
not meeting nobody at the apex,
but he gives you a little bit of
diversion.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's that. But then also he's a threat to knock down shots. And so you're almost playing 5 out in some ways. And now you can maybe get some advantageous ways to, stretch the floor, even though he hasn't been shooting all that well
the threat of
late. But the threat, and he has like a reputation. And so I understand why that's the case. But yeah, you're still hoping that Derek Lively is coming along. You're still trying to get that figured out, and that's your opportunity to go small and kind of manipulate. It's not what I want as a first option for a closing lineup.
Yeah.
And I mean, it would be nice if you get to a place where you feel more comfortable with Derek Lively on the floor. But as of right now, like I understand what he's giving you and what the opportunities that he has when he plays him on the floor. I just don't know that he's living up to the height of that just yet. Yeah. And in a game like this, I wonder if that's going to be something that's even notable.
Yeah, I wonder if Derek Lively can get some big minutes tonight because he's been pretty limited to around that 30-minute mark. Last time they played, he got 32, so he kind of hovers around there, and that was without Maxi Kleber being back. So I wonder what his minutes will look like tonight. And it's kind of funny that we're talking about the three-point shot between the two because I don't know if you remember, in the pre-draft kind of workouts and stuff that they do, he was hitting threes lights out from the corner. It's not like he can't shoot the basketball. Now, do I think it's his strength? No. But is he capable of doing it? And that's something you definitely work on. And they're like, we want you to do pick and roll, defense. We're not worried about you hitting shots. But if he develops that shot and he's league average from three, doesn't have to be a knockdown 45% three-point shooter. But if he can hit them every once in a while, kind of like Anthony Davis-esque, like he can hit threes.
Well, Anthony Davis actually isn't a very good shooter. Like he had the one season in that 19-20 season, and that's actually really tough. But yeah, some of that is just there's something to be said for doing that in an open gym. There's another thing to say in doing that in a game, especially if you have a small volume of shots. But regardless, your Mavs are taking on the Suns. They welcome them into the AAC tip-off apparently in about 20 minutes. That'll be on WFAA Channel 8 here locally. Big time game. No Kyrie Irving, no Dwight Powell. The Suns, however, have what seems like their full complement of guys. And so a real interesting test and a throwback to the Christmas Day game where your Mavs got a big win against the Suns. It's the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. That's what's going on in the Metroplex. But coming up next, we got to talk about these Cowboys, as I think we can now fully lean into the offseason of it all. What do you view as the biggest position of need for these Dallas Cowboys? Let's conversate and talk about it next on The Fan.
Keep the volume turned up all day and night. And thanks for being a Tolo. We're DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for the best Ford dealership on the east side of the Metro.
for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
To get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Attitulo alongside the Fan Phenom, Blake Elliott.
Yes, Sirski.
David Schrupp on the ones and twos, along with Rodrigo Mendoza. Making sure everything sounds good. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you guys for rolling with us. You can always get involved with the program by texting into the truckwreck.com text line. That number is 877-881-1053. Let us know, what do you believe is the biggest position of need for your Dallas Cowboys as they, there's a lot of people that have already turned the page looking into, the draft, and we're already trying to decide what should be the free agency strategy, those types of things. All of that is good, but you obviously have to start with the basics. Where do you need stuff? And so let's have that conversation now. We were mentioning, as we were talking about this Mavs-Suns games that's coming up here shortly at the AAC, that Kyrie Irving out with the sprained right thumb to be specific, not an upper body, lower body circumstance. We know exactly where that is. However, Jay's kid before the game was talking to reporters and talking to the media in his pregame press availability, and he said that Josh Green will start, obviously with Dante Exum coming back because Josh Green had been playing pretty well leading up, and we were like, well, maybe that is now nullified, seeing as Kyrie will not start. Jay's kid does not go guard for guard here. Mm-hmm. What is the starting lineup, Blake?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We were predicting maybe Dante Exum gets in there. Maybe we see some Tim Hardaway. Your boy Bubble Butt is back in there. It's going to go Luka Doncic at the 2. You got Josh Green. At the 3, you got Derrick Jones Jr. At the 4, you got your boy Grant Williams. And at the 5, Derek Lively. So Dante Exum, coming off that injury, will be off the bench, as well as his partner and Tim Hardaway Jr.
Yeah, very interesting. I wonder if they go with Grant Williams, thinking, he's still one of the more defensively inclined players, even if he hasn't been at the height of that. And this is a game, like I said, you have 3 guys that you really need to find a way to contend with and match up with. Maybe, just maybe, they go, all right, now we have a little bit of size that we can throw at those guys, and guys that we feel more comfortable handling those matchups.
I'm trying to play the matchups in my I'm trying to play the matchups in my head.
You're playing matchup game.
Who's guarding who? I'm like, Luka's got to guard somebody. Grayson Allen? Oh, dropped 30 last time.
We'll see soon enough. That game tips off here in probably like 10 minutes. Yep. But right now, let's talk about your Dallas Cowboys here on the home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105 through the Fan. We already got texts coming in on the truckwreck.com text line. What, for you, is the biggest position of need on the text line from the 808? Biggest need is an effing heart. I feel you. For the 575, linebackers who could stop the run, especially in an RPO. And from the 817, biggest position of need, owner, GM, exec, VP. Okay. Keep those coming, 877-881-1053. But, Blake, what are you looking at when we start looking at potential positions of need for your Cowboys, and which one stands out most prominently?
Yeah, so this conversation spurred. I was just listening throughout, reading, kind of going through my own head of like, the Cowboys on paper, all pros everywhere. Pro bowlers everywhere.
The most all pros of any team.
Yeah, you would think, okay, this team's set. 12-win seasons 3 years in a row. But weirdly enough, they're either getting old at positions or the guys that they drafted young aren't producing. So you have this awkward space of like, yeah, we got all these pro bowlers and all pros, but we got a lot of holes to fix. And I wouldn't say there's one position I'll get to that is major, but the rest are just kind of like, you want to get better, but it's not life or death if you don't. So my biggest position of need.
I think you might be forgetting one, but I know what you're talking about. But I think I know where you're going.
My biggest position need is linebacker. And with linebacker, I know a lot of people have kind of talked about the draft. I personally don't think there's a linebacker where you're going to be at 24 or even really anywhere in the first round, maybe outside of 1 or 2 guys that have a first round grade. And then outside of that, I don't even think you want another young linebacker in there. Because what was the problem we had this year? Young linebackers, guys that weren't traditionally linebackers. So I think if you bring in another guy who is trying to learn the system, it might be a little bit of a similar situation. Now, would I love them to draft one in general? Yes. I don't know if I want to use first-round capital or even second-round capital on the guy. I would prefer, there's a lot of good free agents named coming out, both of the Tampa Bay boys. You got Patrick Queen. You got some other guys that we can mention as well. So I personally would address.
Yeah, but don't focus on it as a draft circumstance. Right?
I think linebacker.
We're just talking about the openings, right? How you go about addressing those needs is your, offseason strategy, but where do you have needs? And I think rightfully so, linebacker is one of those places, right?
Yep.
Like it's absolutely something that you need. We talk about it a lot in modern football. The phrase spine of the defense comes up where we're talking about defensive tackles, we're talking about safeties, and we're talking about linebackers. Now, of course, how much you pay for those types of things ends up being the question, but the fact of the matter is you do need linebacker help, right? Damone Clark played decent, I guess. He was not an elite linebacker in that place, and he was your lead linebacker because Leighton Vander Esch gets hurt. And DeMarvion Overshown, whatever development we might have seen from him, because he looked pretty good in training camp, that gets stifled when he gets hurt in training camp. And so now you have Marquise Bell, who is doing fantastic for an undersized safety playing linebacker and had a lot of aggression. And I can appreciate that. However, he did not have all of the things that are necessary in that linebacker position. Even if you keep him there, it would be nice to have him as depth. You need someone who's going to be there, be able to run the defense nicely. And one of the things about Leighton Vander Esch is there was a point in time where we weren't sure about him. He, reassured a lot of people about his play and his ability. But then also, he has suffered quite a few injuries, particularly ones that pertain to his, neck and spine.
Yep.
And back or whatever. I don't know. We haven't gotten any assurance that he will absolutely play football again. Yeah. And so that is something that absolutely needs to be addressed, because one of the things, again, for the Cowboys also, you've had many players that you've had coming off an injury that have gotten paid or whatever, that you've made priorities in your system, and the next season they have not looked the way that you wanted them to.
That linebacking core could look a lot different. Brian and Bobby have both hinted at it quite often that Leighton might retire. That's a possibility. So that's one linebacker gone. Clark and Bell, they might play linebacker again. They might go back to safety. They might.
Damone Clark is a linebacker, but he was previously your second linebacker as opposed to the guy, one of your two linebackers, obviously, but not the one that you wanted to lean on more often.
So when you look at this linebacking group next year, I think it'll look a lot different. And then even Overshown, I love him, but we even saw him a little bit in the preseason and at Texas. He's a pass rusher sometimes as well. So it's not like he's your traditional middle linebacker gonna be covering all over the field type of guy. So it's interesting that I think there's a lot of points of need. Linebacker is my biggest one where I'm you have to address it. You have to be aggressive in addressing that. However you do that, free agency, trade, draft, whatever, you have to fix that. This team will not go far. What's the second thing for you? I think we're probably on the same page of what the second biggest need for is on this Cowboys offseason.
Well, we've got a lot of texts that have come in, and a few of them have hit one of the things that jumps to mind for me very quickly, from the 682, the 972. 817 mentions a few of them, but they start with running back. And that's a place where it felt very obvious once they couldn't get a long-term deal done with Tony Pollard and they franchise tagged him. It felt like that was an acknowledgement that you're going to have him for this one more season and you're going to try and move on, right? As of right now, for the 2024 season, the running backs that you have under contract are Malik Davis, Deuce Vaughn, Snoop Connor. Are you familiar with the Snoop Connor?
That sounds like a made-up name.
But all due respect to that gentleman, I'm not familiar with your game. He is on a future reserve contract, as is Malik Davis. Those guys are both on future reserve contracts. And so the one guy that you have on a contract, I guess, because obviously the future reserve contracts are what they are, is Deuce Vaughn. And they did not feel comfortable having him being
under 50 touches.
Right. And so, you came into this past season with people having debates and questions on, can Tony Pollard tote the rock and be the guy, the
he's never done
single back, or the lead back or whatever. That's something that you need to address. And I'm of the opinion generally with the running game that, running performance is not entirely and solely on the running back, right? Offensive line and scheme and all these things matter when we talk about running performance. Is one of the reasons why running back value has kind of come down. But you still need the guys, right? You still need the Jimmies and Joes. And right now you do not have guys to do that. And you saw the ways in which, yes, at the bye week, you had the game offense change and it leaned towards being an offense, a passing offense, which was good. However, it was all offense, and all of the load was put on the passing offense rather. And you did not have any counterpunch, any portion of running that felt good, right? I guess you got to somewhat of level of average. And now even Tony Pollard, I don't anticipate personally coming back. Yeah. I think you need to figure out that's a need that you're going to need. You're going to need to address that some way, shape, or form, because what you have as of right now is not very much at all.
And I'll just tag team that, keep this one short and simple. I don't think this one's really a shock to anyone, but you need O-line help. I think you got to get a different right tackle. I love Terrence Steele, but just off the injury, he's just not what you expected. I think he had too many games where he was a liability. I mean, I feel like that Eagles and Dolphins game that Eagles game particularly, you can literally put it on him. What did he give up? Like 3 sacks, like 8 pressures. Like, he was awful. I think you have to upgrade that, and there's a lot of good ones out there. Like I said, free agency, draft, and all that stuff. So I think tackle on both sides. Tyron's in the last year of his contract. He's going to be a free agent coming up. Do you re-sign him? You got Chuma as your backup. Terrence still has.
I think they also like let's go, but
But would you feel confident starting him?
I'm not certain. I haven't seen him enough. But like, I as of right now, I guess the answer would have to be no, just because I haven't seen him enough.
Both tackles are uncertain. Tyron was great, but just age and contract stuff is more I'm talking about. Steele, I think you got to upgrade, and then also,
Steele is your highest paid lineman or tackle rather, and you have him. I mean, you still have him before you can even get to like a real potential out. You still have a couple seasons.
Yeah, so it might be just
right.
where you have to stick it out with Steele.
I do think the idea of
and center
preparing for the possibility of Tyron, I think is something that you think about. And because left tackle is a place where I know that the thought was that that Tyler Smith would be the left tackle of the future, but it seems like they've gotten comfortable putting him at left guard. I don't know if maybe you go and you look for a guard and then slide Tyler back out when that time comes. But center is absolutely something you need to look at, right?
Tyler Biadasz was cool,
and Biadasz has reached the end of that rookie contract. Is that something that you want to sign back, or is that somewhere where you'd like to go and get cheap young talent?
I'd like to upgrade there. I think he was cool for the value, and he wasn't like awful. It wasn't like, oh, we're out there, we're not going to be ever able to run the ball. He just wasn't anybody that put you over the top. And the Cowboys are trying to be over the top. They're trying to be a physical, nasty team. That's what they say they want. That's what we say they should be. And you can't do that when you don't have great middle of the line play in your own lineman. So we've hit it. We've hit linebacker, running back, center, and tackle. I think we can say they're good on guard. What's the next position for me? I'm looking at the defensive side of the ball, and then the big boys over there.
You're thinking defensive tackle, yeah. The tough part about it is you've invested a first-round pick in Mozzie Smith, and I'm not doing the pot committed thing, but defensive tackle is not a position where you expect immediate performance. The tough part about it is you took him in the first round, though, right? Yep. And which is kind of a tacit acknowledgement that you're expecting immediate performance, but there's still a possibility for growth and development. Am I certain that growth and development hits? I'm not sure. Also, Jonathan Hankins, who has been pretty good for you, he's not
free agent.
He's not getting younger either, right? Yep. And so I think that's absolutely something that you would like to address. I mean, he's 31, I guess. I don't know how we view that age. That's kind of a weird place in football, and we've seen guys play longer. But yeah, it does feel like that's one of those places where you would like to have more help, especially with the fact that run stopping was an issue for you, but you've already invested in some ways there, and so it's like, do you double up there or do you try and hope that you get some development there?
That is 100% where I'm at. It's like you still see it's a problem, but you've made an investment. Do you stand on business, stand on what you've done, and kind of be like, we've made this investment, we need it to pay off? Or do you be like, hey, it didn't really work out, we need to invest, draft capital, trade, free agency, whatever it is, and really shore this up? Because that was a big issue, was you had undersized linebackers. We've already mentioned that, but it made it worse because of the defensive tackle play not being what it was.
Sure.
So those guys were getting to the second level, and you have linebackers that can't shed blocks,
right,
now getting absolutely dominated.
And safeties, because you also have safeties playing in as well. Yeah.
It made them look even worse than not than they are, but they put them in a bad position, I should say. They weren't able to succeed, because even if you had maybe your starting linebackers, and if you had the defensive tackle play that we just saw, they still wouldn't have looked great because of how our front four was playing.
You know what the visual that came to mind for me is? Tell me if I'm wilding with this. I feel like Mozzie is like the edible, where you're like, you take and you're like, all right, I got to wait for this to hit. But it's been 30 minutes. Should I take another one?
Should I take another one? I've already invested. I already put money in this. So I want to spend more money.
Right. And so that's what it feels like there. But no, it's definitely something that it feels like you probably need to address. And from the 469, they said draft best available.
That's
stop
me.
picking.
That's me.
Thank you very much. The draft best available. Stop picking what's needed and stick to the board. Right now, we're not talking about the draft inherently. We're just talking about the offseason. Right. Some of these things you might address in free agency and then still go draft. Best available. But these are the places where
we'll get to draft another time.
Yeah, this is absolutely the places that I think you need to address. I think those are the major ones. It does. I don't know. Do you, real quick before we go, do you feel like you need to address wide receiver? Because I feel like Michael Gallup is good as gone.
Good as gone. Cooks isn't getting any younger.
You can get some cap relief off of Michael Gallup.
It's so weird to think about because they have so much talent, but there's honestly so many holes that are about to start popping up.
Well, to be fair, right? Like, this is every NFL team, right? I understand
no team is perfect.
There is a natural feeling that this was a huge disappointment of the season, and so now it feels like, oh man, look at all the places. Every team has holes. It's a salary cap sport. This is how it works, right? You come to the offseason, there's always going to be a position that you need to look at and maybe address.
I would say linebacker is the only life or death one.
I think running back still.
You got to get somebody back.
Exactly.
You got to get somebody back there.
Right. As much as I understand, but you look over at the spot and there's no one there. And I mean, I say that with all due respect to Deuce Vaughn. I love Deuce Vaughn, K-State, or Emo, all of that.
Yeah.
But I feel like those are the things that come up to me.
The rest, you want to get better to be that playoff team, but it's not like, oh my God, if they roll this O-line back out there, we're never going to win another game. It's more
right. Question I had though is I feel like Michael Gallup probably gets cut for the cap relief, and also obviously the production was not what you wanted to, right? If we start talking about his blocking with that money, it ends up being a bad look. Do you feel comfortable if the status quo is as the status quo at wide receiver when you talk about CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks, and then Tolbert stepping in as that third, and then obviously Turpin getting some run there as well?
I don't love it, but it's not your biggest position of need. So I'm like, I would love to upgrade it, but you have too many holes right now to be worrying about that. You have a bona fide wide receiver 1 in CeeDee Lamb and a very quality wide receiver 2 in Brandon Cooks, and Tolbert maybe he comes into something and keeps getting better every year. So I think it is something that you want to look forward to maybe next year, but it's not something where I'm like, we got to spend all of our capital here. I think it's 4th or 5th on the pecking order.
Okay. And I knew this was going to happen from the 972. Martavis Bryant coming.
I think he got cut from the practice squad.
I'm pretty sure.
I might be wrong.
He's on a future reserves contract.
Okay, future reserves.
So, there you go. Those are some of the biggest needs for your Dallas Cowboys, at least according to the Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we go around the NFL where he did it. He left Michigan. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, can the Mavs continue to own Phoenix? Plus the payload at 6:40. It's a Thursday morning on The Fan.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the
as the Low T Center presents one of the most popular Tow Low weeks all year. Our live broadcast from Radio Row, also presented by Best Buy Windows and Siding and A Number 1 Air. Hey, Sin City, get ready. Here we come. And hopefully we'll survive the week of February 6th in Las Vegas on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the Get Right is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? I'll tell ya. They've got the goods, more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
So get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside the fan phenom Blake Elliott.
Yes, Sirski.
Thanks for rolling with us here on a Wednesday evening in the Metroplex. Your Mavs gotten out to a little bit of a quick run. 10-5 is the score in favor of the Mavs. Less than 4 minutes into this one, been a flurry of shots by none other than Grant Williams.
Grant Williams masterclass, baby.
We'll keep you up to date with what's happening there. And, of course, we'll break it down later in the evening. But right now, we'll go around the NFL on 105.3 The Fan. We begin by talking about the big NFL news of the day, and that is that the Chargers have a new head coach. Justin Herbert has a veteran NFL head coach to help him along in his development. And that coach spent his last, 9 years at the University of Michigan, his alma mater. That's right. John Harbaugh has finally left Michigan after doing a lot of googly eyes with the NFL for the last 9 years.
Yeah, we had the Vikings, and then who was it last year? Was it Vikings 2 years ago? Was it the Broncos? I believe he was in talks with last year.
It feels like every job that's been open, John Harbaugh has been like,
It was,
okay, no, I'm just going.
Minnesota 2 years ago, Broncos last year, and then now he's finally arrived.
And so Jim Harbaugh, because John coaches in Baltimore. That's going to be so annoying when they play this year.
They do play next year next season at SoFi Stadium.
It's going to be so annoying. Well, I mean, it's going to be the Harbaugh, right? But then it's just going to be really annoying when I have to do the John versus Jim. That one's going to get me all year. However, Jim Harbaugh returns to the NFL. He has an offense, or he has a quarterback that a lot of people have a lot of belief in and his capabilities. And so we have to find out who his coordinators ultimately will be.
Yep.
And so
there's some ties. I think it's Michigan boys. That's the heavily believed Mintz from Michigan.
Jesse Minter, who is the defensive coordinator. I saw reporting that could very much look like that'd be a thing that they do. And Minter's done a great job in college when it comes to, coordinating defense. We'll see what that looks like in the NFL if they do ultimately brings him forward.
You think Kellen stays?
I doubt it, honestly. But, I mean, you never know. Ultimately, that's one of the things that we will find out over the next so long as he begins to put his staff fully together. But there you go, right? The new head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers is indeed Jim Harbaugh. Do you like that for him?
I do. I think that's an A+ hire. Justin Herbert goes from Brandon Staley to Jim Harbaugh. They'll have a nice little slogan, the JHs, Justin Herbert, Jim Harbaugh.
I don't think anybody's going to call him that.
The JHs, no? We're not gonna, that can't. Well,
it could. I don't know. Look, I'll tell you real quick and waste time around the NFL. You remember when early on people were starting like tablets, like when tablets, I was like, that's so stupid.
Talking about like the iPad tablet?
Yeah, iPad. Okay, it was I was like, that's so stupid. Like I have something better than that, and like a smartphone that fits in my pocket, or if I wanted to use a laptop, it's that size, but then I actually have a keyboard. Like it takes the worst part of those two things, and lo and behold, the iPad and various other tablets,
best-selling products,
incredible. So what do I know, right? Like I just want to keep that in perspective here. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like JHs probably won't catch on.
It won't. I just saw the similarity in the names, but I think
fair enough.
I think it's an A+ hire. I think it's a really smart. He's been a winner everywhere he's gone.
That's true.
I mean, the guy just knows how to produce. 89-25 record at Michigan. 40-3 in the last 3 years, 3 straight Big Ten titles, was the coach of the year in 2021, then obviously won the national championship this year. Did quite well with San Francisco as well when he was there. What was it, 3 conference championships, 1 Super Bowl appearance. Like, he knows how to win. So I think they will be in a better spot. I'm not saying they're the Super Bowl favorites now, but I think they'll be in a better spot than they were last year.
Yeah, what will be interesting to me as there's a lot of different things. You mentioned, and they win, his teams win, and they usually don't take too long to do that. Yep. And that's necessary because he really does get on folks' nerves. Like his employers usually, tend to be a little annoyed with them after a while. Mm-hmm. And so it'll be interesting to see how that goes with the Chargers and the Spanos family and all of that. But again, They have an opportunity to win now. I think the position that he leaves open in Michigan, they're looking at how they fill that. And Sharon Moore, the offensive coordinator, probably getting a lot of love in that regard to maybe helm the program that he was the interim head coach for in those games that
they're going to have a lot of positions to fill because I saw reports as well that he might bring. Is it his son?
Jim Harbaugh. I keep calling him John. Damn it, I hate it.
His son, Jay. I don't know if it's his son, but I know
Jay Harbaugh, his son, I think,
was also a heavy recruiter for them, might also be coming in some capacity on that staff. So
I saw that reported as he possibly might be like a special teams coach.
You're going to lose a lot of people, and then you might be like, well, they have their OC. That is what's going to be promoted to head coach. So they're going to have like 3 or 4 positions they need to fill on that assistant staff. So
that's part of running the program, man.
Michigan, they'll either survive or they'll sink, man.
You gotta hire some things, right? And all right, I don't want to talk too much about Michigan at this point. Then people gonna be mad at me. Y'all national champions. Just let that live. Elsewhere around the NFL, we found out a couple of defensive coordinators will no longer be retained in Miami. First-year defense coordinator for them. I mean, long-time defense coordinator in the league and head coach at various points. Vic Fangio out as the defensive coordinator in Miami. Only 1 year there. There's a lot of systems defensively that are in his image around the league, and it's kind of interesting that he gets there and very quickly they mutually agree to part ways after a single season. They improved under Vic Fangio, finishing 10th in yards allowed, but only 22nd in points given up. And they finished 3rd in the NFL in sacks, tied for 8th in forced turnovers.
I was going to say they had a lot of sacks, and at one point I think they were leading the league in sacks or pressures or one of those categories. Like, they were an aggressive team that I think he was a little bit of a scapegoat. They had a lot of injuries on that team, a lot of guys in and out of the lineup. Obviously, towards the end of the year, they really had a lot of injuries. So, obviously, he's going to land on his feet. We've already heard rumors of him going to the Eagles and the Chargers and some other teams. So, I think still a very good defensive coordinating candidate out there. But obviously, the Dolphins just didn't see eye to eye with him.
Yeah, you really would have hoped for that defense to be better. And unfortunately, it simply wasn't. So, they'll have an opportunity to hire a new defensive coordinator. Maybe they'd be interested in this guy. I would hope probably not, as the Packers let go of Joe Barry as their defensive coordinator. That was a lot more predictable. Yep. I mean, although, look, I don't think the Miami Dolphins defense was great, but
you just didn't really see it coming out of nowhere.
That Packers defense was not good throughout the course of the season, although they did look very good against your Dallas Cowboys in the wild card round. But no, that was not a good-looking defense over the course of the season, and his status was a hot topic throughout the entirety of the season anyways. And so that
stings.
2 days after that divisional round loss to the Niners, LaFleur, was asked about the status of Joe Barry, and he said, I know there's going to be a lot of long-term big picture questions. I'm not there yet, fellas. Apparently now, a couple days after that, he is there, and Joe Barry is out.
Does that not suck that the guy that was getting talked about getting fired all year has his best game against you and holds you to 7 points, this top high-flying offense, 7 points in the first half?
Yes.
It hits.
Yes, it does, especially because it's not just that their offense was really good and they were able to skate by. No, they dismantled you defensively as well.
The Cowboys, it's not like we were going bar for bar and then we couldn't stop it. We couldn't stop nobody, and we couldn't score, and it was bad. In that first half, we could not pick up a first down.
Can I add insult to injury here?
Please.
Some of the names brought up as potential fill-ins for that defensive spot in Green Bay.
Green Bay? Okay.
Wink Martindale.
Okay.
Big blitzer. Ejiro Evero, obviously kind of in that Vic Fangio school of things. Leslie Frazier was previously with the Bills. And Al Harris.
Oh.
The defensive backs coach of your Dallas Cowboys. He's former Packers cornerback himself.
No Riverboat Ron?
No Riverboat Ron. Well, at least, that was per CBS,
Okay.
Some of the things that are happening there. Real quick, before we go around, or as we're finishing up around the NFL, I want to get to give me cut number 1 here as Lamar Jackson, gearing up for a a championship round matchup with the Kansas City Chiefs was asked, it's a big matchup when we talk about Lamar Jackson quarterback versus Patrick Mahomes as quarterback. It's a couple big names, couple of really great players. Lamar Jackson was asked, what he likes most about competing against Patrick Mahomes.
I don't like competing against him at all. But yeah, I mean, he's a great quarterback. Definitely a Hall of Famer. It's not even it's a no-brainer. He's definitely a Hall of Famer. But it's just, I believe it's just two greats, up-and-coming greats, just going toe-to-toe. Like a heavyweight fight, heavyweight matchup. That's just what I see.
Heavyweight, man. I love his honesty. Lamar is just raw. Just let's